Golden Magic, Book 3 from the Path of Dragons series. Written by Pedro Urvi, narrated by Amanda Lee Cobb. Chapter 1. I can't believe we're in this situation again. Nahia shook her head hard and kicked a pebble that rolled along the path they were treading. She didn't bother hiding how unhappy she was, and it showed a league away.
I was already expecting it. This is how our dear despots play us, Daphne commented as she adjusted the shield she was carrying on her back. We begin the third year at the academy, and of course, it couldn't start any other way than facing a deadly test, said Lily, raising her hands in the air and blowing the air out of her lungs in an expression of her frustration. I believe our lords want to measure the advances we've made in our first 2 years of training, Aiden pointed out, as he watched the surroundings with a hand on the pommel of his sword and the other on his dagger. He walked with his chin high, as if nothing could defeat him. We've already more than proved it during the last 2 years, Daphne protested, clenching her hands into fists.
More than proved it, especially in the war against Dramea we've just returned from. We're alive by a hair's breadth, Lily added, making a face of disbelief. Finding myself back in this situation is something that upsets me very much. It's neither fair nor necessary, Evo said with a deep sigh, and then he shook his head. His stride was almost twice that of Daphne's, and he shortened it so they could all march at the same pace. Dragons are as brutal as they are methodical, especially in training and understanding their path. We'll have to face this test and overcome it, since it's required to start the 3rd year, Taika said in his soft, silky voice as he set their marching pace.
It's clear to everyone that they're ruthless blockheads, Daphne stated.
You'd better lower your voice. They're watching us, Aiden warned her. They won't tolerate the least amount of contempt in their presence. They all gazed up unobtrusively. The 6 dragons, the squadron leaders, were flying over the area. They did so in circles, separated, each over the route their squadron was following. Nahia saw that Arrakis Godigites was right above them, about 200 paces high, close enough to burn them all or plunge down with its claws forward, tearing them to pieces in a moment. She guessed it was far enough away not to hear them, but even so, she was not altogether at ease. She looked ahead, following the path, and thought that the morning had begun very strangely. Not only that, it was getting more and more complicated by the moment. They had been forced to line up in the bailey of the academy at first light. It was the first lineup of the year after the graduation ceremony of their 2nd year, so everyone had assumed the 3rd year was beginning. They were wrong. She remembered that the only good thing about the graduation ceremony had been that she was able to see that Logan and Anna had returned from the war mission in Tremia alive. That had not been the case for everyone. Several squads had suffered casualties, resulting in not just wounded, but also dead. Colonel Lehen Godigogor had delivered his usual speech about how fortunate they were to be able to graduate from the 2nd year at the illustrious Martial Academy of Dracoros, and the great honor this meant. Nahia had forced herself to swallow the acid rage crawling up her stomach toward her mouth at hearing all those lies from the leader of the academy. The dragons could take their glorious path and throw themselves with it to the bottom of the oceans and drown, so they would never have to see another dragon again. Several whole worlds would be grateful for it. Countless souls. Unfortunately, that was not going to happen. They would have to be pushed, with their snouts and claws tied and a heavy weight around their necks. The graduation badge award, which the colonel presided over, left Nahia astonished once again. Not the ceremony, but the 6 dragon riders who came down from the sky on the backs of their great dragons to give them the 2nd year silver badge. It was like the 1st year one, but with a different dragon, and a number 2 engraved on it. Nahia still could not believe there might be slaves from the different races who rode powerful dragons. It was beyond her understanding. Watching it left her speechless, unable to fathom the reason. Something she did notice was that those dragon riders were not the same ones who had handed them the badges the year before. That meant there were at least a dozen riders, most likely more. The reason for their existence escaped her, but she would find the answer. She needed to understand how they could exist. Perhaps there was something that might be useful in their search for freedom. Lining up that morning before Arrakis Godigites in the bailey, Nahia had experienced a funny feeling, a sense of something not being entirely right. She had thought it was only her fears manifesting at the beginning of the 3rd year. She had been mistaken. At an order from their leaders, they had set out in formation. And here was where things had started going awry. To everyone's great surprise, the leaders had led them outside the academy. They had exited through the north gate. Once outside the academy, Edakis Godigites had taken to the air and from it informed them with a direct order, accompanied by a feeling of severity, that the 3rd-year test was commencing. Nahia's fears and also those of her comrades were confirmed, hence the bad mood and concern all of them felt at that moment. Well, with the exception of Aiden, naturally. Everything the dragons ordered was okay for the Draconid, or at least that was what he said, although he didn't always behave as if it were so. "We'd better keep going in silence for a while and without protesting in case something reaches their ears," Taika said, watching the dragons circling up high unobtrusively. "Yeah, better be prudent. Things are going to get ugly," Evo predicted, sighing sadly.
"Yeah, we'd better be, I agree. Although it makes me very angry not to be able to complain," said Daphne.
"Oh, go ahead and complain, but under your breath," Lily said, smiling. Nahia just had to smile at that. The 3 squads of the Red Squadron marched as one. The Igneous Squad on the left, the Ardent in the middle, and the Searing on the right. Nahia had always wondered what was behind that gate north of the academy. Now she knew. They were seeing it, and it was something unbelievable. They had just climbed a small hill covered in grass that looked out on an immense lake of blue water. The surface reflected the sky and the few clouds in it. It was so large you could not see the other shore from the one they were standing on. "This is Lake of the Sky. Do not stray, and maintain formation and pace at all times." They received Edakis Godigites' order from the heights, together with a feeling that it would not tolerate mistakes. Nahia was awed by the beauty of the lake. She understood the reason for the name, since it reflected the sky with total clarity. They continued bordering the great expanse of blue water, and it turned out to be a very pleasant walk. This place transmitted quietness, peace, serenity, things that did not exist in Dracoros. They went on maintaining the pace since their leaders were flying over them, but they had a small margin of freedom which they were all enjoying. "I want to go to the shore and see my reflection in the water," Lily had said, making a move to break from the formation. "Don't you dare," Aiden warned her, jabbing his thumb upward. "I only want to see myself mirrored. I bet I look amazing and radiate irresistible magnetism in this environment." "You do, and you are radiant, but Aiden's right. Don't break formation or Edakis Godigites will make you pay," Taika warned her. Lily waved in frustration and kept her place in the formation without missing a beat. "Let's enjoy this wonderful landscape nature is offering us," Evo said. "And this warm summer breeze loaded with fragrances," Taika added, filling his lungs.
"If those dragons were further away, this would be a walk to remember," Daphne commented, glancing back.
"They're far enough for us to enjoy ourselves a little," Lily told him, smiling, and tossed her jet-black mane in the breeze. Nahia also shook out her blonde hair and filled her lungs with the fragrances of summer while her blue eyes lost themselves in the water of the lake. It took them several hours to go round the great expanse of water, and they all enjoyed the environment and the walk. It was a moment they would remember for a long time. After leaving behind the Great Lake, they had marched on for several more hours until they arrived at a large forest of oak trees. "Cross the forest, in single-file formation and without changing the pace. If you slow down, I swear you will regret it," Edakis Godigites ordered them. The Searing Squad stepped back and the Ardent took the lead, leaving the Igneous in the middle. They entered the forest, and they noticed that the terrain was flat and thick with vegetation. Moving forward was not easy, so they enjoyed the surroundings a little. Being in the middle of an oak wood was commonplace for peasants, but since they could not leave the academy, it was a true gift. Nahia was enjoying the walk immensely. Being in nature once again, inside a beautiful forest with 100-year-old oaks, breathing the smells of nature of the forest, listening to the birds, seeing squirrels, filled her soul with some joy. "This place is wonderful," Evo said, opening his arms as if he wanted to embrace the whole forest. "It's only a forest. What's so wonderful about that?" Aiden contradicted him with a blank look on his Draconid face. Forests are magnificent places, full of flowers and fauna, full of life, Taika corrected him. I'm not saying they're not good places for hunting and finding mushrooms and roots, but from there to wonderful or fantastic? Aiden shook his head.
You're a granite head and don't see the beauty of this place. For my people, forests are sacred, Daphne told him.
For mine, it's a habitat to hunt and live in, Taika told him. For mine, they're only forests, Aiden said with a shrug. Nahia and Lily looked at one another. For them, forests were not as important as for Daphne and Taika, but they did appreciate the beauty and everything they offered. Today, they're offering us a bit of freedom, Nahia said, looking up. No dragons could be seen since the tops of the trees covered them. Very true. Today, for the time it'll take us to cross this forest, we'll be free, Lily said. Something we must enjoy and value, Evo said. Don't slow down the pace. Remember our orders, Aiden warned them, intent on keeping them going. The hours it took them to cross the oak wood provided them with an illusory sensation of freedom. They felt alone in the middle of a landscape of green and brown hues filled with life. Nature entered them through every pore. Although they all knew the feeling of freedom was not real, they enjoyed it all the same. Sadly, any illusion, no matter how nice and pleasant it might be, always came to an end, being in itself ephemeral. And so it was. They reached the end of the forest and their free walk. As they came out onto a clearing covered in tall grass, they saw the dragons again flying over them, not too high up. The freezing shower of reality that accompanied that vision hit them, reminding them they were nothing but slaves doomed to fight and die for the Dragon Lords. We move north. Keep the same pace. They received Arrakis Godikaitz's order as it passed over their heads, the air it created messing with their hair. It seemed to want to remind them who was in command here, who was the Lord and Master. Night began to fall while they traveled in silence along the plains, covered with a soft green carpet. Nahia enjoyed the feeling of walking on earth and grass. It was so different from stepping on the stone-paved floors of the academy. It reminded her of when she used to go gathering medicinal plants with her grandmother. How distant it all seemed now. It had only been 2 years since the last time she had experienced the pleasure of walking in the countryside with her grandmother, but to her, it seemed like 2 decades. When night fell, they received a new message from Arrakis Godikaitz as an unappealable order. You will keep going forward to the north in formation. There will not be rest for anyone. Maintain the pace at all times. Adjust your eyes to the dark and don't slow down. If you need water, drink from the water skins you're carrying, but without pause. Nahia looked at her comrades with horror. It was going to make them march all night after marching all day. Lily blew the air out of her lungs loudly, and all her sensuous beauty left her, only to be replaced by unrest. Daphne growled and muttered curses in the language of the Fatum, which erased the natural beauty of her face. Evo simply heaved a deep sigh. His beastly Taruk face did not lose its tranquil look. Taika didn't react in any way to the announcement. He was looking to both sides with narrowed eyes, scrutinizing the night. Aiden stiffened as if they had tied a broomstick to his back, and looked ahead with eyes that radiated the confidence he felt that he was going to make it. The night march turned out to be not only tough but complicated. The terrain was flat, and because there was a summer moon in the crescent third, they were able to make out where they set their feet. But they had to cross 2 more forests. One of beeches and the other of linden trees, as well as 3 relatively deep rivers, which became quite arduous, particularly since they could not slacken the pace. While they crossed the rivers, Arrakis Godikaitz appeared above them to make sure they did so quickly, despite the currents of 2 of them being quite strong. It's nothing but a river. No slowing down. Keep up the pace. A river with a strong current, and at night, Nahia thought as she lost her step and the current took her. Luckily, Aiden was marching behind her and realized what happened. He grabbed her arm hard and prevented her from being dragged off by the river. Thank you, Aiden, she said gratefully, swallowing water. You're welcome. Regain your footing and keep going so you don't slow us down too much. Nahia regained her footing and kept her balance. She went on, relieved. She was not the only one to have trouble. The water reached Daphne's nose, and she also lost her footing. Evo grabbed her and carried her on his hip, holding her fast with his right arm. He carried her at his waist as if she were a little kid.
"You're a great beast,"
Daphne reminded him, also swallowing quite a lot of water. "I'm Evo," he replied, and smiled nonchalantly. Before dawn, tiredness began to take its toll in the squads. Nahia felt exhausted, and she realized that Lily and Daphne were too. Even the imposing Evo was walking more slowly now. The Ardent and Searing squads were also having difficulties keeping up the pace because they were so tired. Nahia wondered whether the dragon leaders had been flying all night. She doubted it. Most likely they had stopped to rest. No matter how powerful and strong they were, it was an effort for them to travel through the sky. They could not be immune to tiredness. As Evo would say, all creatures of nature had to follow the rules. None could avoid growing tired when making an effort. She looked up at the sky and didn't see them, which confirmed her thought. With dawn, the leaders reappeared in the clear sky with their enormous wings circling over the squadrons. Edakis Godigites plunged down fast and glided over them. "Stop at the hill," he ordered them. They'd all been looking up at the sky when they saw their leaders appear and had not noticed the hill. They reached the top and watched. To the north, there rose a huge mountain with a single snow-capped peak. They had arrived at the place of the test. Chapter 2. Nahia was staring at the great mountain. She had no doubt that the majestic, imperturbable rocky formation was where the third-year test was going to take place. The very high mountain seemed to penetrate the sky itself, with its snow-capped peak. In itself, it represented a challenge.
"That mountain's going to give us trouble,"
Daphne predicted, wrinkling her nose as she contemplated it. "Apart from the fact that we're exhausted," said Lily, who adjusted her supplies satchel on her back beside her shield. Nahia nodded. She felt the same way. This time, it was not a feeling, it was what she was seeing. In front of it, they were mere ants. "What's worse still is that I doubt we'll be allowed to rest." "The dragons will not give us pause, no," Taika agreed. "It's the best way to strengthen our body and spirit," Aiden said.
"I'll strengthen that rockhead of yours with a pick," Daphne shouted at him.
"And I'll help with a hammer and a chisel," Lily added. "Move on to the base of the mountain," came Arakis Godigites' order. They obeyed at once. The closer they came to the great mountain, the more impressive it seemed to them. They were able to make out levels of rock and caves on the skirt and in the upper levels. There were steep slopes, some almost perpendicular, which seemed hand-carved. Once they reached the base, they had to go around large rocks that had fallen from the mountain to its base. They stopped, restless, awaiting orders, which did not take long to come. "Igneous Squad, maintain position without breaking formation. Ardent Squad, go 1,000 paces to the west. Searing Squad, 1,000 paces to the east, facing the mountain," Edakis Godigites messaged, along with a feeling of great urgency. Both squads moved fast to obey the orders and soon vanished among the great rocks. For a long moment, they didn't receive any more orders and were able to rest, although not much, since they had to maintain their positions and stay on their feet. At least they were no longer marching, and this they were all grateful for. Nahia guessed that if their squad had been ordered to spread out, the others would have received the same order. What were the dragons up to? She didn't know, of course, but it would be nothing good, she was sure. "Can you see the other squads?" Lily asked as she looked around, shading her eyes with her hand. The summer sun was quite intense that day, and at this height, amid the clouds, it always affected the eyes. "I can't see them, but my sense of smell is picking them up," said Taika, tapping the side of his nose with a nail from his right claw.
"I can't see them with all these large rocks around us,"
Daphne said as she strained her neck to try and see beyond them. Something impossible for her since she was the smallest of the group. "What I can't believe is that we're being forced to take part in this test. Both squads have 2 members in the infirmary," Nahia said, upset. "True. They returned badly wounded from the war and haven't recovered yet," Lily said, shaking her head. "Luckily they haven't died, at least not yet." "The fact that a squad has wounded members or casualties doesn't excuse them from participating in the regulatory training," Aiden said, as if it were a sin even to think about it. "If they have people in the infirmary, they should not be taking part in a deadly test," Evo said. "And we know from past experience that the beginning of the year tests are just that." They have less possibilities of survival. The more people in the squad, the better the odds of coming out alive, Taika said. The fact that they have less possibilities will make them strive harder and have a better result in the test. It's a disadvantage, yes, but it will strengthen them, Aiden stated, and made a face that meant he didn't see it as an excuse not to participate.
Forcing them in these conditions is the work of heartless sadists, Rockhead, Daphne told him.
Which is what our lords are, Granite Head, Lily added. Aiden made a face that meant he didn't care what they said. I'm right, so I'd rather not listen to your comments against me or our dragon lords, he replied, and mimicked covering his ears.
You're more obnoxious every day,
Daphne chided him, jabbing her finger at him. I've told you what I think, which is what our lords think. Continuing this argument gets us nowhere.
As it could be no other way,
Daphne rolled her eyes. We're going to take you to a cliff, Lily threatened him. Aiden turned his back on them and looked up at the sky where the dragon leaders were flying. Nahia was trying to glimpse her squadron comrades among the great rocks, but without any luck. She wondered how those large boulders, part of the mountain, could have fallen all the way down. At least our squadron hasn't had casualties. Others haven't been so lucky, Taika commented. It's a disgrace what's happened at the end of the second-year test. There are several squads that have suffered casualties in the war against Dramea. It's devastating. Dying that way in a test, without any need. It's capital cruelty. Evo sighed deeply and shook his head.
It's unpardonable to make those squads take part in this beginning-of-year test.
Beastly, without scruples, said Nahia, who could not believe they were forced to take part anyway. Well, she did believe it, because something like this was expected from the dragons, creatures of brutality that lacked both pity and empathy. They all looked at Aiden, waiting for his comment in favor of the dragons, but the dragonid looked up at the white tip of the mountain and said nothing. They stood waiting and still for a good while. They didn't know why or what was awaiting them. The passing of time only made them more nervous. From the south, 2 enormous dragons came flying. They passed over their heads and headed up to the peak of the mountain. They were unmistakable, even flying up high. But to remove the last vestiges of doubt, they passed over the squadrons in a low flight to then soar to the mountain peak. It was Colonel Lihan Gori-Gogor and Commander Beganzuri Indar. The judges are here, Lily said, disheartened.
Now the suffering begins,
said Daphne, frowning. That's what I'm afraid of. Nahia was watching the circular flight of the 2 enormous dragons over the white peak. Let's stay united, and we'll make it. Taika tried to cheer them. He's right. Only thus will we manage to overcome the adversities that face us, Evo added, looking at the mountain with narrowed eyes. I don't know why you're so worried. We'll win any test our lords challenge us with. That's our duty, and we'll fulfill it with honor, Aiden stated. Daphne and Lily looked at one another and shook their heads.
You're hopeless,
Daphne said. I don't care. I'm perfectly happy the way I am, Aiden said, very sure of himself. Prepare to start the third-year test. Irakis Kodigaitz's order reached them. They raised their gaze and saw their leader flying in circles above the squadron's position. They also made out the other leaders making the same flight, so they guessed where the other squadrons were located. All separated, but all facing the great mountain from the southern side. Let's be careful and watch out, Taika advised them.
We'd better,
Daphne added. The test is simple. You have half the night to reach the peak of the mountain of the past. Those who don't make it will be expelled. It's that simple. The message came with a feeling that it expected nothing less of them. Yet Nahia detected something else, something that made her think there was something more to it. A test of climbing and resilience. Piece of cake, Aiden said, already puffing up.
I'm not good at climbing and resilience, Daphne told him.
I don't understand why they always give us physical tests. I'm so good at the emotional ones, Lily joked with a grin.
The dragons don't care about your emotions, Daphne said, or the others.
I think they're not telling us the whole truth, Nahia predicted. I don't believe the test is going to be that easy. It wouldn't surprise me in the least. Honesty isn't a characteristic of dragons, Evo commented with a shrug. It's a test. There will be hidden difficulties. We should expect that, so let's all be very watchful, Taika warned them. As it should be. A test has to be difficult and demanding, Aiden added.
I swear I'm going to pick up one of those giant rocks and smash your marble head with it, Daphne threatened him.
Start the test. You must be the first to arrive before the other squads. Victory must be for the Red Squadron. Strive for it and win the test. Let nothing stop you until you reach the top. Absolutely nothing. Bring me the glory of victory. Let the rest of the squadrons know that the Red Squadron is the best. Go, now! It gave the 3 red squads the order to start. Nahia looked at the red dragon above her head, and then at the great mountain in front of them that seemed to rise like an insurmountable obstacle. She did not have time to think about anything else, because Aiden shot out toward the mountain. Hurry up! We have to be the first to reach that summit, he shouted at them. I think it'd be best if we throw him down once we reach the top, Lily told Daphne.
I totally agree. We'll do that,
Daphne nodded. Come on, let's follow him. Taika waved at them. Whether we like it or not, we have to climb that mountain and try to be first. The others nodded and followed Taika, who ran after Aiden. The Draconid was already climbing one of the sides of the colossal mountain of rock. They began the climb, and they soon found out that the mountain was as imposing as it looked. Aiden set a demanding pace, which he had to decrease quickly because of the steepness of the slopes and the difficulty of the climb. They went in single file, with Aiden leading and Taika close behind. Then came Lily, Nahia, and Daphne. Evo brought up the rear. He had trouble climbing because of his hoof-like feet. Nahia was going up, leaning forward. The climb was going to be long, tough, and complicated. They were not only tired from a day and a night of steady marching, but all the gear they carried was heavy, and it hampered their every step. If it were up to her, she would throw her backpack, shield, sword, and dagger down the mountain. She would only keep her learning sphere, which was light. Unfortunately, doing so was absolutely forbidden. If they lost any part of their equipment, their leader would roast them alive. The climb became more and more difficult as they went higher. That majestic mountain seemed to be telling them it was not a good idea to try and scale its heights. Nahia agreed. Unfortunately, the dragons flying above them did not think the same way. Each leader was flying over their squadron as they went up the mountain, scattered about. Nahia could now see the Ardent and Searing squads climbing left and right of her position, keeping the 1,000 paces of separation. The mountain was so immense and wide that all the squads had plenty of space on the south side. Tiredness became evident when they began to climb the practically vertical wall they had reached. From there on, they not only had to go up the mountain, but climb up the nearly vertical rock slope as well. Not just them, but all the other squads too. The mountain did not want them to keep walking up its slopes. Keep going, to the top of the mountain. Crown the summit. Arrakis Gorigaitz's order reached them as it watched, flying above them. It came with a feeling of great urgency. They looked at the rock wall with apprehension. It was not going to be easy to climb that way. I'll go first. Follow me, Aiden said with his usual confidence. He began to climb the rock, but not without difficulties. Taika followed him, and the Felidae did climb well, a lot better than the Draconid, but he did not overtake him, letting him lead the climb instead. Lily followed Taika, and Daphne went up after the Scarlatum. They both had trouble and went very slowly. Please, you go first, Evo told Nahia, who nodded and did so. Suddenly, there was a strange noise, like the sound of a rock snapping. This was followed by another, like a rock was sliding. They stopped and looked up, which was where the noise was coming from.
What the?
Daphne started to ask. At that moment, there was a landslide. Watch out! Rocks, Aiden warned. Flatten yourself against the mountain, Taika shouted. They all flattened themselves as much as they could against the rock of the slope. Huge boulders fell, brushing their heads and backs. Nahia looked up and saw the landslide. She knew that if it hit them, it would mean their end. Whether from the initial blow of the rocks, or the fall off the mountain from that height, and the crash against the ground, it would kill them. Then dirt and bits of rock got in her eyes, and she had to shut them. Don't let them hit you, Lily shouted, although there was not much they could do to stop being hit. Pebbles, watch your eyes, Nahia warned them.
Cover your head,
Daphne cried. Evo was unlucky, and a piece of sizable rock hit him on the head. Ouch, he growled. Lily looked down and saw. Hold on tight, she shouted at Evo. The Taruk tilted his head, which was bleeding. He was half dizzy from the blow. "I'll go and help him," Taika said, and with his cat agility he went down the slope at tremendous speed. He reached Ivo's side and pushed him with one paw against the wall of rock while he held on with the other one. "Thank you, I'm better," Ivo muttered, trying to recover and not fall off the wall.
"Let's wait a little,"
said Daphne as she watched Ivo, realizing the Taruk was still suffering. "Breathe deeply. It'll help you clear your head," Taika advised him as he continued holding him just in case. They waited until Ivo began to recover with deep breaths. His head was still bleeding, but he no longer felt dizzy. "We can go on. I'm fine now. I have plenty of extra blood, don't worry," he said, wiping the blood that was getting into his eyes with his forearm.
"I have to tend to that wound," said Daphne.
"We can do that once we reach one of the caves above," said Aiden, who had already noticed two which he was pointing at.
"Yeah, this is no place for healing."
Daphne had to agree with him. "Let's keep going. There's not much farther to the first cave," Lily cheered them. They continued the climb carefully. Taika was watchful that Ivo didn't faint or make a bad handhold because of the blow. Daphne and Nahia were also alert, even if there was not much they could do. They had enough to deal with not falling off the rock wall themselves. Luckily, they found a couple of narrow natural ledges where they were able to rest for a moment. They led Ivo up to them, and from there to the first cave they could climb without any more mishaps. Aiden gave them a hand and helped get the Taruk up, followed by Taika. They all reached the wide ledge where the cave was. They sat down to rest amid snorts and sighs of relief for leaving the vertical rock wall, albeit briefly. "That was a serious blow," Ivo said, putting his hand to his head. Nahia wrinkled her nose and looked upward. The practically vertical slope went on to the frozen peak, which seemed unattainable. They didn't see more rocks falling or the reason for the landslide. "We escaped by a hair's breadth, thank goodness." Daphne stood up to tend to Ivo's wound.
"Don't worry, your head is harder than the rock that hit you. You'll survive."
"My head's hard to protect my restless mind," Ivo said, smiling at her. He didn't seem to be concerned about the wound.
"That must be it,"
Daphne replied, smiling back. She pressed her hands on either side of the cut, called on her inner dragon, took elemental light energy, and transformed it into healing energy. She sent it through her hands and applied it to the wound. Healing was a complex process and difficult to master. Daphne complained about it all the time. But then, when she had the chance to use it and help her friends, her face changed. Her usually sullen look turned to pure joy, at least for a while. "She's going to leave you more handsome than before. You'll see," Lily said mischievously. "It'll be difficult to make me handsomer. I'm a Taruk with a beastly face. There's nothing handsome about me." "Don't lose hope. With time, I bet Daphne will be capable of working a miracle with her magic."
"Not even with all the time in the world,"
Daphne said as she continued healing the wound. It was no longer bleeding and the cut was closing. Taika bent down and felt the rocky floor. He made a funny face. "Is something wrong?" Nahia, who had noticed, asked. "Don't you hear?" he asked, and put his tiger's ear against the floor. Aiden looked in every direction. "I can't hear anything. I don't detect any danger either." At that moment, from inside the cave came a beastly creature. It gave a tremendous roar, similar to a dragon's, and showed fearsome teeth and a maw with which it intended to devour them. Chapter 3. Nahia nearly fell backward and off the mountain from the fright. She waved her arms to keep her balance and managed to recover, but only just. Lily was not that lucky, and after jumping back, she began to lean over the ledge. She was going to topple down the mountain and let out a little yelp that did not even leave her throat, but Ivo grabbed her right arm from the floor and prevented her from falling. Daphne cried out in surprise, not because of the monster, but because she believed Lily was going to plunge into the void. They turned toward the creature. Nahia did not know what it was, but one thing was indisputable. It looked like a dragon without wings. It had a dragon's body and head, but it was much smaller, about 20 feet long. It stood 12 feet tall and about 9 wide. Its whole body was covered with brownish scales. Its eyes and its teeth were those of a dragon. She noticed it had streaks of red scales that went all along its back. "Watch out! It's a drake!" Aiden cried, and he swiftly unsheathed his sword with one hand and grabbed his shield with the other. Nahia had no idea what a drake was, but judging from Aiden's cry and how quickly he had prepared to defend himself, she guessed it was nothing good. Besides, any creature that resembled a dragon was most likely dangerous. She was not wrong. The beast came forward on its 4 legs to attack Aiden. It delivered a horrific bite with a jaw full of fearsome teeth. Aiden protected himself with the shield. The next attack from the monster was an onrush. The drake knocked him down with a terrible blow against the shield, and Aiden himself, who was thrown backward. If it had pushed him a bit harder, the draconid would have toppled down the mountain. "We have to get rid of it," Taika cried, running to help Aiden. With a great feline leap, he got onto the beast's side and delivered a cut with his sword, followed by a thrust. Nahia thought he had the beast. Taika's attack had been swift and accurate. No doubt he had killed it, or at least seriously wounded the monster. But she was entirely wrong. The drake roared and turned to Taika. It wasn't even wounded. The tiger's sword had not pierced the scales that covered the monster's body. "It has dragon scales. Steel doesn't pierce it," Taika cried, warning the others. The drake delivered a claw strike with its left front leg, and Taika covered himself with a shield. Meanwhile, Aiden was recovering, getting back to his feet in a defensive position behind his shield. Lily and Daphne were already prepared to fight when 2 more drakes came from the back of the cave, roaring threateningly. "2 more! This is getting ugly," Nahia warned as she advanced toward them with Daphne and Lily, forming a defensive line behind their shields. "Sheath your swords! Use magic!" Nahia told her comrades.
"Right! Let's see how they fend against magic," Daphne replied.
"I hope very badly, because they're terrifying," Lily said wishfully with a horrified face. The 2 drakes approached them with heavy steps. Their muscular torsos and legs were impressive. Each one's tail also looked very powerful. Nahia was unnerved by the beast's claws and teeth, which had to be somehow related to dragons. They looked like lesser terrestrial relatives. Ivo stood beside them. "I'll deal with the last little dragon," he told them. "Are you sure you can fight in your current state?" Lily asked him in a worried tone. "Yeah, don't worry. Daphne healed my cut, and I don't feel dizzy. Don't worry about me," he said, and walked determinedly toward the monster, sword and shield in hand. "He's tough and strong. Don't worry about him." "It's hard not to worry in this situation. These drakes look like very bad news," Nahia said.
"So let's finish them off and be done with it,"
Daphne replied, wrinkling her nose and staring fiercely at the beast coming to attack them. "These must be cousins of yours, Aiden," Lily told him as she dodged a bite to her head and threw her elemental ice claw at the beast's right leg.
"Tell them that since they're family, they should get along with us," Daphne said to Aiden as she used her elemental light breath to momentarily blind the drake attacking her, seeking to bite her leg off. Aiden had been knocked down by a tail blow from the beast he was fighting and was breathless, trying to recover. "Very funny," he muttered under his breath. Taika was protecting Aiden, trying to strike the drake's eyes with his sword. He delivered lightning strokes and shifted immediately to avoid a claw or the monster's jaws. The drakes were enormous and powerful, but not swift or nimble. Taika had already noticed and was taking advantage of it. Suddenly, the drake he was attacking opened its mouth, and instead of trying to bite him, it aimed its maw at Taika for a moment. The drake's eyes shone with a red flash, and Taika had a very bad feeling. He lunged to one side, and a moment later, a burst of flames came out of the monster's mouth. "Watch out! Fire breath," Aiden warned, already standing. Taika somersaulted to get away from the flames. He was agile and fast enough that the fire couldn't touch him. The drake tried to burn him by prolonging its fiery breath and following Taika as he tumbled, directing its igneous stream at his body. Taika lunged to the side again and somersaulted, escaping the fire that sought to incinerate him. Nahia saw it out of the corner of her eye and warned the others. "They have fire breath! Watch out!" Lily, Daphne, and Ivo turned to look at Nahia and then Taika, realizing what was up. They stepped back and reconsidered their attacks. "That's all we needed. The little wingless dragons are actually dragons that don't fly," Daphne complained.
"Strong, sharp teeth and claws, powerful body and tail, fire breath. Yeah, I'd say they're truly wingless dragons," Lily agreed as she prepared her elemental ice breath to attack the drake staring at her with a murderous intent. "Be careful," Nahia warned them, seeing the drake opening its mouth. Daphne realized it was going to throw fire.
"Watch out! Fire incoming!"
"I'll deal with it," said Lily, and she stood in front of the drake's open jaws. Just when the fire started to leave the monster's maw, Lily called on her elemental ice breath. An icy jet launched toward the drake's maw. Both elemental breaths met halfway. The fire crashed against Lily's icy water. There was a struggle of elemental forces, fire against water. The drake's eyes shone with a red gleam as it wrestled with Lily. She delivered her freezing stream, putting out her opponent's fire.
"Well done, Lily!"
Daphne cheered her and ran to help her. "The two of us can defeat this monster," she replied to Daphne, and kept delivering a powerful stream of water so cold it was almost ice. When it met the intense jet of fire, steam formed that climbed up to the sky.
"Don't worry, I'm at your side. Watch your eyes, I'm going to attack,"
Daphne told Lily, and she attacked the drake with her elemental light breath. When this crashed against the fire, there was a burst of intense light that stunned the drake. Nahia saw that her comrades were managing to hold back their drake, but Evo was having some trouble. The monster he was fighting had hit him with its tail and front claws and had forced him to retreat. Now it was going to launch its fiery breath at him. Nahia doubted Evo would be able to use his magic in the situation and state he was in, besides the fact that he struggled to use his magic normally. She ran to help him, and as she did, she summoned her elemental fire breath. "Move back, Evo!" she called as she arrived at his back. Evo turned his head and saw her coming. He stepped aside, and even as clumsy as he was, it was enough for Nahia to lunge into a full attack. Her elemental breath left her mouth as the drake let out its own. Both breaths met, and there was a crash of fire. The burst of flames when both breaths collided made Nahia almost tumble backward. She managed to stand firm in a defensive stance. The drake shook his head. It had not liked Nahia's attack at all, but it did not cower. It moved toward her. It didn't seem to mind that Nahia also had elemental fire breath. It moved slowly toward her and launched the stream of fire at her, trying to reach her body. Nahia didn't flinch and used her elemental fire breath again. The flames that came out of her mouth bore a resemblance to those of the drake, which had to stop its advance. The monster's flames could not endure its opponents. Nahia realized her skill was going to run out and stopped her flame, gathering more energy from within herself and channeling it toward the elemental fire breath to keep it alive. She noticed the drake looked unsure, and this encouraged her. She sent even more energy to her breath, and the flame increased, almost doubling in intensity. The drake saw that its flame was consumed by Nahia's and started to retreat slowly with unsteady steps. Nahia noted that her fire was more powerful than the drake's, and she moved toward it. If she managed to hit it, the creature would most likely burn. Suddenly, Evo used a fighting strategy which only a Turuk Capro could think of. He threw his steel shield with all his strength at the open mouth of the drake. The shield flew parallel to the floor at great speed. He threw it with such strength that there was a dreadful sound of teeth breaking on impact. The drake roared in pain and shut its jaws while bits of teeth fell to the floor. Nahia had not been expecting such a maneuver, and for a moment she was as stunned as the drake. "They don't have scales to protect them there," Evo said nonchalantly. Nahia recovered from her surprise and went on with her attack. She took 2 steps forward and reached the drake's head and part of its torso with her elemental fire breath. She didn't know whether this creature would have magic defenses, but since it was similar to a dragon, she guessed it would. The drake's scales flashed with a strong silver glow, which Nahia took as a defense. She sent more energy to her breath to try and destroy its defensive magic. The drake kept backing up, roaring with rage. Nahia kept coming at it, sending a tremendous stream of fire at her enemy. Suddenly, from underneath the drake and emerging from the floor, 4 creepers appeared, which went up and curled around them. The drake looked down at the floor, not understanding. A moment later, they had it imprisoned. The monster pulled with all its might to free its legs, but the number of creepers was increasing every moment, climbing up its legs, thicker and coiling more as if they had a life of their own. Nahia knew this could only come from one place. She looked askance at Evo and saw him with his arms spread open, summoning. These were his creepers, formed from druid magic. She had to use the advantage her comrade had given her, so she stepped forward and directed her elemental fire breath only at the monster's head, to avoid hitting and burning the creepers restraining the drake. The flames hit the drake's head, and it roared desperately, its defenses flashing silver once more. But they soon faded. Nahia intensified her attack, and the drake's head caught on fire. She sent more energy, and a tremendous burst of flame enveloped it. The beast fell to one side, dead, its legs still imprisoned. Nahia felt it was a terrible way to die, but at least it had been quick. The drake would have killed her or Evo if it could, and without any consideration. "That was very good, Evo. You're formidable," Nahia said to her comrade. "I am Evo," he replied with a shrug. Then he went up to the beast and retrieved his shield. Lily and Daphne combined their elemental breaths and created an effect the drake could not cope with, stunning and then freezing it. It defended itself with its fire breath until it finally could not hold up any more. The two dragon witches were more powerful than the drake. It tried to run for its life, but Daphne realized its intent and blinded it again. Lily didn't give it a chance to recover. She froze its head and half its torso, its defenses depleted. The beast was left standing, blind and half frozen.
"Is it dead?"
Daphne asked Lily. "I don't know, but I'd say yes. Just a moment ago, its magical defenses dropped. Or at least it didn't glow silver anymore."
"Yeah, without magical defense, it must be dead,"
Daphne nodded. Taika and Aiden were also trying to finish off the drake they were fighting. They were taking a slightly different approach. Taika had climbed onto the back of the monster, and after reaching the head, he had plunged his knife in both eyes, blinding it. The beast was trying to throw him off by shaking its whole body and tail, but Taika was not falling off. He was holding on to the monster using his darkness magic. The dark tentacles he had created were around the beast's neck, and Taika was holding on with all his might. Aiden had delivered several thrusts of his sword into the monster's maw when it tried to defend itself with its fiery breath. Blinded, it couldn't see where the draconid was attacking from. Since he couldn't finish off the monster, Aiden had created a ball of storm he was now going to throw into the monster's maw. However, the drake had closed its jaws, so the sword would stop bothering it. "Make it open its mouth," he shouted at Taika. "I'm trying," the tiger said from the drake's back, and he pulled the tentacles around the beast's neck with all his might. He kept pulling hard, and the drake seemed to choke. It had no choice but to open its mouth. Aiden was waiting for this moment. He threw the stormy ball right down its maw. There was an explosion, followed by lightning, which gravely wounded the monster. It roared with pain, and Aiden seized the moment to finish it off by plunging his sword deep into its maw to the back of its throat. A moment later, the three drakes lay dead in front of the igneous squad. Everything fell silent, and the tension evaporated while they looked at the bodies and into the cave. "Are there any more?" Nahia asked with a nod to the mouth of the cave where the three creatures had emerged. "I hope not," Lily said, watching the cave with narrowed eyes. Taika jumped off the back of the dead drake and went over to the entrance of the cave with his feline walk. He looked inside for a while. The others watched without moving, as if a stray sound or movement might bring out 3 more monsters to attack them. They waited for a long moment, but nothing happened. "I don't detect any more creatures inside," Taika reported. Suddenly, they heard a shout from the east. They turned toward it. It was a human cry of battle. Taika hastened out to a ledge so he could see what was happening. "It's the Searing Squad. They're in trouble." Nahia ran to his side to see. "They're fighting against 3 drakes, but there's only 4 of them. They have to be having serious problems," Taika said. "We have to go and help them," Nahia cried as she motioned for her companions to follow her along the ridge to the east. "No, we have to keep climbing. The order is to reach the peak first. We don't have to help other squads," Aiden corrected her in a dry, determined tone. He pointed at the summit.
"Could you be more of a marblehead? Of course we're going to help them," Daphne yelled at him and motioned for Nahia to go and that she would follow. "Only a draconid rockhead would say something like that when their comrades are in need." Lily shook her head and followed Nahia and Daphne. "We have orders. We can't disobey them. We have to keep climbing." Aiden made a face of disbelief at their refusal to keep climbing. Evo reached him and put a beastly hand on his shoulder. "We'll fulfill the order, don't you worry. But first, we're going to help our comrades. It's the right thing to do. Deep down, you know it too."
he told him in a deep tone and walked to the ridge. Aiden looked at Taika, but he gave him a regretful shrug and followed after the girls with steady, fast, balanced strides, as if he were walking along a wide road instead of a narrow, dangerous ridge. Chapter 4. Nahia, Daphne, and Lily advanced with difficulty toward the east along a ridge on the side of the mountain. The ledge they were following was very narrow. If they became distracted or took a wrong step, they would fall to their deaths. They had to step sideways in the final stretch with their bodies flattened against the rock. Luckily, the entrance to the cave where the Ardent Squad was fighting was wide. Nahia leapt over a void in the ledge and then dropped down onto the cave ledge. Daphne and Lily followed close behind her. As she straightened up and covered behind her shield, Nahia assessed the current situation. She did not want to run headlong into a dangerous fight. That was never a good strategy. Cordelius was fighting a drake at the mouth of the cave. The drake was trying to incinerate him with its fiery breath, and the big capro was defending himself as best he could while he tried to kill the creature. Brendan, the blonde human, was fighting a different drake. This was a fight of magic power. Brendan's elemental fire breath against the drake's fire breath. Lara, the Black Panther, was using a similar strategy to Taika's and had climbed onto the back of the drake she was fighting, which tried to throw her off amid roars and frantic shaking. Drader, the Draconid boy on the Ardent Squad, was on the floor and part of his body was on fire.
"I'll help him,"
Daphne cried and ran over to Drader. "Lily, come with me. We'll help Cordelius," Nahia told her, guessing that for now Brendan was holding his own. "Good, I'm coming." Lily narrowed her eyes with determination. Right then, Taika dropped beside her after leaping off the ledge. "Go, I'll help Lara," the tiger said. An instant later, they were all running to help their squadron comrades. Evo had not arrived yet, but was approaching warily along the ridge. This type of climb was very complicated for the great capro. Aiden had not yet moved from where he was, and had his arms crossed over his chest while he shook his head angrily. Nahia and Lily reached Cordelius, who was avoiding the drake's fiery breath with clumsy movements. His cloak was on the floor, burnt to a crisp. "We have to use magic against them," Lily warned him. "I thought so, but magic isn't my forte," Cordelius replied, and showed her his sword and shield. He was running around the drake, which was trying to get him with its breath. "Don't worry, we'll help you," Nahia reassured him. "Thank you." Cordelius kept circling the beast, because if he stopped, it was going to hit him with its fiery breath. Luckily, the monster was even clumsier than the capro. Nahia thought that if they were not in danger of death, the scene would be quite comical with the great capro running in circles around the small wingless dragon as it tried to roast him. "I'm going to use my elemental ice breath against its fiery one," Lily warned Nahia. "Good, distract it, and I'll attack with my magic." "Consider it done." Lily nodded and opened her mouth to launch her elemental ice breath. It hit the drake's body and it turned to her, giving up on chasing Cordelius. Both breaths, fire and ice, met, and the struggle of power between the two elemental magics began. Lily stood firm with her knees flexed and her head slightly forward. She withstood the first impact pretty well. Nahia took advantage of the fact that Lily had all of the drake's attention to use her magic against the creature. She called on her elemental fire claw and a large fiery dragon claw enveloped her right hand. Covering herself with her shield, she approached the monster as it fought against Lily. Before the drake could attack her, she leapt forward and clawed its left leg. She didn't know whether she would be able to pierce the magical defenses of the drake, but she had to try. There was a silver flash when the elemental fire claw hit its leg. The drake didn't seem to feel anything. It didn't flinch, and kept trying to kill Lily, who was holding up like a powerful sorceress emerging from an iceberg. In the middle, Taika reached the drake Lara was on top of. With a swift, powerful leap, he too climbed onto the creature's back, which roared in rage. "Thanks for the help," Lara said as she held onto the drake's crest that went down its back and tail. "We have to help one another," Taika replied, and concentrated on calling on his darkness magic. The drake was shaking itself hard, but could not throw them off. It couldn't attack them with its fiery breath either, since its neck was not very long and it couldn't twist it to aim at them. The fire attacks went to the right and left of Taika and Lara, who stayed in the middle of the drake's back halfway up. In order to reach them, it would have to break its neck, which would kill it anyway. "I can't manage to pierce its scales. Luckily, they don't know how to roll over, and up here it can't reach me," With its maw or claws, Lara told him, speaking haltingly from the effort of the fight against the creature. Taika created dark tentacles and let them coil around the creature's neck before replying. That's good, or else it would squash us. It doesn't look very nimble. No, it's not. But strong and dangerous? Very. Besides, it must weigh as much as a house. You have to use your magic to kill it, Taika told her. All right, I'll try, said Lara. Using all his strength, Taika pulled on his tentacles, trying to strangle the monster. The more he pulled, the more the creature resisted, moving its head from side to side, roaring furiously. Suddenly, Lara managed to conjure her elemental air maw and delivered a terrible bite on the drake's neck, one charged with storm lightning. When she bit down, the lightning discharged onto the drake's nape. Its defensive magic activated, and a silver flash defended it from the magical attack. It didn't pierce it, Lara said ruefully. Keep trying. You'll get it, Taika said as he pulled on his black appendages with all his might. Evo reached Brendan as he kept aiming his fiery breath at the drake. He wasn't losing, but he wasn't winning either. They were both sending their breaths at full magical tilt, which was consuming the inner energy of both. Whoever exhausted their magic first, beast or human, would die. Help is here, Evo told Brendan, who was sweating profusely. It was not from the heat of the fire, but from the tremendous effort he was making. He didn't answer. He simply couldn't. He glanced at Evo out of the corner of his eye, and Evo understood that Brendan had seen him and knew he had come to help. He stood right behind Brendan and crouched so his head would not be exposed above the human's, since he was a lot taller than the human. Calmly, he began to call upon his druid magic and combined it with his elemental earth magic. After a long moment, from under the drake's right leg, the earth shifted, as if something was sprouting from it. Before the drake realized what was going on, half a dozen strong, sharp stone stakes emerged from the ground and buried into its claw. It raised its leg immediately, shook it, and started to retreat. They had wounded it. As I thought. It doesn't have scales on the bottom of its claws, Evo muttered, satisfied. Brendan intensified the attack when he saw the beast retreating, and motioned for Evo to go with him. Aiden arrived with a leap at the side of the fighting and ran to Daphne, who was tending to Drader's burns. How is he?
Well, you finally decided to join us. What an honor, Daphne replied in a huff.
I'm not going to let any of my people die without helping them.
Half his body is burnt. The scales we all wear have protected him enough, but even so, he has deep burns, some on his face. I won't be able to heal them all. They'll leave scars. I'm sorry.
A dragonid doesn't care about that. Physical beauty has no value for us, Aiden told her, waving the matter aside.
Of course it does,
Daphne retorted. In her culture, beauty was everything. On the contrary, it'll show my courage in the battle, Drader said proudly.
You're all a bunch of granite heads.
Daphne shook her head and continued sending healing energy to Drader's burns. We should move him back. That drake is too close for comfort, Aiden told the Fatum. Daphne raised her head and saw the drake with Lara and Taika on its back, lurching from side to side, desperate and furious, raging as it tried to shake them off.
Yeah, let's retreat before it crushes us, Daphne agreed.
Finish healing him. I'll protect you. Aiden stood in front of them with his shield and sword in hand in a defensive stance. Daphne sighed. Now she could heal him better with some peace. Healing magic in battle did not get along well, at least as far as she was concerned. She didn't know whether this was the same with other healers, but she assumed it would be similar. In order to heal, she needed concentration, and for this, peace and quiet. The middle of combat was no suitable place to heal anyone, and yet she had the feeling it was precisely where she would have to use her healing magic. She was a dragon witch, and her skills would be used in battle, not in the comfort of an infirmary. This discovery left her cold. She would have to talk to Nahia and Lily to see how she could improve her healing in less hostile environments. Yes, she would have to do that. Meanwhile, on the eastern side, Nahia delivered another blow with her elemental fire claw, determined to see how far the magical defenses of the beast held up. Another silver flash told her the magical defenses of the creature were resisting. That wasn't good. She sent more energy to her claw so it would be more powerful and deliver a stronger blow. She waited for the right moment and delivered a third attack to the same leg. The creature did feel this one. The drake turned toward Nahia while its leg oozed reddish-black blood. Lily didn't miss the chance, and she advanced with her elemental ice breath, hitting the beast on its right side. Nahia blocked the drake's breath with her shield and withdrew, quickly stepping back without turning from the monster's face or breaking her cover. Cordelius finally managed to summon an elemental claw and attacked the drake on the right back leg with powerful blows. The creature roared in pain, which made its fiery breath die out. Nahia stopped retreating. It was the moment to attack. They had the beast wounded. "All at once," she shouted at Lily and Cordelius, and the three attacked at the same time. Nahia and Cordelius went for the legs with their elemental claws, and Lily for the head with her elemental ice breath. The drake seemed to hesitate for a moment, seeing the three of them advancing on it together. It decided that the most dangerous enemy was Lily with her elemental ice breath, and attacked her again with its own fiery one. Lily withstood the attack and made a sign with her right hand for them to attack now that the drake was focused on her. Nahia and Cordelius launched their attacks, delivering claw blows to the legs, her claw striking the front ones and his the back. The drake roared again in pain, its fiery breath dying down. Lily's icy breath reached its head and froze it completely. A moment later, it fell to the floor dead. Lara managed to pierce the drake's magic defenses after half a dozen consecutive attacks. Her elemental air maw penetrated, and the discharge entered the back of the monster's neck. It roared in agony. "I did it!" she cried, victorious. "Finish it. I'm not able to strangle it," Taika said. Although he pulled on his tentacles coiled around its neck with all his strength, he could not asphyxiate the beast. He was standing on the scaly back, pulling with his whole body, and although the drake's head was bent back, he couldn't succeed. At least he was holding on to the monster, and it couldn't shake him off. "I'll do it," Lara said, and delivered another half-dozen bites of storm with her elemental air maw, which struck the back of its neck. The Black Panther's magic not only managed to wound the drake as if it were a sharp claw buried in it, but the elemental magic discharges increased the power of the attack. The monster died. Its neck burst. It collapsed, and Lara and Taika jumped down nimbly before it touched the floor. There was only one drake left standing. It was wounded and defending the entrance of the cave. Brendan did not cease to attack it using his elemental fire breath. The drake was having a lot of trouble defending itself, since Evo had wounded two of its legs with sharp rocky stakes. It was defending itself using its fiery breath. "Perhaps if we let it go, it'll leave," Evo said to Brendan. The big Taruk was crouched behind the human, preparing another attack that did not finish manifesting. The human boy shrugged without ceasing his attacks. He couldn't speak or move his head, or his attack would lose effect. Evo interpreted his shrug as a, "You really think so?" "We lose nothing for trying. Let's step back. You keep up that breath, and let's see what it does." Brendan made an affirmative gesture with his right hand. Evo took 2 steps back, and Brendan took 1. The drake didn't move. Evo took 2 more steps back, and Brendan took another. The drake did not move this time either. Brendan stopped using his elemental fire breath once the drake was out of reach, and the drake did the same. For a tense moment, they watched each other. It appeared that Evo was right. It might not be necessary to keep fighting. The drake then looked up at the sky, roared, and then it attacked, limping on 2 legs. Brendan called on his elemental fire breath once again. The drake was about to do the same, but sharp stone spikes and stakes emerged from the ground and buried into its back legs. It lost its balance and fell on its face. Evo had been conjuring during the impasse. Brendan took advantage of the moment and advanced toward the drake, catching it in the head with his burst of fire. The drake's magical defenses withheld, but the beast could not get back onto its 4 injured legs. It tried and fell again. Brendan kept up the attack, and the monster's defenses finally gave out. It opened its mouth to use its breath, but it was already too late. Brendan had defeated it. Its head burnt to a crisp, and it died with a roar of agony. Brendan stopped sending his elemental fire breath. He sighed and turned to Evo. "I'm sorry. We tried." Evo said resignedly. He looked up at the sky and saw their leader watching them. The drake had not wanted to disobey its winged masters and had preferred to die. The two squads gathered around Drader, who, although he had parts of his body and face burnt, did not seem to feel any pain. "How are you?" Brendan asked him. "I've been scorched, but I'll survive," the Draconid replied.
"Will you be able to go on?"
Lara asked, and there was concern in her tone. "I think so." Drader stood up with Daphne's help.
"He's been lucky. The burns will leave ugly scars, but there were no serious injuries," she explained.
"He's strong. He'll survive," Cordelia said, putting his big hand on the Draconid's shoulder. "Ouch!" Drader shrank back from the touch with a grimace of pain. "Better put your hand on the other. This one's scorched." "Oops. Sorry." Cordelius's eyes opened wide, and he changed his hand to the other shoulder.
"They'll hurt a lot until they finish healing. He needs time and a more skilled healer," Daphne said, opening her arms wide to express she had done everything she could.
"You've done a great job. We really appreciate it," Brendan told her.
"Thank goodness you came to help," Lara said gratefully.
"It's the least we could do," Nahia said. "We have to help each other, always." "You're right. The Academy encourages competitiveness among all of us. It shouldn't be that way," Brendan said. "There are things that shouldn't be like they are, at the Academy and in our world," Evo agreed.
"Like making you do this test with only 4 members in your squad, for instance," said Lily, shaking her head.
"We're tough and strong. We'll do it," Cordelia said, more to encourage his comrades rather than out of faith in himself.
"You have to, that's true, but it doesn't make it right," said Nahia. "There are many things that aren't right, and you all know that. We can't keep letting them do this to us and all of Craido. We have to do something. It's our duty."
There was silence for a moment. They all understood what Nahia meant. "We don't have time for any of that now," said Aiden. This conversation upset him greatly. "We have to keep climbing." "Don't worry, I'll reach the summit," Drader assured them. He did not want to talk about that either.
"Thanks again for the help," Lara told them, looking each one in the eye.
"You're welcome,"
Daphne replied. "If the situation is reversed, help us," Lily said.
"You can count on that. You have my word as a capro," Cordelius promised with a hard nod.
"We'll help you," Lara promised.
"As for what you said, Nahia, you're right. We'll talk at the Academy,"
Brendan said, looking intensely at her.
"Whenever you want," Nahia accepted. As if it had been listening, they received an order from the heights. "Igneous Squad, return to your position and climb from there. You were not told to help any other squads. Arden Squad, keep climbing at once." The order came with a feeling of frustration and rage. Arrakis Godigites was clearly displeased with what had taken place there. Chapter 5. They helped one another climb up a side of the rocky wall on the east side of the cave, and then along the upper ridge until they reached the cave where they had defeated the drakes. The way was not easy, and they took risks at a couple of spots, but they couldn't disobey their leader. "We have to keep climbing from here," Aiden pointed at the spot. "Start making your way up," Taika told him. "We'll follow you." Aiden looked for the best place to climb, and a moment later he was already on the path. "Let's keep going. Arrakis Godigites is watching us," Taika warned them, gazing up unobtrusively.
"Yeah, let's move on before it suffers a rage attack," Lily said as she started to climb.
Evo brought the rear. "This climbing thing is not something we Taruk Capro love. We were not made for this purpose. I'd better climb up last so I'm not in anybody's way."
"Cheer up, Evo. We'll all get there," Nahia reassured him.
Evo sighed and started climbing the wall with difficulty. The way up from the lower caves was slow and dangerous. They were tired, the slope was getting steeper all the time and more difficult to climb, and if they got distracted, they would not survive the fall. An additional factor, whose impact they had initially forgotten, took the forefront once again. It was the height, the tremendous height they were at. They had adapted to living at such heights in that realm after suffering from them the whole first year. Since they were acclimated, they had forgotten they were among the clouds, and climbing the mountain meant going even higher. They were not only among the clouds, but on a mountain above them. The pressure of the air was so thin at that height that it punished their lungs, and it was difficult to simply breathe. Making an effort like climbing the mountain increased this difficulty. Nahia tried to fill her lungs, but it wasn't easy. It was as if she filled them, but only a bit of air went in, or that was what it seemed like to her. As if it hurt to breathe the air up here. It was so thin that you had to breathe 3 times more than usual. Her lungs hurt, and it was hard to even inhale. She took a step and had to constantly stop to breathe. It was torture. She watched her comrades climbing. They were all suffering from the same torture as she was. The height affected them all equally, but she noticed that the 3 girls had less trouble than the boys, since they had larger bodies, especially Evo. With a lot of effort and suffering, they reached the upper-level caves and found a relatively wide ledge. Taika and Aiden took a look around the caves. They were shaped like stars, and the whole mountainside was full of them, as if 100 stars had crashed against the mountain and penetrated the rock. The size of each opening was no bigger than Daphne. "A drake couldn't fit in here," Aiden said, looking inside the lower ones. Taika had gone up to the 3rd line of caves and looked inside several ones, moving with his usual feline agility. "I can't detect any danger, but it's too dark to see the back of these caves," he said, leaping down. "They're small. If an enemy comes out, it won't be much of a problem," Evo said. He had just arrived and was kneeling on the edge of the ledge. Lily and Nahia stepped over to help him so he would not fall back and off the mountain. "Come on, big guy. Drag that mass of a body of yours inside," Lily said, pulling his arm with all her might. "It's like trying to move an ox," Nahia complained as she did the same.
"Instead of going to the gym, we could just lift Evo every evening," Daphne joked, collapsing on the floor, dead tired.
"Good idea. I bet we'd end up crushed," Nahia said, grinning. "Are you feeling all right?" Taika asked Daphne. "You're looking very pale."
"Yeah, it's just my healing. It leaves me exhausted."
"It tires you?" Evo asked from the floor where he was lying on his stomach. By the way he asked, he was really interested.
"Yeah, it's as if I made a physical effort. It's not because it's magic, but it drains me."
"That's interesting. I wonder if that will also happen to me with certain druid skills." "You'd better find out soon, because if that's the case, using those skills puts you in danger on the battlefield," Aiden told them.
"For once, the Granite Head is right," Daphne agreed.
"I'm always right. Whether you admit it or not is a different matter altogether," Aiden said, sure of himself as he folded his arms. Then he looked up. "And then he wonders why we call him Rockhead," Lily said casually from where she was sitting on the floor, shaking her head. "There's not much left," Taika said. "One last effort for what remains of the climb, and we'll finish the test."
"I'm already feeling cold." Daphne rubbed her arms.
"It's due to the height and how close we are to the summit," Taika said, pointing at it. They were very close to the start of the White Peak. They could see the snow and ice that covered it. It seemed to be within reach. "Yeah, we're almost there," Evo said to cheer himself up. He remained lying on the floor. Nahia looked at the summit. The feeling that it was so close cheered her up. She was aware it was not really that close, nor would it be easy to reach, but she couldn't help stretching her arms as if to touch it and smile. They were almost there, and would survive the initial test of the 3rd year. She blew the air out of her lungs, relieved. A sound like a muffled murmur reached them.
"What's that sound?"
Daphne asked, raising an eyebrow. Taika and Aiden listened attentively. "It sounds like the breeze rustling through the leaves, but there isn't any," Lily commented blankly. "Rather than wind, it sounds like fluttering wings," said Evo. "Lots of fluttering wings," Taika said, turning toward the wall of rock behind them. Suddenly, dozens of flying creatures came out of the star-shaped caves. "Bats?" said Nahia when she saw them. "Aren't they too big to be bats?" asked Lily. Nahia realized they were at least 3 times the size of a bat. A couple made a low pass at her head, and she was able to see them better. No, they were not bats. They had the body of a reptile, although their wings were similar to a bat's. They seemed to be a mix between an alligator and a bat. Their bodies were covered in green scales, but unlike alligators, their limbs were shaped as claws. They weren't very big, but they looked mean. "They're tiny little dragons," said Evo, getting up to see them better. About 100 came out of the cave and flew around them in circles, going up and down everywhere and making shrill noises.
"Why are they flying around us?" Daphne asked, also standing.
"They must think we're intruders," Aiden reasoned, swatting a couple of them that flew too close to his head with his hands.
"Are they baby somethings?" Nahia asked.
Taika also waved away several flying too close to his head. "They're not babies. I'd say they're adults. Well, they don't look dangerous. They must be some species we don't know about," said Evo, watching them with great interest.
"Aiden, don't you know what they are?"
Nahia asked. The Draconid shook his head. "I'm afraid I have no idea what these flying creatures are." As they watched them, the shrill roars of the flying reptiles became more intense, as well as their passes over the heads of the group. They started brushing against heads and bodies.
"Maybe we'd better move. I don't like their attitude," said Daphne.
"Yeah, they don't seem to like our presence here," Lily added. They took a couple of steps back, and suddenly, one of the creatures attacked Evo's face. "What do you think you're doing, little one?" the Taruk asked, puzzled by the attack. A second one attacked Aiden, also in the face. "Shoo, vermin!" he cried angrily. Nahia noticed they were both bleeding.
"Watch out! They've made you bleed!"
As she finished the warning, two of the creatures attacked her. Nahia bowed her head to cover her face and felt claws and teeth bury into her scalp. These creatures had wickedly sharp claws and teeth.
"Defend yourselves!"
Daphne cried, covering her face with the shield. Aiden and Taika were already defending themselves with sword and shield. They hid behind their shields while delivering sword thrusts up and down. They managed to bring down several of the creatures, but the creatures attacked from all directions.
"Careful with the sword strikes, or we'll hurt each other,"
Nahia warned, barely able to see anything amid all the creatures flying above them in unpredictable patterns before attacking them. The shrill roars were now so intense that it hurt to hear them. Besides, they confused the mind, making it difficult to think.
"Blasted beasts! They've scratched my face! My face!"
Lily was yelling furiously. She delivered sword strikes here and there. She was bleeding from several head wounds, one on her right cheek. "Shield your eyes! They're attacking my eyes!" cried Evo as he delivered backstrokes with his shield, hitting the attacking creatures. The situation became chaotic. The tiny dragons attacked them from every direction. They were swift, their attacks were lacerating, and there were countless creatures fluttering aggressively everywhere. They soon found themselves overwhelmed. Suddenly, more flying creatures came out of the caves. These were similar to the ones already attacking them, but not identical. Nahia noticed they had red backs, unlike the ones attacking them, which were all green. She didn't like this. She had a bad feeling about their arrival. One which came true almost as fast as she thought it. One of the creatures opened its mouth, and instead of biting, it launched a small flame.
"Watch out! They have fire breath,"
Nahia warned her comrades.
"Little devils!"
Daphne cried as she covered herself behind her shield, avoiding the red creature's attacks. "Guard your face and head," Taika warned them as he continued bringing down creatures with his sword. Beside him, Aiden struck right and left, knocking down creatures. The problem was, more kept coming from the caves. The situation, already chaotic, was becoming impossible. There were flames all over, and although they were not very big, they were quite intense. The flying red-backed creatures were attacking their faces with their fiery breaths, and a distraction might cost them a terrible burn or the loss of an eye.
"We have to get out of here,"
Lily cried when a flame burnt part of her hair and her right ear. Nahia's cloak was burning, and she had to take it off and throw it on the floor while she defended herself from other attacks behind her shield. "Let's retreat to the west side of the ridge," Taika said.
"Come on, in an orderly fashion,"
Nahia shouted as she began to retreat. They all went backwards with their shields in front of them for cover. The swarm of creatures never ceased attacking them with claws, teeth, and fire. For everyone they killed, 2 more came out of the caves, some green and some with red backs.
"How are we going to climb?"
Daphne asked, seeing that the tiny dragons had not stopped attacking. "We need to use our elemental breaths to distract them," said Taika. Nahia understood the stratagem.
Lily, Daphne, and I will distract them with our breaths while the rest of you escape to the summit.
Are you sure?
Evo asked in a worried tone. I don't think your breaths will work in this situation, Nahia told them. Evo looked at the 100-odd creatures and nodded.
Fine.
Come on, elemental breaths, Nahia cried, and she concentrated on summoning hers. She hid behind her shield while fire and claws hit it. Beside her, Lily and Daphne were doing the same. Evo, Taika, and Aiden protected them from the creatures attacking from above. Luckily, the red-backed creatures had very short range with their fire breath. Nahia was the first one to produce her elemental fire breath, and she maximized it using the lessons learned from her sorceress talent classes. She gathered a great amount of energy from her inner dragon and turned it into fire. She moved the shield slightly away and opened her mouth, letting out a tremendous flame, both in power and reach. Her fiery breath was 3 times as big and powerful as a regular elemental breath. Over 30 creatures fell incinerated to the ground. Nahia maintained the breath to reach any creature entering her range, since they flew erratically. They went up, down, and turned without any apparent sense or reason. Lily released her elemental ice breath, and a dozen creatures fell to the ground, frozen to death in mid-flight. Her breath did not compare in power or reach to Nahia's, but even though Lily was not a sorceress, it was still very powerful. Eyes! Daphne warned them an instant before releasing her elemental light breath, creating light so intense she blinded another 15 creatures that flew off in every direction, bumping into the wall of rock, falling down the mountain, and crashing against the ground. The 3 kept up their breaths and sought to reach the rest of the creatures that had survived the initial attack.
Evo, start climbing,
Taika said. The great Taruk turned to face the wall of rock. He hesitated. He didn't want to leave his comrades.
Climb, Evo,
Aiden urged him. The beastly giant did not move. Evo looked at his comrades and saw them fighting. He also noticed that more winged creatures were coming out of the caves. He was about to go and help them instead of climbing.
Go up, Evo, quickly,
Taika yelled at him when he realized his comrade was having doubts.
Fine, fine,
Evo said resignedly, and started climbing, albeit feeling quite unsure. Aiden and Taika covered the girls' backs for a moment longer, and when they saw the situation was a little more under control, they started up. They had to escape as fast as they could, because more creatures kept coming out of the caves like furious giant wasps, and the furious onslaught did not seem about to abate. Chapter 6. Nahia kept sending her elemental breath of fire against the creatures, which kept coming and attacking. She touched Daphne's shoulder and jabbed her thumb at her to retreat and leave. Daphne viewed the situation for a moment, and after wrinkling her nose doubtfully, she stopped blinding the creatures with her elemental breath of light. Fine, I'm leaving. Be careful and walk fast, she warned them, and followed Taika and the others upward. Now only Nahia and Lily remained in charge of the situation. They were proving to be a successful distraction. The creatures were not following the rest of the squad as they went up, content to continue attacking the 2 of them. The problem was that they kept coming out of the caves, as if thousands of the little beasts remained inside. Nahia touched Lily's shoulder and motioned for her to retreat. She had just brought down 30 more creatures, and it was the right moment. Lily looked at her out of the corner of her eye hesitantly. Nahia insisted and repeated the motion. The Scarlatum still hesitated a moment longer. She was frowning, a clear sign that she was very worried. If there was something Lily seriously hated, it was frowning, since the marks might stay forever and ruin her beautiful crimson face. And there was little else Lily valued as much as her beauty and personal magnetism, if anything. She finally made the decision and began to retreat without ceasing her elemental breath of ice. She was very careful not to hit Nahia with it, as Nahia continued attacking with her elemental breath of fire. She reached the spot where their comrades had climbed up and stopped throwing her breath. She glanced at Nahia one last time and frowned again. Nahia, who felt her at her back, waved her on again. Lily muttered a protest, shook her head, and started climbing as fast as she could. Now it was only Nahia in front of the creatures. She was still launching her elemental breath of fire, but was beginning to have a funny feeling, something like a warning from her subconscious that she would not be able to keep it up much longer. She was using a lot of inner energy to sustain her fiery breath, but if she stopped, the flying creatures would lunge at her all at once and kill her. She had to think through how to get out of this mess alive. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Lily already halfway up the wall.
She knew she needed to gain time in order to do the same, but nothing came to mind. She was too focused on finishing off all the creatures that swarmed at her, moving her head up and down and side to side as she directed her breath. Her neck and mouth hurt from the continual effort. Suddenly, something fell from above. She couldn't see it well since she was so concentrated on killing the creatures. She had the impression that it might be an elemental ball. It hit the ground in front of her and burst. Everything went dark around her. She understood at once. It was Taika. He had dropped a ball of darkness to help her escape. That was the opening she needed. She thanked the heavens for having such intelligent and skillful comrades, the kind who did not leave their friends behind, which was even worthier and more creditable. The idea Taika had given her grew strong in her mind. She knew how to get out of there. She maintained her elemental breath of fire, although she could see nothing ahead of her, and began to summon a ball of fire. She had never tried anything like this, maintaining a skill while summoning a second one. She felt like she was going against nature, that she should only summon one skill at a time. But if she wanted to get out of there, she needed two, so she concentrated on succeeding. A second ball dropped, and when it burst, the blackness became even deeper. It was as if a fog, black as a moonless night, had risen in front of her. She could see to her sides and behind her, but in front was a wall of absolute darkness. The creatures came in and out of the darkness, confused and disoriented. She continued summoning her ball of fire while simultaneously launching her fiery breath. She didn't feel like she could do it, but she had to try it now that she had a moment, thanks to the confusion Taika's darkness spheres had caused. She concentrated as hard as she could, given the circumstances, and suddenly in her right hand, the sphere of fire she had been summoning appeared. She couldn't believe it. She had done it. Her elemental breath of fire was still in effect, and she had the ball of fire in her hand. But something odd happened. Her breath began to go out. For an instant, she was confused, unsure of what was going on, so she tried to calm down and think. She quickly discovered the reason. She was sending her inner energy to the ball and not to her breath. Here was a problem she had never faced before: how to divide her flow of inner energy. It was always one stream, but now she needed two in order to maintain the two skills she had summoned. She concentrated on the flow, but two of the creatures crashed against her blindly, one striking her chest and the other against her leg. This distracted her. Within the darkness, the creatures flew in every direction erratically, bumping into one another. The dangerous ones were those that left the blackness, those she had to bring down, although luckily there were less of them. She took a step back and tried to concentrate again on her stream of inner energy. Her elemental breath of fire was going out. And if it did, that would be a disaster. She had to send more energy to it, so she focused on splitting the stream with all her might, and then visualized in her mind the two skills, the breath and the fireball. She had to split the flow and make it reach the two. She imagined a big river that reached a large boulder in the middle, one that could not be carried away, forcing the stream to branch into two paths. She thought it was a good mental image of what she wanted to achieve. Suddenly, there was a silver flash and her breath revived. It went from being faint and weak to projecting fire once again with great force. Several creatures lunging at her died, incinerated among shrill cries. The flow of inner energy was now split. One part fed her breath skill and another her fireball. Nahia couldn't believe she had done it. She was delighted. But the joy of her success vanished when three creatures attacked her, emerging from the blackness. She took 2 steps back and incinerated the attackers with her elemental breath of fire. She calculated how much energy she had already sent to the fireball and thought it was enough for what she wanted to do. In any case, she had no more time. Another 100 creatures would soon come out of the darkness, and that would be her end. She took one more step back and threw her ball of fire into the middle of the blackness in front of her. There was a tremendous explosion, which struck all the creatures inside of it. They died in an instant from the terrible explosion, and the flame that spread around the point of impact on the ground. A huge flame rose to the sky, and Nahia herself fell backwards from the strength of the burst. "Wow, what an explosion," she muttered from the ground. It had been a lot larger than she had calculated. No doubt her sorceress lessons from the year before were bearing fruit. She watched the blackness, which was now a cloud of tall flames. "Nahia, come up!" she heard Daphne's urgent voice. She didn't need to be told again. Her mind urged her to get out of there at full speed. assuring her she now had a chance to escape and she must take it. And she did. She got up from the ground as fast as a cat and began to climb the wall, aware that more flying creatures would come out of the caves and seek to kill her. Behind her, she could hear the screams of the creatures that met a fiery demise in the midst of the darkness that still persisted. She found it odd that her fire did not consume Taika's darkness, before realizing that in order to destroy Taika's darkness, they needed Daphne's light. Only that would destroy it. Nahia climbed faster than she ever had before. She had outsmarted the flying creatures, and this was her chance. The only problem was that she was out of breath from the height. Her mind wanted to climb like lightning, but her lungs refused to let her body take more than small steps. It was very difficult to breathe on that wall. The height was becoming a problem that might kill them, directly or indirectly, as was now the case. She was a little higher up the mountain, but not enough to escape. If she didn't go further up, she was going to get caught. She filled her lungs several times and tried to get away climbing, but unfortunately not as fast as she would have liked. Suddenly, 2 more balls dropped to the ground, one of ice and the other of storm. They exploded, one on either side of the blackness, and discharged devastating ice and lightning. Nahia saw the explosions and several creatures dropping dead. How grateful she was for the help. She smiled and filled her lungs again with difficulty, but she managed. Her comrades were covering her escape, and this encouraged her to keep climbing no matter how hard it was to breathe. She now climbed with a little more hope because of her friend's help. Even so, it was hard to reach her comrades, not only because of the high altitude, but because the wall of rock was now covered with snow and ice. They now had to be even more careful to not slip and fall. "You finally made it," Lily said with a sigh of relief. Nahia's hands reached the ledge where her comrades were waiting. Ivo gave her his own huge hand, and Nahia took it gratefully. The strong Turuk lifted her as if she were a rag doll and gently deposited her on the snow-dusted, frost-covered ground. "That thing below was interesting," Nahia muttered as she tried to catch her breath.
"You don't say. The bad kind of interesting," Daphne said, wrinkling her nose as she did when she did not like something. "My face is all scratched, and my hands and hair are burnt. I'm so angry. It's a catastrophe," Lily moaned.
"We all have cuts and burns, but they're not serious." Aiden waved it aside. "They're the marks of a warrior. You ought to be proud."
"They're not important to you. You're uglier than a nightmare." "For me, it's very serious," Lily exploded. "Take it easy. I'll heal those cuts on your face. There will be no trace, not even the tiniest scar, I think," Daphne told her. "You think? What do you mean you think? There can be no scars anywhere on my body." Lily raised her hands and waved them beside herself.
"A scar is horrifying to a Scarlatum, the worst thing that could happen to them," Ivo told them. "They live for their beauty and charm."
"I'm beginning to see that," Nahia said, lying on the snowy ground.
She was cold. The temperature was very low up here. She hadn't realized when she was climbing as fast as she could, and of course had felt warm from the exercise, but now that she was resting, she felt it. "It's very sad," Aiden said. "What superficial values."
"Shut up, you're uglier than a chasm," Daphne snapped as she laid her hands on Lily's face.
While Daphne strove to heal Lily's wounds and not leave any scars, the others rested. "We can't stay here much longer," Aiden said. "We have to keep climbing to the top." Nahia agreed. Besides, she was freezing. She had sweated during the climb, and now that sweat was freezing on her skin at such glacial temperatures.
"There you go. I can't do anything about the hair. That will have to grow back on its own," Daphne told her. "I'm worried, terribly worried. I need a mirror."
Lily was beside herself. "Don't worry. I swear you're beautiful," Ivo told her.
"Sure, you'd say anything to humor me."
"I'm Ivo," the great Turuk shrugged. "We have to keep going. We're almost there, and the temperature is too low. We could get sick," Taika told them.
"Fine," Lily protested furiously.
Nahia had never seen Lily in such a state. It was true that their personal beauty and physical appearance were all important to the Scarlatum. Aiden took the lead and began the last stage of the climb. The others refused Daphne's care until the test was over. They all had cuts and burns on different parts of their bodies, but they were not serious, and each of them was determined to keep going. The final stretch was tough and freezing. The snow covered the whole summit of the large mountain. They soon found out it was not only snow, but also ice and frost. "Be careful. It's very slippery," Aiden warned from the lead. They went up slowly. They had to secure every step, since they were treading on ice on the rocky ground and the slope, albeit not as steep as before. If they lost their grip with either their hands or feet, it would send them to their death all the same. The worst thing was that they were climbing without gloves. They hadn't been given any. Most likely on purpose, to make the last stretch of the climb even harder. Nahia's hands froze at the first frozen ramps. She tried to go on, but the time came when she could not feel them, and they were almost unresponsive. She couldn't grasp the rocks. They had to climb at a crouch and hold on, since the final slope to the peak was quite steep. "I can't feel my hands," she warned her comrades. "Me neither," Lily replied.
"Same here."
Daphne was trying to warm her right hand with her breath, but there was barely any warmth coming from it. "Use your cloaks, cut them with your daggers, and wrap your hands in the strips," Taika told them. Evo nodded. "That's a very good idea." "Be careful when you do, don't lose your balance," Taika warned. Cutting up the cloaks was more difficult than they thought. They had to use the daggers precisely and cut where there were no scales. It took them a long time, but they finally did it. They wrapped their hands in the cloak strips and tried to reach the summit. Nahia was tempted to use her elemental breath of fire on her hands, but that would be crazy since she would burn them. One of the main things they had to be wary of when using their magic was not hurting themselves or others. That freezing cold gave her crazy thoughts. She did her best to dismiss such notions and try to rationalize her ideas. They were almost at the top and could see the summit clearly. Wrapping their hands helped with the cold, but it made it more difficult to maintain a good grip. They had to concentrate more to hold on properly and keep going. Suddenly, Nahia heard a scream. She looked right and saw someone falling down the mountain. She held her breath. Whoever it was managed to hold on at the last moment and stayed still lying there. Based on the distance, it wasn't a member of their squad. It must be one of the Searing Squad's members. She could not see their face since it was buried in the snow. She waited a moment and then saw someone going down to help. She did recognize this one. It was Beck, the Fatum from the Searing Squad. "Trouble," Nahia warned her group and pointed at the two members of the other squad. Her comrades, forming a long climbing line upward, looked at where she was pointing.
"It's the Searing Squad."
Daphne recognized them. "One of them seems to be in trouble," Evo said. "We must reach the summit. We're almost there," Aiden said. "What if they fall down?" Lily asked. "They have to reach the summit by themselves, like us," Aiden insisted, and pointed upward. Nahia sighed deeply. She was exhausted, and her hands were not really responding, but she couldn't leave them there without trying to aid them. She took a deep breath of the icy air and made her decision. "I'm going to help them," she told her comrades.
"I'm coming too,"
Daphne said. "No, we must finish the test," Aiden yelled angrily. Nahia ignored him and began to move to the right instead of climbing further up. With each side movement, she felt her hands killing her. A little further up, Daphne was also moving to the right like her. They were not going to leave their squadron comrades to their fate, no matter how much it upset their red leader. Chapter 7. They reached their squad comrades. They were on the north side of a large boulder, leaning against it to keep from falling. "How are you, Beck?" Nahia asked, recognizing the Fatum boy. He had received a hard blow against the boulder they were leaning on. Frozen to the bone," he said, teeth chattering. "He slipped. We were almost at the top," Logar said regretfully. His lion mane had frost on it. "Well, at least he didn't get himself killed." Nahia looked down and made a face that meant it might have been much worse. "I'm not sure I hurt my back," Beck tried to say, but it came out haltingly between the blow and the cold. "You were very lucky to strike this boulder. It stopped your fall downhill," Logar told him. "I was afraid we'd lost you." Beck nodded with his eyes closed. Daphne arrived just then.
"Injuries?"
she asked. "He has several cuts on his hands from the flying creatures," Logar explained. "That's why he lost his grip." "And a strong blow to his back, I think," Nahia ventured.
"I can heal those injuries,"
Daphne said, crouching beside Beck.
Cuts and blows, if they're not too bad, I can handle. Take it easy, Daphne said, trying to ease him.
That would be fantastic. We're almost there.
Logar shook his head, saddened.
Thank you. Thank you so much,
Beck managed to say to Daphne. He could not stop trembling. Don't thank me. It was Nahia who decided we had to help you. I only followed her in case she got into trouble.
Thank you, Nahia, honestly,
Logar said gratefully. Don't mention it. I don't leave a comrade behind.
You are amazing,
Beck said with a look of pain, teeth chattering. Try not to tremble so much, Daphne told him, as she held his hands in hers and tried to heal his injuries.
I'm trying.
Try harder, Nahia said. Logar held Beck's arms and stopped the trembling. Thanks, that helps a lot, Daphne told him, and she hastened to heal the cuts. Nahia watched her friend work and thought it was wonderful what Daphne could already do with her healer talent. Nahia was envious. She would have liked to be a healer instead of a sorceress, but nothing had ended up as she hoped at the academy. Beck's wounds began to close, but he looked worse. It was the cold. Beck is freezing. Even if Daphne heals his injuries, he won't be able to climb, she told Logar.
He must,
the lion said. The rest of the squad? Nahia asked him.
At the summit. We were nearly at the very top. They can't come down. They wouldn't be able to climb back up. They're as frozen and tired as Beck. I still have some strength.
You're brave. It does you credit that you came down for him, Daphne told him.
I couldn't leave him down here like that.
Logar shook his head. Nahia nodded and looked into his eyes. They both knew that if they left him there, he would die. The dragons would never help. They would let him freeze and die where he was. Thus, ruthless was the path. Daphne spent a long time healing Beck's body's injuries, and when she finished, she turned to Nahia. I can't do anything else. The cuts are closed and the bruises are treated, but he's never going to be able to climb like that. His limbs are practically frozen.
We have to save him. Maybe I can carry him,
Logar suggested. You're a brave lion, but that's crazy. You'd both fall down the mountain, Nahia told him. It's a hard enough climb already. Carrying someone else is a death sentence. Daphne joined Nahia, determined to make sure the lion dismissed the idea. We have to warm him up. I can make a fire. Nahia was trying to find a way to help him. Good, we could start there, Daphne said encouragingly. Fine. Nahia called upon her elemental breath of fire, but completely opposite to how a sorceress would. She kept it small and weak. She had never tried anything like that, and the end result was a mini fire breath. She projected it in front of her comrades. The three gathered close to the flame and put their hands to it to warm up.
This is very good,
Beck told her.
You'll have to keep it up for a while so he warms up,
Logar said. Nahia made an affirmative sign with her right hand. In so doing, she realized that if she put her hands under the fire, she would also warm up. She only had to make sure not to touch the flame. For a long while, they warmed up with Nahia's small fire, and at last, they all managed to warm up. Beck was still feeling the cold, but his limbs were responding again, and he had some color to his face.
I think we'll be able to finish,
Logar said, looking up toward the summit. Nahia stopped sending her elemental breath. Are you sure? She asked.
Yeah, I feel 1,000 times better,
Beck said. Nahia was delighted. Let's all finish this stupid test, said Daphne. Yeah, before these accursed beasts kill us, Nahia replied, looking up at the sky where Arrakis Godigites was watching them, flying in circles like a colossal red vulture.
Thank you, Nahia and Daphne, really. You saved my life.
Beck thanked them again, smiling sincerely.
Yes, thank you very much, both of you.
Logar joined him. Let's show those monsters that they can't do anything to us. Let's finish this test, Nahia said, enraged. She was not expecting the two squad members to join her in cursing the dragons. No one ever dared. It was to be expected. But she was wrong.
Let's show those soulless monsters they can't do anything to us,
said Logar. They won't kill me today, heartless beasts. Beck joined him. Nahia was very surprised to hear them. She saw rage and hatred in both their eyes, and this gave her hope.
The more people in the academy who felt this way, the higher chance they had of obtaining freedom someday. "We'll see you at the summit, victorious," Nahia told them. Logar and Beck began to climb the way they had come down. Nahia and Daphne went northwest. The rest of their squad was waiting for them a little further up. They went up carefully, but now that their hands and feet responded, it was much easier to travel the distance that separated them. They reached Lily. "Everything all right?" the Scarlatum asked them. "Yeah, everything's fine. Let's keep going," Nahia replied. "Granite Head is already at the top," Lily told them.
"I expected no less,"
Daphne said. They went up the last ramps and reached the peak. 5 steps away from the summit, Aiden was waiting for them. "It took you quite a while. I've been waiting a long time," he said, bad-humored.
"It took us what it took us,"
Daphne replied, wrinkling her nose. "You should have waited," Lily said to Aiden, looking angry. "And what do you think I'm doing?" "You're only waiting because you're not allowed to finish without the whole squad," Lily accused him. "As it should be. We're a squad, and we must arrive at the goal as a squad," Aiden admitted. "Let's finish and not argue now," Taika told them. They all nodded and reached the summit, where they found the banners of all the squadrons stuck in the snow. They took theirs and raised it victorious. On the other side of the peak rested those who had already arrived. Among them was Logan's squad. Nahia saw him and was very happy. She sighed in relief. They had made it without casualties. And besides, Logan was there, as handsome and strong as ever, albeit somewhat exhausted. His usual reserved look appeared gray, without light. No doubt because of the effort. Everyone at the top of the mountain looked worn out. "Igneous Squad, you have completed the test, although in a shameful manner. Return the banner to its place and rest behind the peak with the others. I'm very disappointed and furious with the behavior you have shown. That will be addressed later." Nahia watched the arrival of the squads while she thought about the message of their leader. No doubt he was furious because they had helped the other squads. A short while later, the Searing squad arrived. Logar and Beck had made it to the top. Nahia could not care less about the punishment Arrakis Godigites might give them for helping the other squads. It had been worth it. It would always be worth it. They had to wait quite a long time until the last squad reached the summit. The cold cutting wind at the top of the mountain, the icy temperature and the tremendous height they were at, pressed on their lungs, preventing them from breathing normally. It was an additional punishment they did not need. And yet, Nahia knew this was precisely what the dragons wanted. That they suffer until the last moment. "On your feet, Red Squadron!" Arrakis Godigites' order reached them. Nahia and her comrades stood up at once, and as they did, they saw that the rest of the members of the other squadrons did so too. The 6 squadron leaders came down from the sky where they had been following the test. They landed along the southern rim of the summit, straightening up and roaring almost in unison. A moment later, the 2 great dragons that had been flying in circles around the summit came down and landed on the tip of the peak of the great mountain like royal eagles controlling their domain. "This year, the beginning test of the 3rd year has fulfilled the expectations I had. Most of the squads have done well enough. A couple have gravely disappointed me. Their leaders will make sure they amend the behavior of those squads at once, since it is unacceptable. They will do so with the suitable punishments, of course, as it must be." They received the powerful message from Colonel Lihan Gogor, the dragon responsible for the Dracoros Academy. Nahia exchanged glances with Lily and Daphne. The 3 knew that their squad would be one of those punished. Aiden also knew it because he snorted hard, enraged, and the snort was directed at Nahia's nape. She was wondering which other squad would be punished. "The test is over. You will come down the north side and then return to the academy by the same route you followed to get here. Each squadron will take care of their injured and dead." They received the colonel's and Commander Began Zudi Indar's order. Nahia realized then that there had been casualties in the test. She had been so immersed in everything going on and felt so exhausted, she had not had time to give it a thought. She wondered how many, and from which squadrons. She felt the flame of rage light up in her stomach. She tried to control it. The colonel and commander were right there, a few paces away from her. If she said or did anything to upset them, Arrakis Godigites would kill her right there for the dishonor she caused. "Go now and return to the academy. The 3rd year awaits you, and it is one you will remember for the rest of your short lives. It will be a complicated year. You have much to learn and improve before you graduate. It is your last year here. Do your best, do it well, and you will manage to graduate as dragon warlocks and witches. An honor few achieve. Fail and you know what awaits you. The colonel messaged to them, along with a feeling that it expected them all to try their best. Nahia took a deep breath. They only had 1 year left, and they would leave that academy of horrors. The problem was going to be surviving the whole year. She had already guessed it would be more difficult than the previous years, and those had been torture. One last note before you start the journey back. This year, we have the added incentive of the war in Dramea. No doubt it will influence the course of the academic year. You must also know that among those who manage to graduate, the best might be chosen to serve as dragon riders, a very special honor which a privileged few will be able to enjoy. I trust that will encourage you to strive beyond the best of your abilities. That is what is needed to be the best. Do so, and you might enjoy that honor. This time the message came with a feeling of doubt that anyone would succeed. Nahia felt rage that it underestimated them, and thought that she would succeed, if nothing else to prove to that ruthless and conceited dragon that it was wrong. Then she thought that she would have to ride a dragon, and she dismissed the idea at once. She didn't want to be a dragon rider. Nothing was further from her wishes. At that moment, she only wanted to get out of there. Riding a dragon was the last thing she wanted. Besides, she didn't understand why the dragons wanted riders at all. It seemed like a contradiction. The dragons didn't need to carry dragon warlocks on their backs. Why? She could not understand it, and did not want to either. Squadrons, march back to the academy. Take your wounded and dead. Squadron leaders, lead them, the commander ordered. The leaders bowed their heads, and a moment later the colonel and commander took off. Watching them fly away, so huge and powerful, Nahia had to admit, much to her chagrin, that they were awesome creatures. Also, hateful and dangerous. She wondered whether one day she and her friends would be able to finish them off. She wanted to think they could. Lasgol had shown her undeniable proof that they were not indestructible. Perhaps it would be much harder to kill dragons as powerful as those, but it had to be possible. They would do it. Nahia looked at her comrades and made a cheerful sign. They started back to the academy. Chapter 8. For the first time ever, she never believed it could happen. Nahia was glad to enter the Dracoros Academy, to cross the high walls guarded by young dragons and get to the barracks, her and all her comrades. They arrived broken from the third-year beginning test. They went straight to their beds. They did not even have the strength to talk. Breathing and moving their legs was already a colossal effort. If reaching the summit of the mountain for the test had been death, returning to the academy had been nothing less. They had been in high spirits when they started back down the mountain, but they had not counted on the fact that they were exhausted and the academy was far away. Once they reached the foot of the mountain, they realized that a long journey awaited them and their battered bodies were exhausted. Each squad began to have members who fainted and fell on the spot. Things became so bad that the leaders had allowed them to stop for a 3-hour nap near a beech forest. This frugal rest had saved them from staying where they were, but it had not restored their worn-out strength, not even close. They needed to sleep at least 1 whole day and night in order to recover, something which, of course, the dragons did not allow. They had to go on, and thus they arrived at the academy at dawn after marching again for a day and a night. Nahia had hoped the dragons would let them rest after such a tremendous test. She shut her eyes in her cot, and as her eyes closed, she wished to sleep for a whole season. Unfortunately, in Dracoros, wishful thinking never amounted to anything. With the first light of the following day, the roars of the squadron leaders woke them all up. "No, no, no!" Daphne shouted, lying on her face in her cot, refusing to wake up to the call to line up. "I'm dead. I don't have the strength to move," Lily protested, without moving from the cot where she was sleeping on her back without opening her eyes. "They're calling all the third years," Taika informed them as he looked out of the window. "The 6 leaders are in the bailey. Our leader is already waiting for us. We need to hurry up." Aiden was dressing as fast as he could. We've overslept,
he cried, concerned. Ivo yawned, opening his mouth as wide as it would go. He began to rub his eyes without getting up.
The mind needs rest, just like the body. To deprive us of rest only impairs our physical and mental faculties. I don't see the meaning behind this,
the Taruk said with his usual calm. It makes sense to them. They only think about torturing us, Lily exploded. I need my beauty sleep. I'm getting older by the moment.
They're not going to give us any rest. You know it,
Daphne told her as she sat up in her cot with slow movements, without any strength. She had one eye open and the other closed, and was already wrinkling her nose. Nahia was so worn out, she had only managed to roll onto her side in bed. She knew she had to get up, but her body refused to. It was as if all the strength had been sucked out of her. Blood ran through her veins, but it carried no vigor.
We'd better go down to line up, or we'll be in trouble,
Taika told them as he stretched to loosen up his cramped muscles. My hands and feet hurt like a nightmare, Nahia said once she managed to stand up with difficulty. I can beat that. Besides my hands and feet, my arms and legs hurt too, Lily told her as she got up with grunts of pain.
Even my head hurts, and don't even get me started on my lungs,
Daphne said, as she tried to clear her head and open her other eye.
As far as your lungs go, it's logical, because of the effort and height. I think we're all hurting the same,
Ivo said, breathing through the nose and filling his own lungs. He made a pained face.
As far as your head goes, that's a bit irregular.
Yeah, my lungs are also sore, Nahia said, nodding and pressing on them to see whether they hurt. She grunted. They did hurt. It would be better not to press.
The headache might be from the combination of physical and magical exhaustion,
Taika ventured. Daphne, both eyes open by now and getting ready, nodded.
Yeah, there was much of both.
Hurry up! We have to go line up,
Aiden insisted as he gestured at them from the doorway. We're all ready, Granite Head, Lily replied as she massaged her face. Tired, sore, and sleepy, they finished getting ready as fast as their battered bodies and minds allowed and went down to the Bailey to line up. And of course, there was Arrakis Godigites waiting by their banner of fire. It had changed places and was now at the north side of the square, near where it ended, the entrance to the castle at its back. Seeing it there, waiting for them, Nahia guessed that since it was their 3rd year, they were advancing their position toward the castle. Maybe that was not actually the case. She had no way of knowing. But she did know that simply seeing their leader made her skin crawl. They arrived in front of the banner and quickly lined up with heads bowed. Nahia saw the Ardent and Searing squads lining up on their right and left. Several members glanced at them in greeting, as well as acknowledgement. On your knees, squadron! Arrakis Godigites' message reached them so strongly that their heads hurt as if they had been pierced with a hot iron right in the middle of their forehead. A feeling of fury accompanied the message.
Ouch,
Daphne uttered under her breath. Nahia shut her eyes hard to bear the pain. Their leader was in a terrible mood.
Once again, you dishonor me. The commander and the colonel have lectured me. You have put me to shame before the other leaders and my superiors. This is unacceptable. Your behavior is inadmissible.
The mental messages reached them with such force and fury that they were all forced to throw their heads back. Several put their hands to their heads, trying to stop it. The pain increased, as if with every cry another nail was buried in their forehead, piercing the center of their minds. Nahia had already expected the first meeting with their leader to be along these lines. Their leader didn't care that they had finished the test absolutely broken and exhausted, and that the rest they had been granted was not enough. Now they had to face the fury of the Great Red Dragon. Daphne and Lily looked resigned, like Nahia. They already knew the wrath of Arrakis Godigites would fall upon them like the weight of the mountain they had just climbed. They were not going to escape their leader's wrath. Taika made a pacifying gesture with his hands. It was best not to show any feeling and endure the hurricane like stone statues. As they were on their way to line up, Aiden had already told them off for their behavior during the test. He was sure they were going to be punished severely. He blamed them for whatever might happen, and, despite Lily's and Daphne's protests, he made his opinion known. Ivo took it with his usual calm. Whatever had to be would be.
And here they were, waiting for whatever was about to befall them. Not only them, the Ardent and Searing squads, too. They had apparently also not behaved like they should have during the test either. Nahia didn't care what their leader or the other dragons thought. What was important was that everyone in the Red Squadron had survived the test. The rest didn't matter. Unfortunately, Arrakis Gorikaites was not of the same opinion. But of course, the Red Dragon cared less about their survival than looking good before the leaders of the Academy. The disappointment I have suffered from this third-year beginning test has been monumental. When have I ordered the Igneous Squad to help the Ardent Squad? When have I ordered the Igneous Squad to help the Searing Squad? Never! Now the message exploded in everyone's minds as if it were attacking them with its thoughts, and they all held their heads from the intense pain they suffered. Nahia bent over, trying to bear the sharp pain. It was as if something had burst in her mind. She bore the harm and saw her comrades in the same situation. Arrakis Gorikaites was really furious. Nahia didn't understand why. So what if they helped their comrades? It was the right thing to do. And even if the dragon didn't accept it, the whole squadron was intact. That was a real triumph. Why did it not see that? The reason surfaced in her mind a moment later, the pain delaying her thoughts. Because it was a dragon, that was why. Only a dragon would be outraged by one squad helping another in their own squadron. Where was the fault in that if they managed to finish the test alive? Just thinking about what would happen to them if they had helped another squadron filled her with dread. Arrakis Gorikaites would be roasting them right now. If it did not accept that they had helped squads from their own squadron, it would definitely hate them helping a rival one. The order was to finish the test as fast as possible. Each squad had to try and reach the summit first. I ordered it explicitly. In a test of speed, you do not stop for anything. Nothing at all. The messages were filled with rage, causing intense pain to the whole squadron. No one was spared. Nahia knew that in Arrakis Gorikaites' eyes they were nothing, and it was proving that again. It did not approve of what they had done because they had shown themselves superior. For this dragon and all others, they were only slaves from inferior races that had no value and whose death was something completely acceptable and normal. If she had Nazgul's bow in her hands, she would try to kill that soulless being. She would pierce its black heart. She would likely fail, but she would die trying. She would die happy. She reminisced on such thoughts in the midst of the pain she was feeling, and realized that if she died like that, she would achieve nothing. Sacrificing herself without reason was not good for reaching any goal. No, that was not the way to achieve freedom. She would save herself, to fight and defeat the dragons, now that they knew there was a way of doing it. You have shamed and dishonored me before the colonel and the commander. For this you will all be punished. Each and every person, without exception. You will go to the dungeons to work for the whole season. But I will be fair. Not all of you will suffer the same punishment. The 2 repeaters who have already been to the dungeons will have a more severe punishment because they deserve it. Thus you will learn your lesson. If any of you do not survive, I am sure it will be an incentive for all of you in the future. Orders are carried out, not interpreted. The announcement left everyone worried. They had not been expecting such a punishment, or that Arrakis Gorikaites would punish the whole squadron. It was disturbing, and it showed how furious it really was. If the punishment itself was bad, the fact that the whole squadron would be barely sleeping for an entire season was going to be disastrous, especially in the squadron formation training. There was nothing worse than exhaustion. When there were only 1 or 2 people punished, they could pretend. But with the whole squadron punished, it was going to be terrible. Their poor performance might bring on further punishments. Nahia thought they were beginning their 3rd year in the worst way possible. This was going to be a calamitous year. She could foresee it. Not only her, but Daphne and Lily clearly also knew they were going to have to bear this last year. Nahia realized that Taika, Aiden, Evo, and Lily would go to the 2nd underground level of the dungeon for the first time. Not good at all. She was worried. It was also troubling that Daphne would be going to the 3rd underground level with her. She would have to prep her to survive the underground world. Her concern was growing, despite the fact that she could barely think with the headache she had. Arrakis Gorikaites let out a long, sustained roar, as if letting all its rage and anger leave its body. Nahia seized the moment to glance around unobtrusively to find Anna and Logan. She found them in their squadrons, and this cheered her up. Seeing them always raised her spirits, and made her feel less alone and vulnerable, more accompanied. Although really, in the academy, they were all left alone to undergo the horror represented by the dragons. But Nahia's heart rejoiced from seeing them. They were her friends. They had started this horrible adventure together, and so far they were still alive. She thought about poor Maika, who had died at the end of the first year. Her heart shrunk at the memory. One day they would get justice for her and the thousands and thousands like her who had died unjustly and improperly under the oppressive claws of the dragons. As she looked at them, she realized that both their friends' squadrons were missing a whole squad each. That was terrible. 12 unjust deaths added to the endless list of victims killed by the dragons. The third year begins. This is the last year in the academy. Araka's Godigites grew a little calmer, and its message did not hammer their minds. The looks of pain gradually subsided from the faces of all in the squadron. The looks of concern remained. Their worries would not vanish so easily. The squads and squadrons will be reorganized according to the casualties they have suffered during the first 2 years of training. You will notice some squads have disappeared. Since they had few members, these have been sent to other squads which also had members missing to complete them. What does remain is the fact that any squadron must have at least one squad so it does not disappear. This has made some members move from one squad to another so the 6 squadrons live on. Luckily, this is not the case with the Red Squadron. There are 4 members missing, 2 from the Searing and 2 from the Ardent, but I trust they will recover. If they do not, there will be no more substitutions this year. There is no one available after the reorganization. Nahia was processing the message and trying to calm the flame that had awoken in her stomach. Her rage wanted to burst into a fire and incinerate that inhumane dragon and all the others. They were talking about the deaths they had caused, as if they were only numbers. Worse than that, they were nothing more than vacancies to them, gaps in squads and squadrons. Now, break ranks and find your sleeping quarters in the third-year barracks. There's plenty of space. Afterward, go to administration and get your third-year clothes. Once you have them, you may go and have lunch. Go, and remember that tonight you begin your punishment after dinner. It ended on a calmer note, without affecting their minds and causing pain, which they were all grateful for. They left immediately, not only because they had to follow an order without delay or hesitation, but to avoid another message loaded with intense pain. They didn't speak, they simply fled the square. They went to the third-year barracks. There was indeed plenty of space, since it was as large as those from their first and second years, but the number of pupils had reduced significantly. They got themselves a room upstairs with a view of the square. Aiden was not pleased because he wanted one closer to the door, but that one had no views since it was downstairs and the girls didn't want it. In the end, they had insisted stubbornly, and the Draconid, knowing he would lose the argument in the end, had yielded. They divided the room like they had the previous years, and all occupied the same beds and closets. There was not much difference between this barracks and those of first and second, with the exception that it appeared empty, with many people missing. Nahia looked down the long corridor outside their room and the stairs and felt they transmitted loneliness. This feeling was repeated in the dining hall. They were all sitting at their new table, close to the entrance, looking around. They were trying to get used to the new setting. Well, it's strange to be sitting here, Evo commented, looking at the door where the first-year squads were entering. Strange? Why do you say that? Aiden's face was relaxed, and a half-smile was on his lips. He seemed the most at ease. Because I didn't think we would get here, Evo admitted, feeling the table and the long bench with his large hands. Lily looked at him with wide eyes. That's a somewhat surprising statement coming from you, the reflective philosopher. I did not want to upset you, but if you study the situation, you'll reach the conclusion that almost no squad manages to reach the third year with all its members. We are an exception. You are absolutely right, my friend, Taika said, watching the other third-year squads sitting at their new tables. Yeah, many haven't made it, Lily said with a sad face.
Too many,
Daphne said, shaking her head.
I was sure I would get to this table,
Aiden said, as if the opposite was not even a possibility.
You're always so sure of yourself, but not so of others,
Daphne said accusingly.
Because I'll make it. And you, well...
We'll make it, same as you,
Lily finished the sentence for him in an angry tone. I hope so. Aiden made a gesture with his hands, meaning that it remained to be seen. Is there any other adverse conclusion you've reached, and that you're keeping to yourself to avoid upsetting us? Lily asked Evo, raising her eyebrow. Yes, I've made some educated guesses, Evo confirmed.
So, are you going to tell us?
Daphne asked in a tone that indicated he ought to. I'd rather not create unrest and nervousness unless it's necessary. But it might be something important we should know about, Nahia told him with a questioning look. Don't worry. If it's important, I'll let you know in due time.
You're mean,
Daphne protested. I'm Evo. The great Taruk shrugged. They kept eating while they watched what went on around them. I still think they should give us different clothes each year, Lily commented, looking down at her black sleeves with silver scales. They are different. They have a different dragon and the number 3 on the cloak. Aiden corrected her. I mean the color. This black is horribly dull, Lily replied, making a disappointed face. It's suitable for combat, especially if it takes place at night, Taika explained. I'm not arguing against that, but a strong orange or bright red are much livelier. Lily posed in her imagined colors. And more prone to getting attacked, Taika said. It's good to be wary, Nahia told her. You take the joy out of everything, Lily protested as she waved her hand, dropping the subject. There are so few of us left, Nahia commented as she compared the first-year tables, which were full, with the second-year ones, who had already lost a good number of their members. The third-year tables were the starkest, a lot of people missing. Too many people. It's horrible, Lily commented without her usual good mood.
I'm terribly sorry for the first-year newbies, Daphne said. Look at their frightened faces. How many will get to the third-year tables?
Less than half, Taika answered, having done the math already. What useless slaughter! What an abomination! Nahia was shaking her head, unhappy and feeling hopeless. We're still alive, which is what matters. We can be happy, Aiden said, trying to cheer up the group, but that was not really his thing.
Don't be such a granite head. Think about all those who have died instead of yourself for once, Daphne told him.
Aiden thought about it for a moment. He nodded and said no more. The sad thing is that we'll still have some casualties this third year, Evo told them. We must tread very carefully, Taika warned them. The tiger's eyes were dull with worry.
Starting tonight in the dungeons, Daphne added.
Yeah, that's going to be dangerous for all of us, said Lily. Don't worry, I'll help you, Nahia said as she realized that Taika was absolutely right. I'll tell you how things work down there and what we have to do to survive. It's a different world with its own rules. It's dangerous. You must be very careful. Just hearing the words dungeon and underground gives me the willies. What a loathsome place, Lily said.
Wait until you see who inhabits it and what it guards. You're going to love them. They're super sociable, Daphne said sarcastically. Lily looked at Nahia. There are pretty loathsome creatures down there. Yep, Nahia confirmed. Just what I need, Lily moaned. Besides, it'll be very damp, and the air will be rancid down there. My hair will be ruined. I don't think your hair is what you should worry about in the dungeons, Evo told her. Listen to me carefully, and I'll tell you everything you need to know. Remember it. You'll need it, Nahia said. And she told them everything she knew and had experienced in that underworld. While she did, she was thinking that her comrades had to survive, no matter what. A feeling of fear for their lives overcame her when she realized she would not be able to help them at every turn. This left her with a bad feeling inside, one she could not get rid of. Chapter 9. They headed to the first class of the third year after stopping at the square of the path behind the castle to ask the Exarber of Studies beside the fountain. They found the Exarber with a red breastplate to one side of the fountain. As usual, they had changed positions, and the first day at the fountain was always an anthill with all the squads looking for their classes. It took them a while to reach him and get the information. Nahia still thought those Exarber toyed with them in a strange game of confusion which amused them for some reason. Once they finally spoke to him, they were informed that they had third-year dragon magic in the Arcane Arts Building, Ulpium Classroom. This last part left them a bit confused.
They arrived at the great round building, featuring a garden with gold and silver-leafed trees, large fountains in the middle, and a huge white sphere on the flat roof. Every time Nahia saw both the garden and the large white ball, she thought there was magic in them. She was certain. They met several squads, which, like them, were coming to find their classrooms. They greeted each other and set to work quickly. They could not be late, least of all on the first day. "What was the name the ex-arbor of studies told us?" Lily asked, looking at the plate above one of the classroom doors.
He said OLPIOM, Daphne replied, spelling it out.
"Strange name," Aiden commented, scratching his scaly head with one curved nail. "From the little the ex-arbor of studies said, it's the name of one of the worlds," Taika said. "Yeah, but it's strange. He said the names of the rooms are the names of worlds, but he didn't tell us anything about them," Evo commented, reflecting on it.
"Worlds conquered by the dragons, I'm sure," Nahia guessed.
"Most likely," Aiden nodded. "Our lords show their power and glory by naming the classrooms after conquered worlds."
"And you show your rock-filled head by uttering nonsense like that," Daphne replied, wrinkling her nose.
"Why is that nonsense?" Aiden asked blankly.
"Because if they are conquered worlds, they will have killed thousands during those conquests, you granite head," Lily snapped.
"Every conquest has its price," Aiden began to say, but seeing the looks of hate Daphne, Lily, and Nahia were sending his way, he shut his mouth and looked away. "This room is called Saurian. It's not ours," Evo said, pointing at the name on the plate.
"True, let's keep looking."
Taika moved with his cat-like agility and speed to the second door on his left. "This is Dramea," he said.
"Dramea is Tremia. They can't have conquered it already, could they?"
Nahia asked, with a feeling of great unrest in her heart.
"From what we saw there, they were far from conquering Norgana. No idea how they'll be doing in other kingdoms, but if there are 2 or 3 others as resistant as them, I doubt they have," Daphne reasoned.
"It's too soon for them to have conquered it entirely," said Lily with assurance on her face.
Nahia looked at Taika for his opinion. "It's too soon for a full victory. They might have conquered some kingdoms, but not the whole continent world," said the white tiger. Nahia let the air out of her lungs in a long, relieved breath. "Most likely the dragons consider it conquered even when it hasn't been yet," Evo said.
"Because they're conceited bullies," Lily said, slightly louder than she should.
"Shh," Aiden warned her, gesturing toward the classrooms. Lily raised her hands.
"Sorry, I couldn't help it."
Another squad passed them, seeking their own room, and they were all silent for a moment. Nahia lowered her voice before addressing the others.
"Lily is right. Now let's look for our classroom. We'll find out the meaning of those names later."
Taika nodded and headed to the next door. They had to pass 2 more doors before they reached theirs. "Here it is. Opium," Taika said.
"Let's see what this year's magic class brings us," said Daphne before going in.
"It'll be great, you'll see," Lily said, loaded with irony.
"Oh, yes, so great," Daphne said with a deep sigh.
They went into the room, which was even larger than the second-year one, a room that had already been huge. Nahia guessed why the third-year classrooms were larger. There were fewer squads, so they needed fewer classrooms. She shook her head, upset. At the far end of the room, they saw the dragon that taught the magic class. It was a crystal dragon. It was huge. Definitely a female, and close to 900 years old, judging from its size and look. It was strong and muscular, but less than a male. Its face, eyes, and snout, on the other hand, were more delicate and refined than a male's. Nahia watched it unobtrusively, keeping her head down. She looked at it again and doubted her approximation of its age, since its scales shone as if covered with crystal. It was very difficult to establish its age based on physical appearance alone. The flashes it gave off when it moved its body confused her. It shifted its wings to gather them at its sides, and then stretched its head to look at them all. Nahia felt as if the crystal dragoness was studying them. She looked to her right unobtrusively, and it was then that she realized there was another squad in the room. It was the Hurricane Squad from the White Squadron. She recognized Marcus, the strong and nimble human who used to train with Logan. He noticed her looking at him and greeted her with his eyes. Nahia returned the greeting by looking up and then back down. Marcus had long, light brown hair that fell down to his shoulders, and his eyes were also light brown. She studied the rest of the squad. With him was a pretty delicate Fatum, a Capro almost as large as Evo, who looked more brutal, a male Scarlatum who smiled a lot, a very picturesque Felidae Jaguar, and a female Draconid who did not look friendly at all. Nahia only knew them by sight, and she was ashamed she didn't remember their names. That shouldn't happen. No matter how little contact they had with the other squads, they should know everyone's names, especially those who had died in this hateful place. They should remember them. It was the least they could do for the fallen comrades. She clenched her fists and promised herself to make the effort to know everyone who remained in the squads. She had to get to know them all, and if anyone else fell, which would likely happen, she would remember. She also promised herself to persuade her squad mates, at least, to make the same effort. It was terrible to realize how insensitive this place of pain and blood was making them. The great crystal dragoness roared, and they all knew it was time to start the class. I will introduce myself. I am Buro Bira Gogoa, and I will be your new teacher of advanced magic for this year. Today begins a new year for you, where much is expected of your skills and effort. This is the last year of training, and therefore the most demanding. Also, being at war, we must speed up training. Therefore, there will be no learning pearls, spheres, or orbs. From now on, all magic will be performed without outside help. On the other hand, it is also the one you will get the most out of. You will start today by learning one of the most singular disciplines of dragon magic, one that is as powerful as it is fearsome, one that is very difficult to master, but which provides a power without paragon over the enemy. It is the envy of all those with the talent for magic. Nahia wondered what it might be, since her elemental magic was already powerful, or so it seemed to her. Lily gave her a look of doubt mixed with interest. Daphne was already frowning. She didn't like the sound of that. Nahia gave them a look meant to transmit calm, but she was not successful. She was not at all easy, and her friends felt it. Not only was she restless, she was also intrigued, which surprised her. As a rule, she was always fearful, not looking forward to finding out more about the matter. This new discipline has nothing to do with the elemental magic you have been studying and developing so far. It is more powerful, and at the same time harder to master. That is why not all of you will do so. It is not within everyone's reach. Only the best among you will achieve its full mastery. Now they were all very worried. If not all of them were going to make it, did this mean whoever didn't succeed would die? Nahia refused to believe they would be killed for not succeeding. They had come this far, after 2 terrible years of painful effort and deadly danger. They could not kill them now at the very beginning of the 3rd year. She thought about the beginning of the year's test and realized they would be killed without a doubt. Dragon magic has 3 main disciplines. One you have been studying for a long time and have already mastered, elemental dragon magic. The second one, which you will start learning now, is mental dragon magic. The third, special dragon magic, is forbidden to you. Only dragons can perform it. Although she didn't fully understand, somehow Nahia knew this made sense. Elemental dragon magic was what they were already using. Mental dragon magic had to be what the dragons used to send messages to their minds. She wondered whether the feelings which sometimes accompanied the messages were a part of this magic discipline. Most likely, especially because they came when the dragons were furious. These emotions seemed to be part of the message itself, or so she thought. Daphne pointed at her own head with her finger unobtrusively, frowned, and closed her eyes hard for an instant. She was thinking the same thing. Nahia had no doubt about what special dragon magic was. She was sure it was what allowed the dragons to create the portals above the pearls to travel long distances through them. They were able to change their spatial situation when they traveled from one pearl to another through a portal. She also understood why she and her companions were forbidden from learning this magic discipline. If the slaves learned how to open portals, they would have a way to escape. It was an escape route, and this the dragons would never allow. A long, silent sigh left Nahia's mouth. At that moment, she wanted more than anything else to be able to use special dragon magic and open portals. That would give them a chance, not only of escaping, but of going and seeing other people and races, enemies of the dragons, and uniting them all against their overlords. Indeed, she longed for this knowledge. She remembered during her last encounter with Lasgol and Camus that they had told her that the creature could open portals and travel through them to any of the pearls in Tremia. The dragons were not going to teach her how to do this, but perhaps Camus could. The question was whether she could learn if Camus offered to teach her. She was not sure she was capable of learning. She was just a human. But if the dragons forbade them from learning this magic, it had to be for some reason. Otherwise, they would simply tell them they were not powerful enough to use it, and would treat them as the inferior beings they believed them to be.
You must all at least recognize and learn mental dragon magic, so you can defend yourselves from it. Those who can also master and use it will have a new power, one like no other. Mental power is a lot more powerful than you might imagine, as you will soon find out. Those of you who achieve it will not only be more powerful, but will have the recognition of your peers and the approval of their dragon leaders.
Lily looked very impressed. Daphne as if she didn't believe a single word. Taika looked thoughtful and watched with narrowed eyes. Ivo appeared relaxed, as if all this had nothing to do with him. He seemed to have already decided he was not going to be good at this type of magic. Nahia could not see Aiden's face, but she was sure it would be one of absolute satisfaction. The Draconid was surely confident he would successfully master this new powerful magical discipline.
I see in your eyes doubts and uncertainty. I believe a demonstration will clear things up for you. It is always better to experience and feel something rather than only receive an explanation, no matter how elaborate it might be.
Burobira Gogoa messaged them, and Nahia swore its mouth twisted into an evil smile. Before they could assimilate what the Dragoness wanted to tell them, they all felt a new message reaching them, one unlike the others. Instead of sending a message, this one came loaded with something very different. Pain. They all felt a sharp sting in their minds. Nahia realized that this pain was not like others that had accompanied the mental messages. When the dragons were angry, their messages came with a feeling that hurt them. When they were furious, that feeling was even stronger. But this was slightly different. There was no mental message. The Dragoness had sent them pain in a direct manner. Not only that, it was more localized, sharper than what they had felt up until now.
The pain you are feeling now is only a small sample of what you can get to do with this power. Mental dragon magic can cause pain to other minds, especially inferior ones. I will show you how much more you can do once you master this powerful magic. What is coming is nothing more than another little demonstration.
Suddenly, they all felt the intensity of the pain triple. They put their hands to their heads, trying in vain to endure the tremendous suffering. Several fell to their knees.
As you can see, I have you under my control and domain. Right now, you are no longer potential dragon warlocks. You are simple puppets, incapable of defending themselves or even thinking. But this is nothing compared to what you can achieve with this power I am now using against you. A power that all dragons have, and which the most powerful are capable of taking to unthinkable extremes, especially for you, the inferior races. Your imagination cannot even dream of something so powerful.
Nahia was struggling against the pain. She wanted to get rid of it, eradicate it from her mind. The dragon was using some kind of skill on them, and they could do nothing to prevent it.
Now, to finish showing you the power of this magic, I will make you all drop to the floor, useless.
Nahia wanted to shout, "No!" but she had no time. An insufferable pain burst in her mind, as if a ball of fire had exploded in it. She fell to her knees, unable to bear such agony. Her comrades fell just like her. None were able to bear the punishment. The pain was too strong, the suffering unbearable.
I will end the demonstration with all of you prostrated before the power of dragons, as it should be."
The pain intensified again in everyone's mind, even more intense. Their anguish was such that Nahia fell on the floor, and with her all the others. Not one of them remained standing. None of them were able to cope with the pain the dragon was inflicting on them. It was too intense, an agony directed straight at their minds. There was no escaping it. Usually when someone suffered an injury, the pain traveled from the wound to the mind. In this case, there was no journey. It happened directly in their own mind, and it was much worse, much more powerful. There was nothing they could do. They were all rendered useless, lying on the floor with their heads in their hands, unable to think or act, dominated by unbearable pain.
It is not a pleasant experience, I know, but this way you will understand what I'm trying to transmit to you perfectly. Very often pain is the best teacher, in magic and in many other walks of life. It teaches us lessons of great value that are not forgotten with the passing of time. I can assure you that you will remember today's lesson for the rest of your lives.
Just when Nahia thought her mind was going to burst with insufferable pain, it vanished completely in an instant, just as it had come, without warning, in the blink of an eye. For a long moment, they all remained sprawled out on the floor, unable to get up. They could not do anything, even think, as if their minds could not work from the tremendous punishment they had suffered. And since the mind didn't work, neither did the body. If their heart beat and they breathed, it was subconsciously, not because their mind ordered it. If a pack of ferocious beasts were to come in now and devour them, there would be nothing they could do to defend themselves.
I think the demonstration has been more than satisfactory. For me, without a doubt. For you, not so much. But now you understand the power I am speaking of. I will give you a moment longer so that you can recover before we continue with class.
Nahia felt like dragging herself out of the room, but her hands and legs didn't respond. She looked at her comrades through aching eyes. Their faces also showed extreme pain. They were all as bad off as she was. They had a moment more to recover, and it seemed to Nahia like a sigh.
Everyone on your feet, do not make me use my power for real.
At the sound of the threat, they all did their best to get up. Each of them was in bad shape. Nahia thought that if the dragoness used her power for real, the pain would actually kill them. The idea that a dragon might use its mental magic to kill them with unequaled mental agony made her so sick she could barely stand. If she had thought dragons were powerful before, she was now finding out they were even more terrible. She began to lose hope of being able to fight them. She had to make great effort to not crumble. There had to be a way, and she would find it.
Now close your eyes.
They all did as they were told, but they didn't manage to calm down. Rather the opposite. When they shut their eyes before the great dragoness, their fears rocketed. What was it going to do to them? They all feared worse pain and suffering. Nahia prepared for it, but nothing happened, at least nothing painful. Nahia was very surprised, just like her comrades.
I'm going to make out the mental aura of each of you, and then send it to your minds so you can perceive it. Concentrate on detecting it.
Nahia could only see darkness, and beyond that, fear. But then she felt powerful magic. The hair at the back of her neck curled, and she knew the dragoness was using magic. She half opened one eye and glimpsed the dragoness shining in intense silver. She shut her eye again. She did not want to get into any more trouble, least of all after receiving a sample of the pain the dragoness could inflict on them. Suddenly, she felt several bright dots appear beside her. She could detect them in her mind as if they were lights given off by the flame of a candle. She tried to see them, but they were weak and seemed to sway in the wind. She felt them very close by, however. She didn't know how she could tell they were close, but that was how she felt. Based on their proximity, she guessed it was her comrades. It gave her a most singular feeling.
Concentrate on the dots of light you notice in your minds. Now you only detect a weak brightness, but that must change. You must come to perceive the full mental aura of those around you. That is what we will work on first. My assistant of advanced magic, Exarber Membor, will pair you up so you may begin the exercise." The Exarber came out from behind the dragoness and came closer. He first addressed the Igneous squad.
"Human with Felidae, Fatum with Taruk, Scarlatum with Draconid."
The Exarber paired them up, pointing a twiggy finger at each one of them.
"Stand one in front of the other."
He left them like that and went to pair up the other squad. They waited until everyone was in position. "When I tell you, close your eyes and concentrate on the point of light in front of you, I will help you to identify it. Once you see it in your mind, you must use your inner energy to study that point of light. If it changes and starts becoming a circular aura, you will be making progress. If you only manage to see the point of light and it does not change, you will be failing." Nahia was watching Taika, who made a gesture she interpreted as not being sure he could do it. Nahia gave him a sign of encouragement and strength by clenching her fists and slightly raising them. "Begin the exercise. Whoever gets it will be rewarded. Whoever does not will be punished. It is that simple. The reward will be to avoid being punished, a mental attack similar to the ones you have already felt. I believe that will motivate you to make your best effort." Taika swallowed while Evo looked resigned. They knew they were not going to succeed. Aiden tried to maintain his usual look of confidence, but didn't fully manage. He had doubts, many doubts about being able to succeed, and it showed. Nahia, Lily, and Daphne were worried, but they were better with magic. They might do it.
"Total concentration,"
Membor said. Nahia concentrated by closing her eyes, and instantly she saw several points of light. She focused on the one in front of her. She had to see Taika's mental aura, not only to avoid the punishment, which would be tremendously painful, but in order to help her comrades so they also succeeded and avoided the suffering. A mind's aura is something every dragon warlock must be capable of perceiving. Your dragon magic will allow you to do just that. It is a privilege of the dragon blood that runs through your veins. The point of light that Taika's mind represented blinked several times. Nahia focused on analyzing it. She summoned energy from her inner dragon, and once she had it, she sent it to the point of light. When the energy interacted with the point of light, it started to expand. This was a good sign. Nahia took courage and sent more energy to interact with the light, and gradually the light began to open and form a circle. Not only that, its color began to change. It was no longer a whitish light. Almost silver, it began to take on different colors and hues. A few of you are doing well. I can see how you are achieving it. The others, most of you, are going to suffer in this class. Those of you finding success must get the mental aura to shine brightly. Nahia noticed that Taika's mental aura barely shone. She could see the colors and the round shape, but they were dull. They were not shining, and this worried her. She was doing well, but not as well as she had thought. They strove all day, until at the end of class, Burobira Gogoa ordered them to stop the exercise. The moment has come to pass my verdict on what you have managed today. Those who have done well enough, even if they have not succeeded in seeing the mental aura shine with total clarity, will not suffer. The rest, unfortunately, will. They had no time to prepare. Suddenly, most of the class was on the floor in tremendous pain. Nahia was not one of them. She stayed on her feet since she didn't feel pain. She was expecting at least Daphne and Lily to avoid the punishment, but it was not so. Only she had managed to avoid the punishment out of her whole squad. She felt awful watching her comrades on the floor, unable to do anything to help them. She thought she ought to be suffering with her squad comrades,
that it was not fair she did not suffer while the rest did. But after a moment, she realized her suffering would be gratuitous. She wouldn't achieve anything. No one should suffer, not her or anyone else in that class. But, unfortunately, she knew it wouldn't be like that. She raised her gaze and saw that only Marcus, on the other squad, was standing. "The class is over. Go. I advise you to head to the library and study mental dragon magic. You'll need to." Nahia tried to help her comrades get up, but they were so sore she had to wait a while to do so. The third year was going to be full of suffering. She could foresee it, and this only proved it. Chapter 10. Nahia arrived at the door of the dungeon building with her squad comrades. They had not spoken on the way from the dining hall. Considering they had crossed nearly the whole academy, the silence betrayed how nervous they were. They stopped at the door guarded by 2 black dragons, one standing on either side of the great doors leading into the building of dark rock. The 2 dragons eyed them briefly with their black eyes. Nahia was already used to them, but she saw Lily shivering. "This fortress gives me the willies, surrounded by those high walls with those round, pointed towers with spirals all around them," Lily admitted. "I find the main building even stranger. It's also round, with a spiral from the base to the high tip," Taika commented as he watched the black fortress carefully. "There are 4 dragons watching, one on each corner," Aiden said. "Besides those 2 imposing black dragons at the door, you mean?" Evo added. Aiden nodded. "There are always 2 black dragons at the door, and then a red one, a blue one, a white one, and a brown one at the corners." "I find it very odd that there is no crystal dragon," Taika commented.
"There is,"
Daphne corrected him.
"Where? I don't see it," Taika asked, narrowing his eyes to see better.
"It's in the main building inside. If there's an escape attempt, it goes up to the top of the building and creates a great glow that lights up the whole area," Nahia explained.
"And it stays hidden?" Evo asked.
"That's right,"
Daphne nodded.
"And how do you know?"
Aiden asked blankly. "If you come enough times, you discover the little secrets of this place," Nahia replied with a shrug. "I'd rather never come." Lily shook herself with another shiver.
"Yeah, I agree with you. This place is dark. I don't like it. It disturbs my inner peace,"
Evo said, frowning, which was rare for him. They heard footsteps approaching and turned around. The Ardent and the Searing squads arrived and joined them. They all looked restless.
"Greetings, Igneous Squad,"
said Brendan, the blonde human from the Ardent squad. He sounded worried. "Greetings, Ardent squad," Nahia said in return.
"Greetings from the Searing squad,"
said Logar. The Felidae lion sounded uneasy, which was rare for him. The other members of both squads exchanged brief greetings.
"I see you've recovered,"
Daphne told Beck, whose head was bandaged. The Fatum half smiled.
"Half recovered. I ended up in the infirmary. The surgeon ex Arbor who took care of me said I had been very well tended, so thank you again."
Daphne nodded.
"It was nothing."
Along with Beck and Logar were the Taruk, Valka, and the Draconid Lita, who nodded gratefully and respectfully at Daphne.
"How are your burns?"
Daphne asked Drader, the Draconid from the Ardent squad.
"Well, they gave me some ointments I have to apply on the burnt areas, but it's nothing."
He waved it aside.
"Now you look much tougher and more fearsome. Scars give character and show your worth,"
Aiden told him, and his tone was obviously sincere and serious, not designed to cheer him up. Drader took a deep breath and lifted his chin.
"Those I receive in battle will be even more honorable." "As it should be."
Aiden nodded.
"Our scars will be the proof of our valor and honor."
Daphne and Lily exchanged a look of disbelief at what the 2 Draconid were saying. Nahia understood them. The truth was that Draconid were a tad excessive with anything that had to do with fighting. "What news of your comrades?" Nahia asked Logar.
"They're still at the infirmary. They'll recover, they just need more time,"
the Felidae lion said, and his fierce face showed concern. "Well, look at the positive side. They're spared this punishment," Lily said, smiling, and jabbed her thumb at the dark fortress prison.
"That's true. Good news mixed with the bad."
Beck shrugged and smiled, resigned.
"Our 2 comrades also seem to be okay. They're going to live,"
Brendan announced,
letting out a sigh of relief. In 2 weeks, they'll be back with us.
Or so they told us at the infirmary. Lara's panther eyes seemed to indicate she did not fully believe it. That's very good news. Let's hope it comes true, Nahia said, wanting to remain optimistic.
I hope so too. Brendan nodded. We must all finish the 3rd year.
Indeed, let's hope so,
Lara joined in, still looking skeptical. We will, Cordelius the huge Copro promised, clenching a massive fist. Of course we will, Aiden said, making the same gesture as the Capro. For now, we need to survive this punishment, Brendan commented as he watched the Black Fortress. They say very bad things about this place. Logar seemed uneasy about what they would face inside.
Have none of you been inside? Nahia asked, indicating the door of the building.
No, none of the Ardent Squad members, Brendan said. We've done punishments cleaning the kitchens and latrines, but not this. We've been punished with rebuilding walls and towers, but not here either, Logar said.
It appears our leader likes to send us here,
Daphne said to Nahia.
Yeah, particularly me. Nahia smiled resignedly. Is it as dangerous and weird as they say? Lara asked.
I don't know all the rumors, but some of those I've heard are quite accurate,
Daphne replied. The answer made them nervous. They looked worried and restless. Nahia realized she had to help them.
Listen to me for a moment before we go in, she said.
Of course, Brendan said. We're listening, Logar encouraged her. The other members of both squads paid close attention.
Gather around. I'll speak fast since we don't have much time, she said,
and proceeded to tell them everything they should know about the place, and more specifically about the first underground level, which was where they would be working. She did it as fast and with as many details as she could. She also tried to calm them, especially when she told them about the dangerous parts, like the Serpetus. It was not good to enter the dungeons with fear eating at their hearts. They needed to do exactly the opposite. Have courage.
Let me do the talking, and I'll make sure you don't have any problems.
Thanks, Nahia, Brendan said, and he put his fist to his heart. Your help means a lot, said Logar, who showed his respect with a bow of his head.
It's nothing. It's my duty to help you, since I know the place well. The most important thing is to not show weakness. Keep your heads up and courage in your hearts at all times. It's a dark, dangerous place, but you're strong and brave, full of light, and you will survive.
Big words, Lara said. Words of experience, nothing else, Nahia replied, determined to help them. The last thing she wanted was for something to happen to them.
If you have any doubts after tonight, we'll clear them tomorrow before going in.
Cordelius nodded. Very well.
It will be tough, especially due to lack of sleep. You'll be very tired, but we'll all survive, Nahia promised.
You can do it if you keep your mind focused on the task at hand and survive, Daphne told them.
They speak from experience, Lily said, smiling. The members of the 3 squads nodded, looking at one another.
Everything will be fine,
Nahia said after a moment. Let's go, Brendan said. Nahia turned and approached the door. The others followed her. They waited for a long moment under the gaze of the 2 black dragons. This alone could make anyone nervous, but no one moved. They bore the scrutiny and the situation. At last, the door opened and a familiar figure appeared on the threshold. Tarcel, the dungeon's chief Turgnamus, slapped his forehead and then shook his head.
My eyes deceive me. It can't be. You're not only back, but you come with not only your squad, but the whole squadron.
You know I can't stay away from your wonderful, cheerful company for long, Nahia joked.
All of you have been punished?
Tarcel asked, eyes wide with disbelief. All of us, I'm afraid. Nahia nodded.
This is preposterous. You're incredible.
Tarcel was shaking his hands, all worked up. I swear that although I love to see you and your gang, this wasn't my decision.
Of course it wasn't your decision. You've been punished again. I've told you 1,000 times not to be punished here again,
he replied, disgruntled. This time I brought my friends.
Hello, Tarcel,
Daphne greeted him. The Turgnamus could not believe his eyes. He looked up at the night sky and started cursing in his own language.
I told you to do your best to not be sent back here, least of all with your whole squad.
I did try, But I failed, Nahia shrugged.
I don't know why I bother. I was sure I would see you again, he told her in a resigned tone.
Then his eyes shone.
You're a troublemaker, and you know what happens in this academy to people like you.
Yes, I know, Nahia nodded.
You can't say I haven't warned you. I've been telling you so ever since you first came. You won't make it to the end of the path this way.
It's a complicated path. Nahia made a face that implied it was not for lack of trying, but that things had gone awry. Tarsel was not impressed by Nahia's remorseful face.
I'm extending this warning to all of you.
He pointed first to Daphne, and then the others.
Learn your lesson, and make sure you never come back.
We appreciate your concern for us,
Daphne told him.
No, you don't, but it doesn't matter. I'll sleep well at night when you're dead,
Tarsel replied, disgruntled, and then he turned.
Follow me inside.
They went in and followed him to the Register Exarber. They found him looking grim and imperturbable, writing something down in a large tome at his desk.
I've brought a large group,
Tarsel warned him. The Exarber did not flinch. He looked up from the tome at the new arrivals.
Familiar faces. Nahia and Daphne of the Igneous Squad. Red Squadron.
He recognized them the moment they stood in front of him. Hello again, Nahia said, and she realized she didn't know his name. She decided to ask him, I don't remember your name.
That is because you have never asked me.
So, what is it?
Daphne asked him directly.
I am Jabor, Chief Exarber of the Dungeons Register,
he replied in a solemn tone, as if the position were one of such great importance that it required everyone to know it. I'd say it's nice to meet you, but given the situation... Nahia made a gesture that implied this was not a pleasant occasion.
It's understandable,
the Exarber replied.
You look the same,
Daphne told him. And by the way she said it, it was not a compliment. Jabor, though, took it as a compliment and slightly moved his head, which had some faded leaves. He began to consult from 2 other tomes he had opened beside him without turning.
Let's see. You have a whole season of punishment. The whole squadron assigned by your leader,
he said, and looking up, he gazed at each of them carefully.
Different punishments. I will start with the repeaters.
Yes, the ones who won't learn,
Tarsel added. The Exarber did not pay attention to the Tergnomus's comment either.
Nahia. Underground, level 3. Feeding and cleaning tasks.
Because I'm a repeat offender? Or because our leader decided such?
The punishment has been assigned by the squadron leader. He will have considered your recidivism.
Nahia sighed deeply. Although she already knew the place and had an ally in this underworld, she was not at ease. It was as if she had a premonition that something bad was going to happen to her there, in the deep.
Daphne, underground, level 2, feeding and cleaning tasks.
Underground level 2? Shouldn't it be underground level 1?
I don't make mistakes with punishments. It's the second underground level.
Because it's my second offense?
Daphne raised both eyebrows.
By your leader's decision.
Daphne looked at Nahia, who returned the glance with a nod, indicating it was most likely for being a repeated offender. Jabor looked at the others waiting behind Nahia and Daphne.
The rest of the Igneous Squadron, Lily, Evo, Taika, Aiden, underground level 1, cleaning tasks.
The 4 had been already expecting this. Thanks to all of Nahia's and Daphne's explanations, they weren't so nervous.
They already had a good idea of what awaited them.
I expect you to clean properly. Apply yourselves well if you don't want any additional punishments,
Tarcel said, disgruntled. There won't be. We'll apply ourselves to the best of our abilities, as we always do with any task we're given, Aiden said stiffly. Let's continue, Jabor said without ceremony.
Yes, keep going.
Tarcel seemed to calm down a little, his disgruntlement reduced, or at least as peaceful as a Turgnamus could be, which was not much. Members of the Ardent Squad, Brendan, Cordelius, Lara, Drader, Underground Level 1, cleaning tasks. The four looked at Nahia and Daphne with a certain restlessness in their eyes. The two dungeon's veterans made a soothing gesture. Members of the Searing Squad, Logar, Beck, Valka, Lita, Underground Level 1, cleaning tasks.
The dungeons are going to be spotless and shiny with so much help,
Tarcel said, and for a brief instant there was a smile on his face. You must all report here every evening for 1 whole season, and I will write you down. If any of you can't, because of an accident, in or outside the dungeons, I will inform your leader, Jabor told them.
You'd better not miss a single evening, Tarcel warned them. The wrath of a leader is much worse than this punishment.
Nahia had no doubt of that. What worried her was that something could happen to any of them in the dungeons. She hoped nothing bad occurred, but there was no certainty that anything would go well when it came to the strange and dangerous prisoners in that underworld. Chapter 11.
Very well. You already know your punishment. Now follow me. Form in groups of 2 by squad behind me. That way we'll have fewer problems,
Tarcel said, sighing loudly and then muttering something in the Turgnamus language which none of them understood. They did as he indicated and followed him. He led them across several halls toward one that was an anteroom with a heavy metal door that looked reinforced and well secured.
Wait a moment, I'll bring you the bracelets,
he said, leaving them for a moment. They were left alone in the great hall in front of the door. Is this the way to the lower levels? Taika asked. Yes, it opens onto a wide staircase made of rock that goes down into the deep, Nahia explained. Deep? But there are only 3 underground levels, aren't there? Brendan asked at Nahia's back. That's right, but between each underground level there's a huge distance, or rather depth. Nahia turned and explained with her hands. It's as if they excavated 100 floors down with only 3 in use. The first one is regular height. We don't know about the second floor because we've never been there.
We'll find out today,
Daphne said with a shrug and a resigned look on her face. And the third underground level is as high as 20 floors or more, Nahia said. It takes a while to get down there, but coming up, don't get me started on that. Understood. 3 underground levels, each different heights and different depths, Logar summed up. That's right. Tarcel came back with the bracelets.
This is for you. Underground level 3,
he told Nahia, who took her bracelet and immediately put it on. She knew all too well what might happen if she didn't wear it.
This is for you. Underground level 2,
he told Daphne, who put it on.
The rest of you here. Take them and put them on. Never go down without them. The Guardians have been restless for a while, and it's dangerous. That's why I'm giving them to you before going down. And don't you dare lose them. The dragons don't like having to charm new ones.
They all put on their bracelets. Tarcel made sure of it, and once he was ready, he took out a bunch of large keys, using one of them to open the door.
Follow me. If you encounter a Serpetus, one of the Guardians, stay as still as statues. As long as you have the bracelet on, it won't do anything to you. Don't run. They see that as aggression and will attack you. And the time I've been here, I've seen all kinds of foolishness with the Guardians, from running to quaking or even attacking them. They all end the same way, with one less pupil. You've been warned.
No one said anything, but they all understood. Nahia had warned them about all of this, but she was glad Tarsal had mentioned it. They went down the dimly lit stairs to the first underground level. There, Tarsal opened the door with his keys and motioned for them to follow.
I'll take you to Framos, who's in charge of this level. He will assign you a cleaning shift,
Tarsal explained, and they went through several stone rooms until they reached one where several Turgnamus were busy. Nahia recognized Framos and greeted him with a nod.
You brought me a whole squadron,
he asked Tarsal blankly.
Almost. 2 repeaters are going to lower levels, but the rest will stay here with you. Well, today's my lucky day,
he said, and looked at the 2 other Turgnamus fixing tools. They nodded, but their faces did not show joy. Nahia wasn't surprised. The Turgnamus never even smiled. They were a bad-tempered race with very little patience. Although, there were no better workers than them.
That remains to be seen. Let me know how well they clean,
Tarsal told them.
They will clean energetically, and they'd better do it thoroughly,
Framos said.
I trust I won't have to explain twice.
No one said anything. They all took the Turgnamus' warning to heart.
I'll divide you by sectors. There's a lot to clean.
I'd like to be assigned to Ufrim's sector, Lily said suddenly. Framos looked at her blankly.
And why is that?
It's where my comrades Nahia and Daphne have been. They've told me the best way to clean that sector, Lily replied. I want to do as well as they did, or even better. I believe I can do better, Lily said, smiling at the annoyed cleaning manager. Framos looked at Nahia and Daphne, who nodded.
First time I've been asked such a thing.
Framos scratched his long nose.
We're very competitive,
Daphne said. I want to beat those 2, Lily told him. Framos shrugged.
As you wish, but you'd better leave everything spotless.
I will. Thank you. Lily gave him another one of her charming smiles.
Anyone else have a special request?
Framos asked, in a mixed tone of sarcasm and annoyance. No one said anything.
Good. I'll put you in groups of 2 and assign you to different sectors. This level is large and has a lot to clean. I'll let you work,
Tarsal said to Framos, and made a sign for Nahia and Daphne to follow him. As they were leaving, Nahia looked at Lily and winked unobtrusively. Then she looked at Taika, Evo, and Aiden and made an encouraging fist. As she went by the Ardent and Searing squads, she did the same gesture. Daphne, who was right behind her, also made a cheering gesture. They went to the stairs once again and started going down, following Tarsal. The steps were very poorly lit, and because they were black rock, they had to be careful where they stepped. Nahia already knew this world, but Daphne was just beginning to enter it, her nose already wrinkled. Nahia always felt like they were going down into the black depths of an abyss following those stairs, only dimly lit by a few torches. Tarsal opened another door, this one a gate with metal bars on a landing in the middle of the stairs.
This is getting more and more dismal by the moment. It's like going down into a world of damp darkness,
Daphne commented. Nahia looked at her and nodded.
It's the dungeons. What did you expect?
Daphne nodded in agreement to appease the Turgnamus. They continued down single file. They descended the equivalent of 5 floors, and then reached the door to underground level 2. It was massive, made of reinforced steel and guarded by 2 torches, one on either side. Nahia pointed her finger above the door. Daphne noticed and looked. She did not see anything odd and squinted. Suddenly, the shadows above the torches at the top of the door shifted. Daphne started back. She couldn't see what was there, but something had moved and scared her.
Take it easy. It's just the drill belts, the watchers of the stairs.
They're not visible,
Daphne said, unable to see them.
Of course not. They watch without being seen,
Tarsal said, bringing out a tiny oil lamp he lit with one of the torches, which gave off a silver light. Daphne was horrified when she saw the creatures. There were 2 right above their heads.
They're like giant black lizards,
she said with a shiver as she saw the creatures' forked tongues.
Don't lose your bracelet and don't run, or you'll never get past these stairs. They have very sharp teeth, and they love meat. They're fantastic predators.
Daphne shivered again at this.
Turn off the light. I'd rather not see them.
Tarsal nodded. He extinguished the light and opened the door that accessed underground level 2. They went in and found themselves in a wide gray rock hall. 2 oil lamps lit the place. A strong-looking Turgnamus was sitting on a workbench working on repairing some chains with a ring. Nahia was surprised by how strong his forearms and chest looked, a lot wider than Tarcel's, although he was the same as any other Turgnamus in height. When he saw them, he left the chains to one side and looked at them.
Tarcel, what a surprise. You bring me workers?
He asked in greeting.
1 worker, Portessus, for cleaning,
Tarcel replied, pointing at Daphne.
Good, good. We're short of help at this level. I trust you'll clean properly, he told Daphne.
I'll do well,
she assured him.
Portessus is in charge of the 2nd underground level. He'll assign you your tasks.
Daphne nodded.
What kind of prisoners are on this level?
She asked.
Important prisoners,
Portessus replied. Important in what sense? Nahia asked, interested by this.
In what other sense? Important to the Dragon Lords,
Tarcel said grumpily. This interested Nahia even more. Dragons? She asked, to see what they said.
There's not room to keep dragons here. Dragons are on the 3rd, as you well know,
Tarcel said. Then what's on this level?
Other kinds of beings,
Portessus said. Beings like creatures, or beings like us? Nahia insisted, wanting to find out what kind of prisoners they kept there.
You ask too much, pupil. That's bad. Very bad for the health, Portessus told her. She has very bad habits,
Tarcel said, eyeing Nahia.
Whatever is or isn't prisoner here is none of your business.
Judging by the angry looks both Turgnamus were giving her, Nahia knew she could not keep asking.
Dangerous?
Daphne asked, to break the tension. Portessus looked her down from head to toe.
Yes, dangerous. You'll have to tread carefully. The cells here aren't like those on the 1st level, as you'll soon find out. The important thing is not to go near the prisoners. That's what you have to pay more attention to. If you don't go near them, everything will be fine. In any case, they're less dangerous than the ones in underground level 3, if that's any consolation,
Tarcel told Daphne.
It's not very comforting, actually.
Then perhaps you'll learn the lesson this time, and we won't see you again,
Tarcel replied in an irritated tone.
We're not here by choice,
Daphne said, wrinkling her nose.
Sure, but you are here nonetheless, which in the end is the same,
Tarcel told her, also wrinkling his nose as he stared Daphne in the eye. Let's hope it's the last time you see us. Nahia meant it, but it did not sound very convincing.
Something tells me that won't be the case,
Tarcel said.
Come on, let's keep going. The 3rd level is very deep and time escapes us.
Nahia looked at Daphne when she went by her. Be careful. See you at the barracks.
You two, don't trust the dragons down there.
Don't worry, I won't. Tarcel went back to the stairs, and once Nahia was with him, he locked the door to the 2nd level with his heavy keys.
Let's keep going down.
Nahia followed Tarcel, who did not say anything else during what remained on the way down. All the Turgnamus had a cantankerous character, quick-tempered, although the first time Tarcel had not appeared very annoyed. Only on her subsequent visits had he begun to show signs of annoyance, and more every time. It bothered him that she was here again, as if he didn't have enough trouble with the dragons already. For being so short, the Turgnamus went up and down the stairs with great ease. They went farther and farther down into the midst of the darkness, because the deeper they went, the fewer lit torches there were. She found it strange that although she had been down here for a whole month the previous year, it seemed like the first time. Her mind seemed to have desperately tried to forget all the times she'd been down to that dark, oppressing world. She was calm, although she knew she was deep under the earth and heading to see dragons and other creatures of the most dangerous, lethal kind. Not to mention they were surrounded by drollbelts, which followed them in the shadows. They finally reached underground level 3. Nahia sighed. It had seemed like an eternity. She thought about the way back up and had to dismiss the idea. The way up was exhausting and took forever. Her mind had no trouble remembering this. She decided it was best not to think about it. She would face it when it was time to go back up.
Brings back good memories, doesn't it?
Tarcel pointed at the door. The best, Nahia replied, making a face.
It hasn't changed much since the last time you were here.
I can imagine. Nahia did not think the place could change, not with those dragons kept prisoner down there. Tarcel opened the reinforced door and they went in.
Nahia saw 4 Turgnamus working. She recognized them at once. She was once again surprised that they looked much stronger than Tarsel and the surface Turgnamus, and even stronger than Portessus on the 2nd level. She reasoned that the most likely explanation to this was that the deeper you went into the dungeons, the more strength was required to do the work.
Well, look at what they've sent us from the surface.
The leader of the group greeted her, shaking his head. Hello again, Utrecht, Nahia greeted him.
You don't learn your lesson, do you?
He asked ironically. I simply like your company. I missed you, Nahia replied. The 4 gave what might be considered a guffaw, although coming from a Turgnamus, it was more like a growl of laughter.
I like you. I hope you don't end up as food this time either.
That's my wish too.
I'm not happy to see you. You shouldn't be here again,
Bergor said. Didn't you miss me a little?
Of course not. Besides, you're a troublemaker.
The Turgnamus jabbed his finger at her. And here I thought you were fond of me.
I'm fond of my own skin, and because of you I nearly lost it. So no, I'm not fond of you, and I haven't missed you. He's in a bad mood today. Don't pay any attention to him,
said Misrak, the red-headed Turgnamus. Of all of them, he was the most extravagant looking.
Well, I guess I'll have to give you work,
Utrecht said.
I'll take her. She's proven she can survive down here.
Sardesk, the strongest and hairiest of the 4, offered.
What's her punishment?
Utrecht asked Tarsel.
Undefined. You may use her as you see fit.
Wonderful. You'll help Bergor for now, he told Nahia.
Me? I was in charge of her last time. Let Sardesk have her. Yeah, I'll take her.
You are the one who needs her the least, Utrecht replied, shaking his index finger.
Bergor is lame and needs help. You're going with him,
he told Nahia.
It's only a sprain. I'll be fine in no time. A pretty ugly sprain. She's coming with you, and that's that.
Utrecht ended the argument.
But
Bergor tried one last time.
You're taking her, Bergor. And stop whining.
Nahia said nothing because she didn't mind working with Bergor again. She already knew what he was like and preferred not to risk it with Sardesk, Misrak, or any of the others. Who knew how they would behave towards her? This place was extremely dangerous. The last thing she needed was more uncertainty. She preferred the bad she already knew to the uncertain possible good, which most likely would not be good at all. The Turgnamus were concerned with doing their work well and staying alive. Whatever happened to a punished human was none of their concern.
Good, I'll go back up to the surface. I have a lot of work to do,
Tarsel said.
Like we all do, as it should be,
Utrecht replied. Tarsel nodded and opened the door. Before leaving, he looked at Nahia.
I wish you luck this time, too.
Thank you, Tarsel, Nahia replied. She saw something akin to compassion in the eyes of the grumpy Turgnamus of the dungeons. She was not altogether surprised. Tarsel was a bit cantankerous, but he did not have an evil heart. Or at least that was the impression he gave her.
Very well. Your shift starts shortly. So go with Bergor and get ready,
Utrecht told Nahia. Okay. Nahia turned to Bergor, who snorted through his nose and then turned to open the door to the next room. Her punishment began. Nahia breathed in deeply 3 times. She hoped to survive it this time, too. Chapter 12. On the first underground level, Lily and Evo were cleaning a long and shadowy corridor enclosed by 2 metal gates at the ends. Evo was cleaning ahead, and Lily was coming a few paces behind. The large Turuk stopped and turned toward his partner. Are you doing well? Evo asked, a mixture of joy and concern in his beastly face. Yes, don't worry. I'm over it already, the Scarlatum replied, scrubbing the floor with energy. You're still a bit pale. Your skin is almost orange instead of its usual intense red, said Evo, watching her closely by the light of a torch. Does it surprise you? I was terrified and disgusted. Evo nodded. That thing appeared suddenly behind us, without a sound. I didn't even notice it. It's very stealthy. And treacherous. What are they called? I keep forgetting. Serpetus. The most disgusting thing I've ever seen in my life. It made me sick to my stomach. It looked like it wanted to kiss you. Evo smiled. Yeah, go on and laugh. Lily pointed the mopstick at him. Evo shrugged. It was funny, admit it. You looked so scared. Your face. Yeah, very funny.
Lily rolled her eyes. You almost threw up on it. Good thing you didn't. I doubt it would have liked that. Evo smiled. It was revolting. It's just some kind of giant snake. Disgusting and loathsome. I remember Nahia and Daphne telling us that they patrolled the corridors of the first underground level. According to them, they're terrifying, but I didn't find them so.
That's because you're an oxhead, and when you're as big and strong as you, nothing's terrifying. Evo was thoughtful.
Maybe. Indeed.
And they're not only terrifying, they're revolting. I keep feeling like there's one lurking behind us. A shiver ran down her back, and Lily shook it off. Now I have to keep looking behind me all the time to see whether another one of those giant, nauseating snakes is lying in wait. She shivered again and shook her body exaggeratedly. I wonder if Taika and Aiden have encountered one of these Serpetus. They've been sent to clean the north sector. We're in the south. Do you think there'll be any over there? Those things are everywhere. I bet they come across one or two.
I don't think it would affect Taika. He's very composed. Besides, you know what they say about felines and snakes.
I have no idea what they say about felines and snakes. Lily looked at Evo blankly.
Don't the Scarlatum have cats?
Lily shook her head. Felines and Scarlatum don't get along well, she admitted.
Huh. Curious.
You think it's curious?
They're adorable little fellows, especially when they're young, and very amusing. They do crazy things.
Not for us. Don't you see that they're intractable and vicious? Evo waved it aside as not so bad.
They're a little vicious, but it's no big deal. They like their space and independence.
They like to scratch and bite without reason. The Scarlatum can't accept such behavior. A mark on our skin is sacrilege.
Oh, now I see the problem. Your physical appearance.
In order to be charming, one must look after all aspects of beauty. Having your body marked by scratches and bite marks is inadmissible.
I see. What I meant is that cats and felines in general have a far superior reaction time to snakes and their ilk, hence why it's very difficult for a snake to bite a cat.
So, Taika won't be afraid of the Serpetus.
That's what I believe.
But he's with Aiden, and that granite head is capable of starting a fight with the beast to show that draconids are stronger than Serpetus.
Well, that might also be the case,
Evo had to admit. I bet he ends up all crazy in the middle of one of his attacks, delivering cuts with his sword and lightning with his spheres at the Serpetus.
That would be worth watching.
Evo smiled. Could he be crazier? Lily said with a frustrated look on her face.
Taika won't let anything happen to him, don't worry.
Yeah, I know that. He's the one with the most common sense out of all of us.
I agree with that sentiment. Well, now that this corridor is cleared, we'd better focus on the mission at hand,
Evo said, looking down both sides of the corridor. You're right. That way I'll forget about that nauseating thing.
From what Nahia and Daphne told us, the cell must be in this corridor, although we could be in the wrong one.
Let me think. Lily looked at both sides of the corridor. Yes, I do believe it's this one, although this place is a labyrinth of corridors and cells without end.
Yeah, I've got the same impression. It's going to take time to get used to this place. I find it very depressing.
It's an underground dungeon, built out of black rock and poorly lit. It can't be very cheerful, Lily replied with a comical gesture.
Thank goodness I have you to cheer me up with your optimism and charm,
Evo said with a smile. Of course. I'm not going to let this place affect me. I am the embodiment of joy and charm. Being here isn't going to rob me of my innate gifts.
I was just thinking the exact same thing.
You're very shrewd for someone as big and brutish as you.
I am Evo.
The great Taruk shrugged. Let's find the cell. I'll take the left side and you the right, Lily said, indicating with her mop. They both started to slip open the cell's peepholes. They saw prisoners of different races. Lily found a Felidae, an ancient human, and a Turgnamus, which surprised her greatly since they were a servant race.
There's a draconid here, and I just saw an ex-arbor,
Evo said, eyes wide with surprise. That's strange. Aren't both faithful servants to their masters?
I wonder what they've done to end up in here,
Evo said with a blank look. Yeah, a Turgnamus, an ex-arbor, a draconid. I find it most strange. But let's keep going. Evo nodded. Lily looked inside the next cell, sliding open the peephole. Although it was very dark, she made out what was unmistakably a human. And from their friends' descriptions, this could be him. Egil? Is that you?
The figure came to the door. Who's asking?
It's Lily, a friend of Nahia's and Daphne's.
Lily, yes, I know. They tell me Igneous Squad, Red Squadron.
Exactly, that's me.
It's a pleasure meet, Egil said, coming closer still, and Lily could see that he was still wearing the dragon mask.
They're still keeping that horrid mask on? I can't believe it,
she said angrily. I get used to, not feel.
Evo is here. Come.
Lily motioned for the Taruk to come over, and he turned and did.
This is Evo, another member of our squad.
Lily introduced him, and then moved aside so Egil could see Evo through the peephole. Pleased to meet. You be Taruk? That's right. I'm Evo, the Taruk. It's a pleasure to meet you, Egil. I've heard a lot about you. I know of you, Egil told him. I'm deeply sorry that they keep you this way. Locked up here and with that mask on, for so long. It's horrible. No one should suffer this. I'm very sorry, honestly. Thank you, Evo. I endure. Life be tough sometimes. Good times and bad times. Now bad. Tomorrow, good.
That's what I call being filled with optimism. I don't know how you do it. I wouldn't be capable if I was being held like you, Lily said, listening beside Evo.
And you have a great spirit, Evo added. An impressive one to endure all this punishment for so long and not lose hope. Be life. I fight today for tomorrow. Tomorrow good. Never lose hope. Hope be all I have.
You are absolutely right. Tomorrow will be good. We'll achieve whatever we want, Lily said, cheered. We also hold on to our hope of changing things, of getting rid of the dragons.
We must do our best and fight for that better tomorrow, so that things like this never happen again. Not to you, or us, or anybody else, Evo said, convinced. All together, fight, Egil said firmly.
The future that awaits us is most interesting, Lily commented,
making a face that said it would be very hard. It's not the future of quiet, balance, and contemplation I dreamed of, but neither is the life I'm currently living, and it won't be the one that leads me along the path of dragons, Evo said.
That's for sure.
Lily put her hands on his huge shoulder. What news? Egil asked in a tone that showed great interest to know whatever information they had.
Oof, we have tons of things to tell you. We're going to need several days,
Lily told him as she looked at both sides of the corridor in case Ufram appeared. Have days? Yes, we have a season-long punishment, Evo said. It will give us time to talk and particularly to get to know one another. I'm very interested in everything you can tell us about your world, Tremia.
Yes, your world is most interesting, Lily agreed. Dangerous, but interesting. The dragons are going to choke on it, I'm positive.
Egil nodded. Everyone well? Yes, don't worry. Nahia and Daphne have been sent to the lower levels of the dungeons, Evo told him.
They send you greetings and a big hug, Lily told him.
I'm happy they will. Nahia and Daphne friends. Good friends. Allies. You can count us among your friends and allies too, Evo told him.
Nahia's and Daphne's friends are our friends, Lily said. And allies, of course. They trust you, and because of that, we do too.
That good. I grateful.
Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent us to talk to you, Lily said with a giggle.
Must watch corridor. Serpetis and Tugnamus come by, Egil warned them. Fine, I'll watch, Evo offered. Lily, you tell him everything. You're better at talking than I am.
You mean that with my charm, the conversation isn't just vivid, but excellent?
Evo smiled. Exactly. I couldn't find the words. He humored her and began to scrub in front of the cell while he watched both ends of the corridor.
I'd better tell you everything that happened in order. That way you can reach your own conclusions. Let me tell you everything, and then you can ask me questions. Well, if you don't understand something I say, then you can ask or tell me to repeat it.
Understand. Egil looked at Lily, giving her all his attention. Lily took a deep breath and began to tell him everything that had happened during the end-of-term test that had led to them fighting in Tremia. On the second underground level, Daphne was following Portessus down a long, wide hall. They went along the middle, crossing it from west to east. The floor, walls, and ceiling were made of rectangular black slabs with silver streaks. She found it curious. As a rule, everything that was silver-colored had to do with dragons, so she was distrustful. Several Turgnamus were getting ready to work on either side. They carried some sort of steel tridents, like long spears but with 3 tips. What would they need that for? To defend themselves? If that was the case, she would be in trouble. The Turgnamus watched her go by but didn't say a word. They seemed very concentrated on their preparations.
This level is a bit more complicated than the first one. I recommend you pay attention to what I have to tell you. It will save your life.
All right, thank you.
Don't thank me. If you die, it's more work for us, and we already have a lot to do. The lords insist on sending us help, punishing pupils like you to serve here, but it's no help for us.
It isn't? We clean, we feed.
Easy tasks that any Turgnamus could do 1,000 times better than the other races. You don't help, you get in the way.
I'll try to be useful and not bother you too much,
Daphne replied, and it came out in a tone of resentment. Portessus looked at her sullenly.
Save your personality for the surface. Down here it won't do you any good, and it might bring about your demise.
She immediately caught on to the threatening tone in the Turgnamus's advice.
I will,
Daphne replied neutrally. It was not a good idea to antagonize the one who held her life in his hands. They reached a door, reinforced with metal, at the end of the hall.
Ready to go out to the cells?
Portessus asked her, indicating the door. Daphne took a deep breath.
Ready.
Portessus opened the door with some heavy-looking keys hanging from his belt. They went out into the hall, and Daphne saw a wide corridor opening in front of her. In the center of the corridor, and all along it, she saw braziers with fire burning in them to light the way. On both sides of the corridor there were bars, long rows of bars that went up from the black stone, silver-streaked floor she had already seen to the ceiling, which was made of the same stone slabs. She had the impression that she was in the prison house of some great castle. There were no areas of natural rock or dirt. Everything was lined with those strange rectangular stone slabs.
Follow me,
Portessus said with a wave. They went along the center of the corridor, and the Turgnamus stopped after 50 paces. He indicated the bars on their left. Daphne looked and saw they led to a wall of rock. Then they started again and continued down the corridor.
All that is just one cell?
Daphne asked.
That's right. That's cell number 1.
Daphne could not see the back of the cell since the only light came from the braziers in the corridor. They gave enough light but did not reach the bottom of the cell.
It's also very deep.
About 100 paces, yes.
Wow. Then these cells are huge.
There are larger ones in other sectors of this level.
Why so big?
We have pretty sizable prisoners, but the truth is that they were built to hold several prisoners at a time.
Oh, I see. Groups of prisoners.
That's right. Follow me and don't touch the bars. They're bewitched.
Daphne was left wondering. She followed Portessus, who went over to the bars of the first cell. Suddenly, from the shadows in the cell appeared a winged creature that glided down. Before she could react, the creature attacked with its claws like a great eagle's talons and tried to reach them. Terribly startled, Daphne took a step back. The bars flashed silver, and the creature's talons had a barrier of silver energy. It took a good blow and bounced backward, feathers flying from the impact. Daphne didn't know what kind of creature this was. She watched it as she got back to her feet. It was about her size, perhaps slightly bigger and humanoid-looking. It had bird wings instead of arms, which it shook hard. Its legs and talons were also strong and bird-like, but its body and head looked like a human's or a fatum's. She froze. The creature gave off a shrill cry that sounded like a bird.
Don't worry, as long as you don't touch the bars, there's no danger.
Are you sure?
Yes, quite sure. I've been working here for 20 years.
He told her in a tone that was a mixture of sarcasm and irritation.
I didn't mean to doubt your word. It's just something that surprised me, that's all.
If a Turgnamus tells you how something works, that's how it works. Never doubt what they tell you. We don't like to repeat things, it's a waste of time. We hate to waste time, and we detest even more those who make us waste time.
Understood. I won't waste your time.
Good, I have a lot to do, and time flies.
Suddenly, another creature came flying to the bars and opened its mouth. Daphne had no doubt what it intended. It was going to use some kind of magical attack, like their elemental breaths. She didn't know how she knew, but she had no doubt.
It's going to deliver a magical attack,
she warned Portessus.
Easy,
The Trigonomus replied calmly. Daphne was expecting the creature to release fire from its mouth, but that was not the case. It released a green substance directly at Portessus and her. Daphne jumped back. The bars flashed again, and the green substance hit the barrier of energy, which could now be seen joining all the bars.
Don't worry. They can't reach us on this side of the bars.
Wow, good defense.
All the cells have bewitched bars with energy barriers that respond not only to physical attacks but also magical ones.
Quite impressive.
It is, especially because the magical attacks can be of different kinds. This one, for instance, is a mixture of poison and magic.
Poison? With magic?
That's right. These creatures can launch a venom they mix with magic to increase its effect and reach.
How nice. What are they?
They're known as harpias. They're a species that's half humanoid, half bird. They have powerful talons, venom, and acid magic. They're very dangerous. They are raptors and see the rest of us as possible prey, no matter how big we are.
Wow, never heard about them.
It's because they're not of this world.
They aren't? Then...
Daphne thought for a moment. Since the Trigonomus did not answer, he just stared at her with a bushy eyebrow.
Oh, they're from another world.
That's right. A faraway one.
Fascinating. I only know the races of Craido. Well, and now I'm beginning to know those of Dramea, because of the war.
You should already know, but in case you don't, I'll confirm now to avoid 1,000 unnecessary questions. There are many continent worlds, with all kinds of races and creatures. And yes, here on this level we have quite a few prisoners from those worlds.
Daphne opened her mouth, since that statement, as Portessus had anticipated, had raised innumerable questions.
And they...
She shut her mouth, because she guessed that the Trigonomus's reply would not be pleasant.
They're very dangerous. Don't go near the bars, and everything will be all right,
he insisted, pointing at them. Daphne looked at the two harpias behind the bars as they watched her with half-closed eyes. The energy between the bars had turned transparent and was now barely noticeable.
Then this place is very safe.
Quite safe.
Quite? Why only quite?
Because, sometimes, as with everything in life, unexpected incidents occur.
Someone puts their hand through the bars,
Daphne ventured.
That, and another more serious situation.
More serious?
Portessus nodded.
It has happened occasionally that the magic gets consumed, and then the defenses of some cells don't work.
Daphne's eyes opened wide.
That's not good at all.
No, it's not.
Shall I make sure the magic is working properly?
The Trigonomus laughed, a deep rumbling sound.
No, absolutely not. That's too important. There are Trigonomus lives at risk. We can't leave that in the hands of a punished pupil.
Aha, I see.
You'll be in charge of going all along the sectors, which are numerous and long, and keeping all the braziers lit. They usually die out every now and then as the coal we use burns out.
Oh, okay.
It's a simple task, but burdensome. You'll have to carry the coal in a cart throughout the level.
I hope an animal draws the cart.
Oh yes, it does, of course.
Thank goodness.
A fatum animal.
Daphne opened her eyes wide. He meant her.
That's not funny.
I wasn't trying to be funny. I'll show you where the cart is. Come with me.
Daphne shook her head with disbelief. Portessus was not joking. She looked down the long corridor, whose end she could not see, and sighed deeply. This was going to be torture. Chapter 13. Nahia felt nervous. Underground Level 3 was a very dangerous world, and she was about to step into it again. It eased her to think that Garanzilar Denbo would be there and would protect her. It had done so the last time, and she hoped it would now, too.
Take your safety equipment and follow me, Bergor told her.
The repulsor?
And the hat. Don't tell me you've forgotten already.
Bergor stared at her, eyes huge with disbelief. No, of course I haven't forgotten, Nahia said, pretending, and went to get her belt and hat and put them on. She had indeed forgotten, but she was not going to admit it to Bergor, who already had his belt on and was putting on his silver hat. They went out, and Nahia immediately recognized the enormous cave lit by torches and the multitude of huge caves that opened inside that underground world made up of colossal caverns. She shivered. Bergor closed the door and headed to the food carts.
Follow me and remember to step on the silver path. If you've forgotten that, you deserve what you get.
I haven't forgotten, Nahia replied, and this time it was true. As they walked, the silver path became visible in front of them. Bergor gave her an unfriendly look and went into the cave where the convoy of 6 carts pulled by Yakatrels were. They had always seemed to her the most fascinating creatures, a mix between an ox and a large lizard. They were incredibly peaceful, the only peaceful thing down here, and Nahia liked them. She stroked them as she passed by the creatures.
The convoy is already ready,
Bergor informed her as he climbed onto the first cart. Loaded and ready, as it should be, Nahia said, using a common expression of Bergor's, and she climbed up beside him.
A job well done ought to be acknowledged,
Bergor said with a look that implied that he thought she was mocking him. That's what I was doing, she replied.
Sure. Today we have Route 3. Let's start. There's a lot to do in little time.
Route 3? Ours was Route 1. Bergor looked at her, frowning.
There is no ours. You work the route assigned to you.
The last time we always did Route 1. Nahia needed to do Route 1. Garanzilar Dinbo was on that route. If they did another, who knew what creatures and dangers she would meet?
That was the one we had assigned. Now we have Route 3.
But I want to do Route 1, Nahia insisted. She needed to speak to Garanzilar Dinbo, and for that she had to do Route 1. That's the route I already know well. I'll be a lot more efficient doing that route. There'll be fewer problems. Nahia was searching for reasons to persuade Bergor to change routes.
We have been assigned Route 3, and that's the one we'll do. You're already delaying me with your odd requests.
It's not an odd request. It's the best for the task, Nahia insisted.
Then ask Utrecht tomorrow and stop pestering me,
Bergor exploded angrily. Nahia bore the shouting and said nothing more. She knew she had reached the Turgnamus's limit, and that it was not a good idea to push it. Bergor urged the beasts, and the convoy of carts started moving. As soon as they came out, instead of going straight, they veered left. Nahia sighed deeply. They started Route 3. Anything might happen down there. They entered a section of different caves as the silver path became visible in front of it. The large cave, which held another endless number of smaller caverns, was very similar to that of Route 1. Nevertheless, Nahia realized it was different. When doing the deliveries previously, she had memorized the caves along the way and which creatures and especially dragons there were in each one. Here, she had no idea what she might find, but they would certainly be dangerous. They arrived at the first cavern where they had to unload, and Bergor stopped the carts. He got off without leaving the silver path.
You know what you have to do.
Nahia looked inside the cave, but it was too dark. She couldn't make out what creature was inside. She focused on her work, glancing at the entrance out of the corner of her eye. They started unloading the meat. Nahia helped Bergor with the pulleys, and they raised the trailer so the meat would fall. 3 pieces went to the floor.
2 pieces of meat here,
Bergor said. Nahia looked at him, and without protesting, she hastened to retrieve the extra piece. At that moment, the creature held there appeared. It was like something out of a nightmare. Half bear, half bird, and colossal. It started running on its 4 hairy legs with claws like a bear. Nahia pulled on the piece of meat, dragging it toward the cart with all her strength, propelled by the fright and fear of seeing the creature running toward her.
It's coming for you. Hurry up,
Bergor warned her, but without much urgency. Suddenly, the creature spread its large wings and pushed with its legs. It lifted off and came down on Nahia like a huge raptor, a strong and hairy one. The monster's face was that of a bird, but it also resembled that of a bear. It was coming at great speed to catch Nahia, who was retreating as best she could. It was already falling on Nahia when her repulsor belt flashed and the monster was thrown back forcibly. It was as if an enormous force had hit it, and it bounced, unbalanced in its flight, before crashing to the floor. Nahia had fallen backward on the floor, but she saw that she was safe on the silver path, as well as the piece of meat. Phew! What a job! She snorted.
Work is work. Load the piece on the cart. We must keep going.
Nahia stood up and looked at the creature, which seemed stunned. It was definitely unique. She couldn't say whether it was more bear or bird. What is that creature? She asked Burgor as she loaded the piece.
It's a griffin owlbear, a creature that's half bear, half owl. As you've seen, it's huge, and it likes to hunt small prey.
You could have warned me, Nahia complained.
A good worker is always alert on the job.
I was alert, otherwise it would be eating me.
As it should be. We keep going. Night is short.
Nahia climbed onto the cart with Burgor. She was annoyed at the Turgnamus, who should have warned her. She thought about it in more detail while the carts continued on their way and calmed down. It was no use getting angry with Burgor. She already knew him and knew he would not help her with anything. That was the way he was, and he was not going to change, least of all for her, although they already knew each other. They had shared both ups and downs. They continued with the delivery. No other creature appeared at the next caves, which Nahia was grateful for. She would rather not die from fright if she could help it, and that was a distinct possibility here. Her heart was beating fast. Are there dragons on this route? She asked Burgor just in case.
No, there aren't any.
Oh, good. Nahia was glad. Without Garan Zilar Denbo's protection, the last thing she wanted was to encounter a dragon.
This route is called the Route of Birds.
So, all the creatures prisoner here are birds?
Nearly all. Some type of bird, that is.
Nahia nodded. Yeah, like the bear owl.
That's it.
Well, they won't be as dangerous as dragons, which makes me feel a little better. Burgor turned and looked at her with amusement.
Some of the dragon's worst enemies are held on this route, and they're as dangerous as them.
Nahia's eyes opened wide. Enemies of the dragons? Very dangerous? Who? What? This was news to her. What dangerous enemies did the dragons have? This might be great news for the freedom cause. There might be a powerful ally down here.
Why do you always ask so many questions? You're giving me a headache. We're here to work, not chat.
I know, yes, but what creatures are these that you're talking about?
It's not one creature. It's a species. There are several types of creatures in it. And don't ask me anything else. We're already entering their caves. You'll meet them presently.
They stopped in front of one of the caverns.
Unload. A quarter of a cart here,
Burgor told her. Nahia got off the cart, following Burgor carefully. The word danger was engraved in her mind. She looked toward the cave attentively. Besides, a quarter of a cart was a lot of food. There had to be a very large or voracious creature here, most likely both.
Get the pulleys moving,
Burgor told her, seeing she was looking at the cave. Nahia nodded and got to work. Although she tried to calculate well, a little more than a quart fell off the cart. Burgor smiled.
You know what to do.
You could do it for once. We could do it in turns, Nahia suggested, although she knew what the Turgnamus's answer would be.
I'm injured. That's why they put you with me.
Burgor counted the pieces of meat.
Bring 2 back.
Nahia huffed in frustration. Okay. She reached them quickly. She was right there, just a couple of paces from the silver path. She began to pull them toward the path. She looked toward the cave and did not see any suspicious movements. She kept pulling and heard a sound like a bird's, a loud shriek. Suddenly, a creature flew out of the cave at lightning speed straight toward Nahia. Somehow, she knew that although she was only a step away from the path, she needed to let go of the piece and take that step. She did so and fell on her bottom on the silver path. The creature flew low, flying in front of her at lightning speed, and grabbed the piece she was trying to retrieve. Nahia looked down at her belt. It had not repelled the creature. The belt, she said to Burgor.
It happens sometimes.
The Turgnamus shrugged. You don't say! Nahia watched the creature, which passed flying low in front of them again with another shrill shriek. It was the size of a young dragon, but it flew and maneuvered at a speed at least 5 times that of a dragon. It was a mix between a hawk and a cheetah. The head and wings were those of a hawk, while the body and legs were those of a cheetah, tail included. That explained the amazing speeds it flew at for the size it was. It's amazing, Nahia muttered.
It's the fastest, powerful creature in the sky,
Burgor told her. It has magic? Nahia was taken aback.
It does,
the Turgnamus assured her, pointing at his hat.
Mental and elemental magic. Don't you ever take off your hat, or before you blink you'll be dead.
The impressive creature made another speedy pass in front of them. And don't you think you could have warned me?
That's not part of my job. Let's keep going. It likes to fly low and show off its splendor. It won't go back to the cave until we leave.
I think it wants to eat me.
That might be it, too.
It's huge. I don't know how it can even fly, especially not at that speed. Nahia got up on the cart, astonished.
Huh, then wait for the next stop.
Are there more like this one?
And bigger,
Bergor told her. And although he didn't smile, Nahia knew he was enjoying making her nervous. They continued their food delivery. Nahia was paying even more attention now. She wanted no more unpleasant surprises. In the next 2 caves where they stopped, nothing happened. The creatures didn't come out and let them work in peace. They went on along the silver path, which made a long curve they followed to enter a new colossal cave filled with prison caverns.
This is the most interesting area,
Bergor told her. Nahia took it as a warning. She was grateful, although they said nothing. One look was enough.
8 pieces here,
Bergor told her once they stopped the cart in front of a cavern. With a leap, Nahia followed the Turgnamus, who was now limping more obviously than before. All the exertion must be affecting his injured leg. They unloaded quickly, which Nahia knew meant real danger. Luckily, the dump was 8 pieces exactly. Nahia huffed. She would not have to retrieve any. Suddenly, there was some kind of roar. Only it was not exactly a roar, but a mix between a growl and a raptor's cry. From inside the cave, an enormous creature emerged, as large as a grown dragon and more unique if possible. It had a powerful tiger's body, while its head and wings were those of a white eagle. It was magnificent. It radiated animalistic power. Its head and neck were covered in white feathers. The eagle beak was golden. This caught Nahia's attention. She thought back to the hawk cheetah she had seen and remembered that it also had a golden beak. She found it curious. The creature leaped forward, spreading its large wings. It truly looked as powerful as a dragon, except for the head. Nahia thought it looked more powerful than a dragon's. It approached slowly, and Nahia noticed it was watching her. Its eagle eyes stared at her in a way that made her nervous. She thought it was going to jump over her. She stepped back, driven by fear. The great winged beast landed a few paces from the path. The belt did not repel it. Nahia didn't know whether it was because she was at the limit distance or because it didn't work. Bergor was already getting back on the cart to get out of there. Nahia wanted to get on, but this colossal creature was staring at her with intense interest. Bergor urged the draft beasts, and the convoy began to move away. "Don't leave me," she began to say, trapped by the fear the creature's attention filled her with. She knew Bergor would leave her there to her fate, without remorse. "The carts are leaving you, human." She received the mental message of the eagle tiger. Nahia froze. It was not only an intelligent creature, but it could send mental messages like the dragons. "You're speaking to me." Nahia could not move from the shock. "That's right, human. My power allows me to send you mental messages." Nahia received the message and realized that although it was very similar to those the dragons sent, this one was different. She felt it differently. It came with a feeling of quietness that was different from the feelings dragons sent. "Do you understand me?" "I understand you. I know the language of Craido. It is always useful to speak the language of the enemy." "Enemies? Are you our enemy?" Nahia had not known of the existence of these creatures, and least of all whether there was any conflict with them. "I am an enemy of your dragon lords, and hence you." "Oh, I didn't know." "You had better get on that cart, or you'll miss them. Your partner does not seem to be waiting for you." "Yes." Nahia made to go toward the cart, but then hesitated. Was it a trick? Would it attack her? The creature sounded sincere, intelligent and sincere. Not at all monstrous or beastly like a dragon. But that was no assurance that it would not attack. It still might. She couldn't decide, and the cart was moving away. She looked at the creature, seeing how big and powerful it was. She hesitated even more. "Do not worry. You may go. I have no intention of harming you." "Although we're enemies?" "Since you did not know, I will give you the benefit of this first encounter. Go. I will do nothing to you." Nahia nodded and ran along the silver path. She did not look back, since she didn't want to see the eagle tiger fall upon her and kill her with its great golden beak.
She went faster, careful not to leave the path, and reached the carts a moment later. Luckily, they always moved slowly. "Thanks for not waiting," she told Burgor as she sat beside him in the first cart.
Work doesn't wait for anyone, and least of all for blabbers.
"I'm no blabber."
Aren't you? Weren't you just talking to the griffin tiger?
"Well, only for a moment. It spoke to me."
Don't talk to the prisoners. I told you that last time, and I'm telling you now. They're very dangerous. They'll kill you. Not that I care, but they will, and it'll mean more work for me," he said crossly.
"I appreciate all the love you have for me."
"I don't feel any love. You're here to work. Do it right."
Nahia shook her head. The Trignomus did not get sarcasm. She was not surprised, either. They only cared about doing their job well. She was left wondering about the strange encounter. About how amazing that creature was, and the one before, and that they were enemies of the dragons. They were certainly not from Craido, so they had to be from another continent world. She wondered which one it might be. "What world are those griffins from?" Burgor looked at her.
"I don't know. From some faraway one. They're cunning, be careful. They'll trick you and eat you."
"Wow, thanks for the warning."
"So that you don't get away from me."
Nahia sighed. You could not talk to Burgor. He was too much of a squarehead, or, as Lily and Daphne would say, a stonehead. He stopped the convoy at the end of the great cave, right before a bend that seemed to open onto another large cavern.
"Now carefully and quickly,"
Burgor told her, and his tone was fearful. "What is it? What's in that cave?" Burgor snorted. He was nervous.
"A griffin lion. A king."
Nahia threw her head back. "A king? Among the griffins, you mean?"
"Yes, very dangerous."
Nahia looked at the cave and saw nothing. "Understood. Whenever you say. I'm ready."
"We dump a whole cartload, and we get out of here like lightning," Burgor said.
"Fine."
"Let's go."
Burgor gave the order and got off the cart like lightning. His limp vanished, driven away by the fear he felt right then. Nahia followed him as fast as she could. They maneuvered the cart they wanted to empty, both concentrated on the levers and pulleys. Nahia didn't take her eyes off the cavern while she worked. They managed to get the cart in position and did the dumping. The whole load fell toward the cave. Immediately, they worked the levers and pulleys to lift back the trailer and then moved the beasts to place the cart in its position in the convoy. And at that moment, the Griffin Lion King came out of the cave. Nahia froze. It was the most majestic creature she had ever seen, as great as a 1,000-year-old dragon. It had the head of a white royal eagle, a lethal golden beak, and huge wings on the sides of a lion's body, including a long tail. It was tremendously powerful, both in body and presence. It oozed strength and power. The eagle eyes fixed on her. It spread its wings and showed all its power. Then it gave a cry.
"Let's get out of here,"
Burgor shouted at her. Nahia reacted and ran to the cart after the Trignomus. They climbed into the cart, and Burgor urged the beasts on. They left the place as fast as they could. Nahia took one last glance and saw that the great griffin had a silver chain tied around one of its legs. It had to be really dangerous if the dragons had taken extra safety measures. This intrigued her. A cry from the Griffin Lion King filled the cave, and Nahia was grateful to have gotten out of there alive. Chapter 14. The following morning, the torture that was going to last a whole season began. Only Aiden and Taika managed to get up to go to breakfast. The others kept sleeping, unable to open their eyes after the first night of their punishment. They had arrived shortly before dawn, and now they simply could not get up. "Everyone up," Aiden tried to wake them. "Don't know if they're going to be able," Taika commented, watching Evo sleeping soundly. Nahia opened one eye and saw that Daphne and Lily were not getting up. She tried to open her other eye, but could not. She closed the one she had opened, and without meaning to, she went on sleeping. "We have to go to the dining hall, and then to line up," Aiden shouted, not giving up in his attempt to wake them all.
"Don't shout. We're not deaf, Granite Head. It's been a very long night,"
Daphne said reproachfully without opening her eyes.
"We'll get another punishment, or something worse if you don't get up."
"You go. Bring us food," Evo muttered, and pointed at the door with his finger. If Evo isn't getting up to go to the dining hall, it's because they're really tired, Taika told Aiden. Well, I don't intend to bring them food. It's their duty to get up and go to the dining hall. We'll let them sleep a little longer. Sleep is fundamental to recover from exhaustion, besides being necessary for the mind to function properly. When you can't sleep, you have to rise to the occasion, no matter how complicated it might be. And we will. You and I will go to the dining hall and bring them food. We're a team. We won't let the squad fail. Aiden stood staring at Taika. The words of the white tiger seemed to have impressed him. All right then, for the squad. We can't let the squad fail and be dishonored. Aiden turned and went out the door. Evo shifted in his cot. You're a shark, he told Taika with a half smile on his face, without opening his eyes. Tiger, but I'll take the compliment. Taika smiled, and then went out after the draconid. A while later, they were all eating in their room. This isn't right. I want to protest against your behavior, Aiden said, crossing his arms. Protest noted, Stonehead, said Lily, licking her fingers.
And there's no rule that says we can't eat in our room,
Daphne argued as she finished her chicken stew. Yes, there is. There's a place for everything. You eat in the dining hall. You sleep in your room. Aiden was not going to lose the argument. I could eat and sleep in the dining hall without a problem, in fact, Evo said nonchalantly. That's definitely not allowed. Aiden shook his head. The funny thing is that the Trignamoose at the dining hall let us take food out, Taika commented. They saw us and looked the other way. Well, that's odd, since those ugly little monsters are so bad-tempered, Lily said. They're not so bad, Nahia defended them as she finished her serving as fast as she could.
They are a bit on the monstrous side, no denying that,
Daphne replied. As long as the two dragons didn't stop you, there's no problem, said Evo.
Those two are there to scare people. I doubt they're the least bit interested in whether we take food out of the dining hall or not, said Daphne.
They're there to impose respect and obedience, Aiden specified. I'll give you respect and obedience, Lily snapped.
With a hammer to the head,
added Daphne. Aiden made a face and turned his back on them. Our problem is that this is going to last a whole season. That's a very long time, Nahia said. It's very likely we won't be allowed to bring food out of the dining hall that entire time. If we skip breakfast, do you think we can hold up? Lily asked. I'm positive I won't, Evo said. They had brought him 2 rations, like he usually ate. Yes, you will. We all will, including you, big guy, Taika said.
Will we? And how will we?
Daphne wanted to know. Taika told them. We can skip breakfast. Now we're having 2 meals a day, one to gather strength in the mornings and another to recover in the evening. If we do without the morning meal, we'll have less energy, yes, but our bodies will keep functioning and draw on our reserves until the evening comes and we can eat. It doesn't sound very promising, but if you think we can pull it off, said Nahia. But we'll be hungry, and that unbalances the mind. I don't like it. I'd rather be at peace with my body and mind, both in equilibrium, Evo protested, rubbing his large belly. Our bodies can go without eating for several days as long as we drink enough water, Taika explained. If it doesn't have food, the body feeds on everything it has accumulated, good or bad, in its system. Among my people, there is the ancestral practice of going without food for several days. It cleanses the body inside. It eliminates the old reserves and impurities we might have. Several days? Nahia was interested.
More than 2?
Daphne raised an eyebrow. Among my people, the internal cleansing ritual requires 10 days of fasting, only drinking water, Taika told them. That's crazy. I'd die for sure. My body can't go without food for so long, Evo said, shaking his head. I think I'd die too, Lily commented. It sounds like an exaggeration.
More than 3 days sounds impossible, said Daphne.
I promise you can all do it, although it's not easy, and neither is this the right place to facilitate the correct way to do it. We do this using a state of relaxation, barely consuming energy. So it would be impossible here, considering how demanding our schedule is, Nahia said. Even so, it doesn't sound possible or healthy. The body and mind must always be well fed, said Evo. Taika's right. It can be done, said Aiden, who had turned around. They all watched him, interested in what he had to say. Explain yourself, little marblehead, Lily said. The Draconid also use fasting, but as a preparation technique for the rough times of war. The young ones spend 12 days without eating, only drinking water. This allows us to train our bodies to survive when there's no food available. It makes us stronger. Well, look at the little dragons, Lily said, shaking her hand. But you don't do it all at once, do you? Nahia asked. 12 days seemed too many. No. The first time we start with 1 day, then 3, later on 5, then 7, 10, and finally 12. We do it in several sessions, allowing for some time in between. Once we manage to reach 12, we do this every 3 seasons.
You do this every 3 seasons voluntarily? You're crazy, Daphne told him.
You call us crazy, but I can go without food for 12 days, and you can't even last for 2. Daphne was left with a blank look on her face, unable to retort to that. This crazy guy is kind of right, said Lily. Taika looked out the window. We have to go line up. Fine, let's see what the day has in store for us, Nahia said, not very cheered. They all went out of the third-year barracks, sleepy but at least with their stomachs full. For that day, in the future they would have to see. Nahia arrived at the sorcery talent training with a conflicted heart. On the one hand, she wanted to learn new skills and maximize the use and power of the things she had already learned. On the other, she didn't like attending that class because she had to go without her squad mates. They had been forced to go their separate ways because they all had a different talent class. She felt more vulnerable when they were not around her. She was so used to their continuous presence, especially in class, that when they were not there, it was like her family was missing. She sighed as she entered the room. Thinking about her family reminded her that it had been 2 years since she had last seen her grandmother Aoma. She wondered how she was doing and whether things were going well for her. She hoped her health was improving. The village would look after her. She was an important member of the community. If Aoma was healthy, she would make sure the rest of the neighbors and villagers were too. It cheered her to think her grandmother was being well looked after. She entered the classroom and saw a blue dragoness similar to the color of the sky. It seemed to have come out of the summer sky itself, as if it was a part of it and had taken on the form of a dragon. Its scales shone with the light glow dragon scales did. The streaks that ran down its back were white, as if it had passed through clouds at a great speed, and shreds of white had stuck to its scales. For some reason, the fact that this dragoness was pretty did not put her entirely at ease. Surely it would be ruthless. She stood before the dragoness and knelt with her forehead touching the floor. She watched her classmates out of the corner of her eye. They were the same ones from the previous year. The sorcery talent class had not lost any members, which cheered her up a little. She didn't get her hopes up because she knew that at any moment one might die in that horrible, magical martial academy. They all knew this. The sorcery talent is scarce. Only 5 chosen to train in the last course of the academy. Pity. I was hoping to have more pupils this year. The dragoness sent them with a regretful feeling. Nahia was surprised because the feeling seemed sincere, but it might be lying to them, so it was better not to trust. One should never trust a dragon. That was a fundamental rule. And, if it truly wanted to have more pupils, it might ask for fewer casualties in the path of dragons. Surely several of those who had not managed to reach this moment might have had the sorcery talent. But that was something they would never know. Rage began to catch fire in her stomach, and she breathed in deeply to quell it. She was bone-tired from the punishment at the dungeons and the lack of sleep that went along with it, and she did not want any more trouble. Stand up. What I must teach you this year requires your full attention. This is Sorgenbor, my Exarber sorcery talent assistant. Step closer. The 5 stood up and kept their heads bowed. They looked first at the Exarber, who looked younger and faster than the other Exarbers, if that was possible. Then they glanced at one another rapidly. We begin with a big announcement. From this moment on, in this class you will not use any kind of talent sphere to help you with magic. A sorcerer must be able to summon and conjure without any external help. Your inner power has to be strong enough to use your magic at all times and in any situation. That will save your lives, although right now you may not see it that way. Nahia was not convinced by the announcement or the fact that it might save their lives. She would rather have the help of the magical object. It was true they might find themselves in situations without them on hand, and when they used a shield, many times it was impossible to use the sphere. Even so, she liked the help it provided. It wasn't great, but many times a small help was invaluable, since it helped manifest the skill one wanted to summon. The first thing you will learn this year will provide you with a fighting advantage very few have. The rest of the talents will not have it, so it puts you ahead of the curve. They are called instant skills. You will be able to use attacks whose response is so fast, it is considered almost instantaneous. You will think the attack, and this will occur a moment later, a lot faster than any skill you have learned so far. Those other attacks cannot be instantaneous. They require a summoning time which can be reduced a lot as you have been practicing, but no matter how much you improve and reduce the time required to launch an attack, it can never be instantaneous. On the other hand, the new attacks I am going to teach you will be indeed. Nahia was intrigued by this new discipline. Whenever she had to use any of her elemental fire skills, whether breath, ball, claw, or maw, it always required time for her to summon them. In combat, that time seemed eternal. It felt like it took her an eternity to create and launch the attack. She knew she was not slow, but even so, it seemed slow to her. To be able to use an attack instantaneously sounded impressive. She wondered what type of attack it would be. She decided to listen and see what the dragoness taught them. We will begin at once. You have a lot to learn, and the year is short. I see we have a Flameborn with us. That pleases me. She will help me show you what you must learn in a faster and more efficient way. Step forward, human. Nahia did as was told, although she was not pleased that the masters knew what she was and made her their learning mascot. She inhaled through the nose until her lungs were full and exhaled all the air toward the floor, trying to calm down and not let frustration overwhelm her. We will start with a very simple skill. It is not powerful, but it is very useful. It will serve as the base on which to build the rest of the skills. I want you to show me the palm of your dominant hand stretched forward, the one you usually use to create your elemental ball. Nahia held up the palm of her right hand like the dragoness had asked. Unconsciously, she looked at her left hand where the learning orb should be and had to look back to the front, to the floor. I want you to look at your palm for a moment. Memorize it, then close your eyes and visualize it in your mind. That posed no difficulty, and Nahia did so right away. Now create a flame, since your element is fire, like that of a candle in the middle of your hand. It must come out from your own palm. Do not create it on top of it. This was getting complicated. How was she going to make it emerge from her hand? How could a flame come out of her hand? It was going to burn. Have the flame emerge from your hand outward. Concentrate and do it. Nahia did not really understand the order, but there was nothing she could do but obey, so she tried. She visualized in her mind a small flame, coming out through the palm of her hand upward, like that of a candle. She could not create it. She had already guessed she would fail. She kept trying, but without luck. Ban the fear of burning your hand from your mind. You are not going to get burned. Push the flame upward. It is your own elemental magic, and it will not hurt you. You can do it. It was easy to say, but much harder to achieve. Was the dragoness tricking her? Or was she really not going to get burned? She wouldn't know until she did it, so she concentrated on making the flame come out of her palm. There was a golden flash around her hand, and the flame formed. Open your eyes and contemplate your creation." When she opened them, Nahia froze. In the center of her upturned hand was a flame, burning straight. It was coming out of her hand, but she felt no pain. It didn't burn her. It was as if it consumed air and burned only at the top. It amazed her. "And now send more energy to the flame." Nahia did so, and the flame grew in height and width. It gave off an intense heat and a strong light. With this skill, she could not only create fire, but warm herself and light up dark places. She thought it was a most useful skill. "Now, put it out with your mind. You will not be able to do so any other way. Only the mind or elemental water magic can quench it, since it is not a natural flame, but an elemental magic flame." The explanation made all the sense in the world. Surely Lily would be able to put it out with her water magic, but Nahia didn't have that elemental power, only fire. Adding more fire was not the way to put it out. She concentrated and put it out by imagining the flame being extinguished. She opened her eyes, and it was no longer in her hand. She considered that a small victory. "Very well. Now you will all repeat the exercise. Each of you will create a flame of your own element. I want to see a fountain of water, a bolt of lightning for air, one of earth, and a flame of light. Get started." They all stretched their upturned hands and closed their eyes. They started trying to create their elemental flames. It took them a moment, but they did it gradually. Nahia was very surprised at the shape each took. The water flame was indeed a small fountain, the water going up and down on the palm of her hand and falling to the floor. Would it be drinkable? If it was, that would be great. The lightning was awesome as it went up and down, sizzling and cracking. It made them all stand back since it appeared ready to leap onto the first person to approach. It also gave off a bluish-white light. The light flame was very similar to her fire flame, only a lot brighter. It gave off a powerful white light that could light up a large room. When more energy was sent to it, it shone with great intensity and blinded them all. What you must now achieve is creating that flame spontaneously, just by thinking it. That is the goal. Think it, and it should appear at once in your hand, like an immediate reaction to the thought you had. It will take you some time to manage this, but I am sure you will all get there. Sorgenbor will help answer any questions you might have. Get started. The ex-arbor reached for a large tome he carried on his back and opened it. He showed it to them. "If you need to consult the theory, come closer," he told them. Nahia decided to try without the help of the large sorcery tome. If she had already managed to create the flame, all she needed to do now was make it appear faster. A lot faster. She concentrated on doing this. One thing she didn't think would happen started occurring as the class proceeded and she had more attempts under her belt. She created the flame faster every time. This surprised her because it was precisely what she was supposed to do and what she wished would happen during classes but rarely did. She kept trying, and by the time class was over, she almost had it. She had reached a point where she was very close to summoning it instantaneously, but not quite. She watched her comrades, and although they were not doing badly, none were as fast as she was, at least for now. She left the class happy for once. Her magical skill was very good. Too good. Was her magic improving without her noticing? This little exercise pointed in that direction. She would have to pay close attention to her power in the classes of magic and sorcery to see whether it was growing. Chapter 15. A few days later, Nahia went to the library and headed to the 3rd floor where they were to study that year. As she was going upstairs, she looked all around her. Lately, she had the feeling that the librarian ex-arbors were observing her. More than observing, they were watching her, and it was uncomfortable. It was probably nothing but her imagination, but this was how she felt. When she glanced at the ex-arbor, they all seemed very busy. Some were taking books from the shelves, others were handing them to pupils, and still others were telling off whoever made the slightest noise. The usual, and they did it with their usual parsimony. Even so, she thought they were watching her somehow, and she couldn't explain it. She reached the 3rd floor and started to cross it with her head down and her eyes ahead. When she was halfway across, she saw what she had expected to find there this day, and her heart skipped a beat with joy. Sitting at the last table at the far end were Anna and Logan. The joy she felt from seeing them compelled her body forward, and she headed toward them a little too fast and vigorously. She nearly crashed into an eggs arbor.
Watch out, pupil. You are not supposed to run.
I wasn't running, I was walking fast. Nahia stopped and turned to the 3rd-year librarian in the hopes he would not tell her off.
Running is forbidden. Walking fast is also forbidden,
he said, and pointed a twig finger with leaves at her. Nahia had already been expecting this. These eggs arbor were exasperating. I'm sorry, I'll walk slower.
Yes, you will do that. Or a punishment you will have.
Nahia was surprised. Had the eggs arbor made a sort of rhyme? If so, he must be a poet librarian. No, that was outrageous. There's so much to study and so little time, Nahia replied, pretending.
The time to study is always scarce. Therefore, one must do one's best, or else they will fail the test.
This librarian eggs arbor was definitely speaking in rhymes. Nahia didn't know what to think. Thank you, I'll remember that.
You had better make sure if you want to endure.
Nahia blinked hard twice. This creature was so strange. Yeah, sure. Well, I'm going to study, she said, and went to Anna and Logan's table at the far end of the hall.
Trouble?
Logan asked her when she got to them and sat down. No, it's nothing. I just came a bit fast and, you know.
Yeah, they don't like the heels of our boots to leave the floor, Anna said,
looking at the eggs arbor, who was walking very slowly toward a shelf. I'm so happy to see you, Nahia said, unable to hold back. She nearly hugged them both. But the poet eggs arbor was already watching her. He had stopped and turned around. He watched her. They might not be fast, but they had excellent hearing. She smiled at the eggs arbor, who put his twig finger to his bark lips. Nahia nodded and turned back to her friends. The joy is ours, said Anna, smiling as she put her hand on Nahia's fondly.
A great joy,
added Logan, who smiled and grabbed her arm for an instant, an unusual gesture from someone who always remained aloof and stern. The small gesture went straight to Nahia's heart. Logan never showed his feelings. This small gesture was a treasure. It made her feel wonderful, and an indescribable joy traveled up from her stomach to her face. Together again, said Nahia, smiling happily, seeing them safe and sound. The few moments they spent together filled her with joy and hope. May that never change, said Anna, smiling shyly. Nahia looked at them both and discovered they had both changed. They looked more mature, as if it had been a very long time since she had last seen them up close. It was not altogether untrue. Time had passed, and this was the first time they were seeing one another since before the end of second-year test. But it was not that long. She wondered whether they were thinking the same thing about her. Anna no longer looked like the frightened little girl of their arrival, but like a young woman. Logan looked more handsome and manly, irresistible. She couldn't stop looking at him. It was stronger than her. You look good, was all she could say, a little baffled by all the thoughts and feelings running through her mind.
You look good, too,
Logan replied, with his intense gaze. You're a terrible liar, Nahia smiled. I have dark circles under my eyes from not sleeping, and my face shows pure exhaustion.
You look good, given the circumstances,
Anna said sweetly.
We already know about the punishment your whole squadron received.
If you do the right thing, you get punished, Nahia said with a shrug.
Be careful that one of those punishments doesn't lead to your death,
Logan warned her seriously. Nahia sighed. I really try. Honest.
You must be more careful. You're too impulsive. We don't want to lose you. It would be terrible.
Anna's eyes moistened as she held back tears. Anna is right. If you don't control that fire of yours, it'll end up killing you, Logan said, and his light eyes showed concern and something more that Nahia did not know how to interpret. You mean my fire because I'm a flameborn? She joked to make light of the moment. That too, but I meant your character. Logan jabbed his finger at her heart. Nahia had to agree with them. They were right. She couldn't deny it. I'll be more careful. I promise. Anna stroked her hand again, and Logan looked at her with a spark of joy in his eyes, although a deep concern remained deep. He was really worried for her. Nahia couldn't help feel that those light eyes, his worry for her, and the spark of joy were irresistible. She looked at him and she could not keep her heart from being robbed by his gaze, loaded with deep feelings. His handsome face and reserved and honest character. There was nothing she could do about it. She had to stop looking at him, feeling her stomach levitating. Apart from the fact that looking at his lips filled her with the urge to put her own to his and kiss him.
Tell us, how did you fare in Organa?
Anna asked her. Nahia snapped out of her daydream and returned to reality. Oh yeah, Norgana. You're not going to believe what we lived through over there, and what we found out, she said animatedly. That good? Logan asked, raising an eyebrow. Better than good, Nahia said.
Tell us all about it then,
Anna said, her big eyes filled with interest. Nahia looked around before she began. There were several third-year pupils with tomes of mental dragon magic at the nearby tables, but they were immersed in their studies and weren't paying attention. The poet Exarber was already far enough away and would not hear her, but even so, Nahia lowered her voice so that only Anna and Logan would hear what she had to say. Calmly, she told them everything that had happened during their adventure in Tremia. She tried not to leave out any important details. She told them about Lasgol, Camus, the Rangers, of her relationship with Egil, who was still a prisoner in the dungeons, and everything else she could think of that might be relevant. She took a pause to breathe, since she was speaking very fast. She had so many things to tell them in such little time. She looked around again before telling them about the most important subject. She didn't see any danger, and proceeded to tell them about Lasgol's golden bow and the promise he had made to her. And she revealed their great discovery. The huge dragon Lasgol had killed as proof of his statements and the promise he had made. Once she finished telling it all, she leaned back in her chair and waited for the reactions of her two friends. That's amazing. Both of Logan's eyebrows were raised high, and his eyes were almost popping from their sockets.
It can't be.
Anna could not quite believe it. Nahia nodded repeatedly. It can be, and it is. I'm a witness. Then, this confirms what Egil told you about the golden weapons his comrades had. It was all true, Logan said, remembering everything they had talked about before separating the last time. Yes, everything Egil told me is true.
Then he is to be trusted, and is true to his word. I wasn't sure it would be so,
Anna admitted. Absolutely worthy and honorable to the core. Not only that, he's an ally. His friends are fighting the dragons, and they're skilled warriors we want on our side. They have to be good warriors if this Lasgol and his comrades killed a dragon. So he has a bow capable of bringing down a dragon? Logan asked, as if he wanted to make sure he had understood right, some incredulity seeping into his voice. I know that for us in this world it seems impossible, but it's true. That bow has golden magic, and I can now confirm what Egil told me. Golden magic can kill dragons, Nahia said.
But with a bow, a weapon despised here,
Anna found it hard to believe. I can assure you that if you saw those rangers fight with their bows against the dragons, you wouldn't despise them in the least. Perhaps the dragons don't despise them, but fear them, Logan ventured. After seeing what the Norganian archers did to them, I can guarantee it.
Then you're absolutely sure a dragon can be killed? It's not just a dream?
Anna asked. Absolutely sure. We have the proof. I wasn't the only one to see it. My whole squadron saw it. The evidence is irrefutable. Our squadron leader has forbidden us to speak about it under penalty of death." Nahia looked again all around. If the Ex-Arbor heard her, she would be dead. "Yeah, Irakasgori Gaitz doesn't want it to be known." Logan nodded. "If the dragon had died from other causes, it wouldn't hide it." "It was riddled with arrows, through its eyes and mouth. Lasgol and his people killed it, and they used bows, among them, the one with golden magic." "Then there's hope," said Logan, making a tight fist. "There's a chance." Anna put both her hands on the table. "Now we have evidence that the golden weapons exist and can kill dragons. That the golden magic of those weapons can kill dragons. We have to spread this message of hope to all. We have to make them see that they can fight for the cause of freedom," Nahia said, full of passion. "Yes, but we must be careful. We can't allow ourselves to be carried away and make any mistakes. We have to do it cautiously, without the dragons and those who don't share the cause realizing it," Anna warned, looking around to make sure no one was listening. "Anna is right. This news is wonderful, but we can't be hasty. We must be extremely careful." Logan became serious and looked at Nahia with concern. "I can persuade those of my squadron. They saw the dead dragon. I can explain who killed it and how. I think they'll listen to me, except for the Draconid," Nahia said. "No, you shouldn't openly risk yourself for the cause," Logan said, and his voice broke. Nahia wondered whether it was due to concern or perhaps something else. She wished it was the latter. "Logan is right. We must spread the message in secret. We must. You can't expose yourself. But if I don't spread it, I, who know the truth having witnessed it won't be equally strong. Don't misunderstand me. You've been doing an exceptional job talking to other pupils, but I have to tell this myself. They must hear it from me. That way, there won't be any doubt. I'm the proof they need in order to believe." Logan and Anna looked at one another and thought for a moment. "We could do it here," Logan suggested. "Meet them here? Like now?" Nahia asked. Logan nodded. "It's not completely safe." He looked at an Ex-Arbor who was returning a tome to a shelf. "But it's safe enough. Anna and I have been speaking here to those who showed an interest for the cause and who we deemed trustworthy. We've been passing the message on. We've done pretty well so far." "We could invite those we trust to come here, and you can pass on the message in person," Anna suggested. "I like it," Nahia nodded. "Then that's what we'll do," Logan said firmly. Nahia took a deep breath. "You know that ever since I've been here at the Academy, and even more so after Maika's death, I've wanted us to unite, to fight the dragons and achieve freedom. Not only us, but all the races, including those from other worlds. My dream was that we would all unite with the goal of defeating the tyrants. That's the only way we can stop them from killing, here at the Academy and in Craido, and also in other worlds like Tremia. You've been transmitting that message in the Academy, one of hope for all. Now we have evidence. It's not just a message of hope based on wishful thinking. It's not an unreachable dream. Now it's a message of hope based on true facts. The dream is reachable. The dragons can be defeated. Everyone has to know. Here, down on land, and in every subjugated world." "That will be the new message to transmit," Logan said with determination. "The dream is within reach. The dream will come true," said Anna. "We'll achieve freedom for us and everyone else," Nahia added, clenching her fists. "The message will be transmitted," Logan said. "You can count on us. We won't fail you," said Anna. "I couldn't do it without you. You're the soul of the cause." "No, you are the soul of the cause," Logan said, giving her a tender look that left Nahia defenseless. Her eyes moistened. "We'll support you to the end," Anna promised. "The dragons will fall," said Nahia. "The dragons will fall," Logan repeated. "The dragons will fall," Anna nodded. Chapter 16. "Our first weapons training session of the year. Yippee!" Lily cried in a tone filled with irony, a comical look on her face as they headed to the lesson.
"What do you think it will be on this year?"
Daphne asked, wrinkling her nose, expecting something she was not going to like.
Whatever it is, it will make us stronger and more loyal. The mastery of weapons is fundamental in order to graduate as a dragon warlock,
Aiden said, as he straightened, walking at the head of the group. It was where he liked to walk, hurrying them along and setting the pace.
It will be tough, I bet,
Taika said, glancing at his female comrades with eyes that could not hide his concern. Unfortunately, that's what I'm afraid of, too, Nahia admitted. She had interpreted the white tiger's look.
We'd better hurry up and get to class. Then we'll find out. Delaying it only makes us think even worse things,
Daphne said with a sigh.
True, the mind tends to think the worst when the reality isn't usually so bad,
Evo commented in a transcendental tone, looking peaceful. For you, surely not, since you're a beast and ooze strength out of every pore. But for us, it'll be worse than we imagine, that's for sure, Lily retorted. Evo made a face that meant she was probably right.
In any case, the best thing is to keep calm and seek serenity and balance.
I don't give a hoot about that,
Daphne grumbled, shaking her head. Don't worry, my beautiful dear grumbling comrade. I'll cheer you on. You'll see how it soothes your mind, Lily told her, throwing her arm over her friend's shoulder with a large smile on her face. Our Lily does know how to cheer a friend, Nahia admitted to Daphne. Of course. I'm charming, Lily laughed, and hugged Daphne, and then she ran to hug Nahia too.
This scarlatum is a bit wrong up here,
Aiden said, pointing at his head. Nahia smiled like Taika and Evo. It was these moments that relieved the tension of being in the academy and united her to her comrades. They arrived at the weapons building. It seemed to Nahia that they were entering a great fortress without walls. It was shaped like a perfect square, with an uncovered yard in the center. On the front wall of the main building were the knife, sword, spear, and shield drawn in silver. Those were the weapons they had to learn how to master. They had already mastered the dagger and sword, but they still had the spear left. She would rather learn to use the bow, especially after witnessing what the Rangers were capable of doing with them in Tremia. And of course, because of the existence of Lasgold's golden bow that could kill dragons. They went in and headed to the third-year classrooms.
What classroom did the Exarbor of Studies at the square say?
Daphne asked.
The Green Deep,
Taika said. Yeah, now we're doing C's, Lily said, indicating the name of the classroom in front of them. Black Ocean. They have a peculiar way of naming classrooms, Nahia commented. Don't you think?
What might seem strange to us makes perfect sense to our masters. We're simply not capable of seeing it,
Aiden told them.
What we can see with perfect clarity is your granite head,
Daphne told him.
The fact that you can't understand our Lord's logic isn't my problem,
Aiden replied.
The fact that you don't see that our lords are abominable tyrants is everyone's problem, Daphne told him.
You forgot to add granite head, Lily said, making a face. Aiden snorted and shook his head.
You think whatever you want, and I'll think what I think.
Unfortunately,
Daphne commented. It took them a while to find the classroom. They went in. Nahia had the feeling that they were going to have a very hard time. As they entered, they saw two other squads and the instructor. It was a colossal red male dragon. It was so big it had to be over 900 years of age, and tremendously strong, with muscles that looked ready to burst out from under its scales. Its chest and legs looked uncommonly strong, like those of Arrakis Godigaits. Its head was intimidating, with several horns that curved backward and the crest that ran down its back. Even more frightening were the eyes, red as live coals that shone with inner fierceness. Without a doubt, with that awesome size, it could not be far off from 1,000 years.
This year, your last one in the academy, I will be your weapons master. I am Beldur Gorihandi. I teach with discipline, and I expect the maximum respect from my pupils. You have had the chance to fight with the dagger, sword, and shield. You have already mastered those disciplines. The third year begins with the study of fighting with the sword and shield. This is the preferred combination of many dragon warlocks. The sword provides the skill to kill, and it's a lethal weapon with a good reach. The shield is the protection you all wish for in combat. Together they form a combination difficult to surpass. In battle, it will give you an advantage against practically every other combination of weapons. There is almost nothing more fearsome than a warrior skilled with a sword and shield. Nahia knew that the dragon was right, but she preferred magic to a sword and shield. She was better at it, and it didn't exhaust her. The dragon had forgotten to mention, no doubt on purpose, the strength and energy necessary to fight with the sword and shield. They both weighed quite a bit. In order to fight with both of them, you had to be very strong. She now had some muscle, but was not that strong. Already the dagger and shield were a horror to fight with. With only the sword, it was slightly less tough, and this was after working on her physical strength for almost the whole second year. She didn't even want to think about how hard it was going to be for her to fight with the sword and shield. She noticed Daphne and Lily were looking at her, and their looks were of worry. They were thinking the same thing. The combined weight of the sword and shield was going to crush them. They wouldn't be able to fight with both. It would be too much, even after all the efforts they had made to improve their physical strength. On that note, the truth was that Nahia barely recognized herself now. Compared with how weak and scrawny she had been when she had first arrived at the academy, she now looked like a totally different person. After 2 years of suffering, her body had improved a lot. Her arms and legs were nearly twice as big as they had been, and there was no fat to them. She was all muscle. Well-worked muscle she had developed at the gym and in class. But unfortunately, it wasn't enough. She was going to need more muscle in order to be able to wield those 2 weapons. As she well knew, developing muscle and endurance required a lot of hard work and sacrifice. It wasn't pleasant, but it didn't scare her. She would make it. She had to. There was no other way.
So that the learning is faster and more efficient, we will use instructors from each of your races once again. Pay absolute attention to what your weapon masters teach you. Let me remind you that we are at war with Dramea, and whatever you learn here will be of great use in battle. It will save your life, and, at the same time, it will help the dragons conquer that world.
The idea felt like an aberration to Nahia. She didn't want to help the dragons conquer Tremia. Quite the opposite. If there was anything she didn't want to do, it was fight for the dragons, and least of all help them conquer that world. Yet she would not be able to stop them if she was dead, so she had no option but to learn this combat discipline and avoid dying here because she had failed the class. From a side of the room, the instructors came forward. They consisted of a Felidae, a Draconid, and a Taruk. They were carrying swords and shields for the class. The 3 bowed before the great dragon respectfully. Then they glanced at the 3 squads. The Taruk stood in front of them.
This kind of weapons instruction will be harder this year than it was the previous years. It is imperative that you all give your best effort during training, because otherwise, I will have to leave you behind. And you know the consequences of not passing this class, so you had better do as I say.
The threat, and knowing that this class was going to be even harder, made Nahia shiver. She was no longer so confident she would pass. The dragons never warned them in vain. She gave her comrades a troubled look, and they returned it. The 3 women knew they were going to really suffer, and also that they simply could not fail.
In order to incentivize you a little more, this year we will change the location of the training. It will not be in this room, or even this building. You will train in the arena.
The announcement left them not only perplexed, but even more worried than they had been, especially Nahia, Lily, and Daphne, who could already see problems piling up. They had not been expecting this at all. The arena was a place of competition, one that brought up horrible memories. The class was already becoming too complicated.
Of course, as you will be training in the arena, you will practice in the combat elimination formats, or duels, as we call them. It will be a full experience that will help you progress quickly. In order to become a master of weapons, we require blood, sweat, and effort. I know all of you are ready for this sacrifice. Nothing less is expected of you. Follow your weapons masters to the arena to begin the training.
The Taruk addressed them with a deep and powerful voice.
I am Urus. Take your equipment, Igneous Squad.
Nahia looked him up and down. The powerful Taruk had muscles more carved than Evo. He carried a shield on his back and a sword at his waist. He was the living image of a beastly warrior. With those powerful arms and wide, muscular shoulders, he could split a person in 2 easily. They did as they were told. One by one, they fetched their gear, and when they were all ready, they waited for their weapons master.
Follow me to the arena in silence, he told them, and without another word they left. On the way there, they exchanged uneasy glances. They arrived at the round building that invoked such bad memories. When they went in, Nahia had a sick feeling that made her stomach turn, and which increased once they came out of the passage into the arena. Entering the sight of the spectacle and stepping onto the sand made her feel awful. Bad memories of her experience here assaulted her. She didn't want them repeated, but being here, it was more than likely that some kind of horror or suffering would come to them. Urus stood in the north area of the round sandy plaza. The squad followed him. Line up and wait. They did so as the enormous Taruk watched them in silence. Nia realized that he was waiting for the other squads to arrive. Once they did and stood to the south and east of the plaza, Urus addressed them. It is up to you to pass this training. Willpower and courage are necessary. Find them within you. Nahia was having worse and worse feelings about what was going to happen here. You already know how to use the sword and shield separately. Therefore, the combination of both will come naturally. Gather around me, forming a circle, he told them, indicating around him with his finger. They did so quickly. Now I will show you the basic movements of offense and defense. You will repeat them in series of 40. You must learn to do them as if you had been born with a sword in one hand and a shield in the other. Nahia found the comment a little funny, but the thought evaporated as soon as she heard series of 40. She was horrified. She had her shield in her left hand and the sword in the right, and she was already feeling the weight of both on her arms. This was already a bad beginning. Watch my offensive and defensive movements, then repeat them like I do. You must be like my shadows. I start right now. Nahia watched how the enormous Taruk did the series. For him, moving the sword and shield was easy. He had tremendous strength. He could surely spend several days doing series of 40 without resting. It was their turn, and already with the first series, Nahia knew this was going to be torture and agony. The moment she finished, she felt the effort in both arms. Not much, but enough to be able to calculate it was going to be really tough. She wrinkled her nose. Sometimes she hated being right. On this occasion, she would have loved to be wrong. Urus went on with the movements, and they all followed suit. Luckily, he taught them a dozen different attacks and defenses. When he switched from one movement to a new one, they were able to rest while the weapons master explained the next movement. And the explanations were long and detailed. The Taruk spoke as if every word that came out of his mouth was a great truth in the art of fighting with the sword and shield. At least, so it felt to Nahia, who was listening carefully. It had to be due to how deep his voice was and his intimidating presence. This combination was capable of turning a simple hello into a death greeting. It also made him capable of persuading anyone that what he said was the absolute truth. Nahia managed to finish the first day of training. Tired, but she had finished, and she was very pleased. Lily did too. Daphne almost didn't make it, but in the end she finished thanks to her inner strength. The boys had no trouble, something she had expected. The three were strong and resilient. They finished the first day with the feeling that things would get tougher in the next classes. Unfortunately, they were not mistaken. The next sessions got tougher and tougher. Urus would tell them what they were doing wrong and teach them how they should do it, which gave them a respite they needed like the air they breathed. But the day came when the technique was good enough, and there were no corrections or breaks. And that day, filled with repetitions of offensive and defensive movements, was the first in which Nahia, Daphne, and Lily were unable to finish. When the class ended, Urus came over to them with a look of disgust he did not even bother to hide. I advise you to go to the gym and work those muscles. Otherwise, you won't be able to pass this class. The three were well aware of this fact. They would have to ask for Logan's help once again. Luckily, Nahia knew he would help them due to his good nature, and she would be delighted to spend time with him. Yes, she was going to enjoy that a lot, even if she had to suffer. She might even suffer gladly as long as she was with Logan. No, she was going to suffer, but with a smile on her face. You had to look at the bright side of the problem. Chapter 17. A few days later, at sundown, the Igneous Squad was eating in the dining hall like a pack of hungry wolves. They had to get their strength back before heading to fulfill their nightly punishment. How are you all?
Taika asked, with his soft, silky voice, concern in his tone. He looked at each one with his cat-like gaze. Much better now, said Evo, who had just finished eating 2 whole rations, although I think I still need a little more to reach my balance. Balance? What balance is that? Lily looked at him amused. That between mind and body. My mind is anxious because my body doesn't have all the energy it needs to work in fullness. So I'll go for another ration. I think with that, my body and mind will balance out, and I'll achieve peace and harmony. Only you could come up with such a theory, Lily told him, making a face that meant it didn't fit him at all. You'd be surprised. There are tomes by great thinkers who elaborate on this in depth. You should read them. It would do you good, Evo advised her. Eating too much doesn't become my waist or graceful curvy figure, that's for sure. Lily shook her head and her finger.
The fast we're doing in the mornings must be helping to keep you splendid, Daphne told her.
Oh yes, but I don't like to go hungry, although I'd rather fast than put on weight. Don't you have a single doubt about that? In that case, by the time we finish our punishment, you'll look spectacular, Nahia told her, smiling. Don't bet on it. If I get too thin, I'll lose part of my irresistible attractiveness. Some curves always add a special charm to a feminine figure, Lily explained coquettishly. Who cares about curves or no curves? What we need is muscle. The more the better, Aiden said, in a tone that showed his annoyance with the conversation as he flexed his right arm. There goes Granite Head with his reactionary Draconid ideology, Lily moaned. But this time, he's right. Taika defended him.
And how's that?
Daphne asked, raising an eyebrow. Because if we want to survive and live many more years, muscles are the most important. I'm not saying curves aren't attractive, but muscles are fundamental. Without muscle, the body can't survive in the long run. Or at least that's what my people believe, Taika told them. And they believe correctly. My people also believe that the body needs muscles. The more the better, Aiden added. We don't have a problem with that. We're born with a mountain of muscle in our bodies. That's why we have to eat so much, said Evo. You eat so much because you love it. Don't involve your body and muscles in this, Lily said accusingly. Evo smiled. You aren't wrong. Are all of you coping well with the fast? Taika asked them, seeming to want to make sure they were all well. No problem, said Aiden.
I, like Lily, don't like to go hungry, but I can hold up pretty well until nighttime, Daphne told him. I'm okay. I was already guessing we would be told that we couldn't take so much food out of the dining hall every day. So since we have no other option, we just have to endure, said Nahia. Yeah, it was to be expected. The 3rd day, the kitchen Turgnamus stopped us, Taika said. The Dragon Lords don't allow it, added Aiden. Because they're Daphne began to say, but she shut up when Taika made a sign not to continue. The tiger glanced to his right. Daphne followed his gaze. One of the guardian dragons in the dining hall was looking at them. For a long moment, they all shut up until the dragon's gaze went to another table. How are you handling the punishment? Nahia asked the others. Quite well, if it weren't for those disgusting serpentists, Lily protested. I can't bear them. They disgust me so. Apart from that, fine, Evo said. We've already updated Egil. He's very happy with what's going on in Tremia. Well, not with what's happening, but with how his people are holding their own against the dragons. He's proud of the fierce resistance the Rangers, Ice Magi, and all of Norgana are posing to the invasion. It is reason to be proud indeed, Nahia nodded. We should be fighting like them. More fiercely still, she said, and began to light up. The flame started in her stomach, and she felt its heat come up to her face. Take it easy. I can see your eyes lighting up, Taika told her, and he looked back unobtrusively at the guardian dragon. Do my eyes show it? Yep, they get ember-colored when you start to get excited, Lily told her. And when you have one of your seizures, even more so. They glow as if they burned outwards, Daphne added.
Wow, I didn't know that. Logical, you can't see yourself, Lily said with a giggle. Is it only the eyes or something else too? Do I get all red?
On the contrary, you go pale like snow. As for that, it doesn't show, Daphne told her.
That's funny. Nahia didn't know what to think of that. I know. It's good to know when it happens, Taika said. We can help you.
Yeah, that's true.
On the other hand, with Granite Head, we can't tell when he's going to have one of his seizures, which doesn't surprise me because he has to make everything more difficult for the rest of us, said Daphne.
That's him, Lily added. Don't be so mean. Leave Aiden in peace, Evo told them. I don't need anyone to defend me. I can do it myself, Aiden retorted, annoyed. Evo shrugged. As you wish. Nahia decided to change the subject to cut off the argument. Ask Egil if he has any idea where his friend Ingrid might have hidden the golden weapons. Lasgol and his friends haven't found them, and it's very important they do so. Perhaps we might get lucky, and Egil can think of where they might be, she told Lily and Evo. Fine, we'll ask him, Lily nodded. Daphne, try to get all the information you can from the prisoners in your area.
I'll try, although there are some with murderous intentions.
I can imagine, but do what you can. Don't take any risks, but if you find something out, it might be useful. If there are any other prisoners like Egil, it might be good for us, Nahia said, thinking about possible opportunities they could take advantage of. My enemy's enemy is undoubtedly my friend, Taika commented. That's what I'm thinking. We might have to forge odd friendships to help us in the fight for freedom. She said the last part in a low voice. Taika nodded. It's a good idea. If you don't mind, don't talk about the cause, or about going against our lords in my presence. I'd rather not know any of this. I don't want to be involved. Keep me out of this entirely, Aiden told them.
Unfortunately, we don't have a choice but to bear with your company all the time, so suck it up and bear with us. Stay absolutely quiet, Daphne told him.
You know what'll happen to you if you breathe a word, Lily told him, passing her thumb along her neck.
I'm not afraid of you. You two or anyone else, Aiden said, lifting his chin.
Maybe, but I bet you don't want to stand up to the five of us,
Daphne threatened him. Aiden waved his hands, not wanting to continue the conversation. Aiden isn't going to betray us, Nahia said, looking at the Draconid, more in hope than in certainty that this was true. Let's finish eating. The dungeons await us, Aiden said. He did not want to hear anything else. Nahia was thoughtful. Unfortunately, they had not been able to keep Aiden out of it. It was impossible. He was always with them, day and night. They had tried, but he had found out gradually. They had tried to keep the secret and only talk about the important matters when the Draconid was not with them, but it hadn't worked. Things slipped out, or Aiden suddenly came back in the middle of a conversation and heard things. Other times, the comments slipped out from sheer frustration and hatred toward the dragons. The Draconid now knew, not only what they thought, but also of their efforts and goal of achieving freedom. The Draconid presented a risk they had to live with. There was no other solution. Nahia hoped he would not betray them, but neither she nor anyone else in the group would risk their neck for the Draconid's loyalty. They could only wait and see. A while later, Lily and Evo were scrubbing the floors of dark rock at the beginning of the corridor where Egil's cell was. They were waiting for a couple of Turgnamus who were making the food delivery to finish their task there and go to another sector. So far, they hadn't had any problems with the Turgnamus. As long as they did a good job cleaning, everything seemed to go well. They strove to do it well to avoid any trouble. The plan was that the two of them would do the sector where Egil was held and speak to him while Taika and Aiden cleaned other sectors and were alert in case they needed to provide support. The two Turgnamus finished delivering the food to the last of the prisoners in the corridor and left. Lily and Evo exchanged glances and headed to Egil's cell. Everything looked to be in order. They should not run into any problems. At that moment, a Serpetus appeared behind them. Lily saw it by sheer chance, and she grabbed her mop, ready to hit the creature if it came too close. Stop. Don't hit it with the mop, or we'll be in deep trouble, Eva whispered in a quieting tone while he stayed absolutely still. Lily was shaking off the nasty shiver and grasping the mop with both hands, her knuckles white. She knew she must not move in the presence of one of those guards, but she found it very hard to maintain her poise. If it comes any closer, I'll hit it. Eva's eyes opened wide. The thing was, the Serpetus came to sniff at everyone in the corridor. This one was no different. It came to Evo, and rising up to the Taruk's face, it smelled him with its forked tongue. Evo did not move. He let the creature examine him and remained calm. They both had their bracelets on, so if they didn't do anything weird, the creature would let them be. The Serpetus seemed satisfied and turned to Lily.
"Don't come,"
she muttered under her breath, making a tremendous effort not to step back and remain still in her place. The creature snaked its way forward until it was in front of the Scarlatum, who had the mop stick in front of her, parallel to her body as if she were hiding behind it. The creature guard rose on its body until its head was level with Lily's and sniffed at her with its tongue.
Stay still and calm,
Evo told her, seeing that his partner was about to lose her cool and do something they were going to regret. Lily was clenching the mop so hard it looked like she was going to shatter it into splinters. The muscles in her face were so clenched that the little horns on her head looked like they were going to launch themselves into the air. Evo thought the Scarlatum was not going to be able to control herself. She was about to burst, so he prepared to fight. The Serpetus sniffed at her one last time, and turning half its body, looked at Evo. Then it left, snaking its way along the center of the corridor. Lily's whole body began to shake uncontrollably, as if she were having one of Nahia's seizures.
"I hate those things."
The Serpetus stopped and turned around. It stared at Lily with its snake eyes. Lily closed her mouth and stayed very still. Evo feared it would attack them. The creature made a sound like a grating hiss. Lily and Evo understood at once that it was a warning, a deadly one. They didn't move a muscle. The Serpetus looked at both, poked its tongue out in their direction, and then turned to continue down the corridor. Evo snorted under his breath, very relieved. Lily remained silent for a moment longer, afraid that the creature might come back. Once it had vanished down the end of the corridor, Lily cursed under her breath.
"Nauseating thing! To the abyss with you!"
You must learn to be calmer, more balanced with these creatures.
Evo tried to soothe her with his peaceful, relaxed tone.
"The next time I see it, I'll freeze it on the spot."
I don't think that's a good idea. I'm positive the creature has magical defenses. Otherwise, it wouldn't be in the dungeons.
"Well, I'm going to skewer it from side to side with my sword."
I don't think you'd be able to do that either. It has scales similar to the dragons. Besides, the Tergnomus won't let you come down here with a sword.
He shook his large horned head from side to side.
"So, we bring it hidden."
I think it'd do you good to do some breathing exercises. You're redder than usual, and you are a very intense red.
"Of course I'm red and intense. That filthy monster nearly licked my face and then almost attacked me."
Breathe, or else your horns are going to fly off your head, Evo told her, spreading his arms and then closing them, doing breathing exercises so that Lily would imitate him.
"Stop doing that."
Do as I tell you. Inhale through the nose to your lungs.
He told her and did it.
And exhale long and steady.
He finished, looking at Lily. Their Scarlatum was furious and disgusted. As a rule, Lily was charming, but when she got angry, she turned as red as her skin, or even more. It took her a long moment to calm down. Evo kept showing her the breathing exercises of breathing and relaxation, but Lily ignored it and breathed at her own pace. Once she was calmer, she spoke.
"You're right. I must learn to control myself around those things. Our punishment is long, and we're going to encounter them almost every night."
That's the attitude.
Evo smiled at her.
"I simply can't cope with them. It's beyond me."
You'll manage, don't worry. It will go better every night. You'll get used to it as we encounter more of them.
"You really believe that? Or is it one of your philosophical theories about how to overcome things we don't like?"
Evo laughed.
Both.
"You're impossible, you overthinking, philosophizing oxhead."
Evo smiled and shrugged.
I'm Evo.
Yeah. Let's go and see Egil. See if I can get rid of this bad feeling. Brr.
Okay. Open the peephole. I'll watch.
Lily went over to the cell and slid the peephole open.
"Egil, we're here," Lily said.
Hello, both of you. I happy to see you.
Egil greeted them.
Serpetus?
"Yeah, that disgusting thing approached us."
That seemed to me. Careful. Be dangerous. Yeah, that's perfectly clear to us.
"How do you not go blind in there all the time in the dark?" Lily asked him.
Tergnomus open peephole 3 times a day. Torchlight comes in.
then close again. 4, if count food. Like just now.
Well, how nice are those grumpy little dragon servants, Lily commented sarcastically.
Little, but enough.
Give me a moment and I'll make you a ball of ice. It doesn't glow as much as Daphne's, but it will give you some light since it's so white. In the total darkness of your cell, it will allow you to see something.
Thank you very much, Lily.
It's a pleasure to be able to ease the suffering of your captivity a little, Lily said. And then she concentrated on creating a very condensed ball of ice so it would last without melting as long as possible. Then she passed it through the peephole. Egil took it to the far end of his cell, which was sunk in darkness.
Yes, light up a little. Fantastic.
Lily smiled. You're a champion. You have an incredible spirit.
Not so much. You, good person.
Lily smiled and studied him from head to toe.
What I wonder is, how come you're not all wasted away from being cooped in here for so long without ever coming out? You ought to be unable to move a single muscle and feel all cramped, but you don't look it,
Ivo said, in a fascinated, surprised tone.
I do exercises. Exercises in there? But this cell isn't over 4 paces long and 4 wide.
Don't need more. I run without moving, Egil said, and he started to run in place.
Also, jump in place, he said,
and he began to jump, lifting his knees high. Then he switched to jumping, moving his arms and legs.
Also, do squats and push-ups, many a day. Not have more to do here inside, so exercise a lot. Using weight of my body can do exercises. Be important not to get weak and sick, like Ivo say. The fact that you do all that in there is fascinating.
Ivo was scratching his ample chin.
It's as if you had your own mini gym.
And are they feeding you properly? Lily worried.
Yes, food is no problem. Lots of meat and cheese. Good for body. Thank goodness they feed you well in this nightmarish dump.
Ivo snorted in relief. It seems to me that even if you were left in the middle of the sea, you'd find a way to survive. You'd drink salt water or something like that, Lily said.
Salt water can be desalinized and drunk. I know how,
Egil replied. Lily put her hand to her forehead. See what I just said? You're capable of finding ways to survive anywhere.
Adapt or die, Egil told her. Yeah, well, that's an extremist philosophy, not one of my favorites. I prefer to find balance, but very true.
Ivo agreed. Your dominion of our language is improving a lot. Lily congratulated him. Do you need us to bring you any more books? We could smuggle them in. They don't search us.
Yes, please. Language books if you can. I have dictionary. But conjugate verbs, I am no good.
Lily laughed. That's not important. We understand you perfectly. But we'll try to bring you some books that explain how to conjugate.
I won't learn,
Egil insisted. Lily nodded. Consider it done.
I appreciate it.
Lily looked both ways to make sure the corridor was deserted. I have a question from Nahia. It's about the golden weapons.
Go ahead, ask.
Ingrid is imprisoned, like I told you, and Lasgol and the others don't know where she hid the golden weapons. You wouldn't happen to know where she might have hidden them? Egil was thoughtful.
Ingrid, be great ranger. Get to be first ranger. Be the first woman to do it.
See, I already like this friend of yours, Lily said, smiling.
Very good friend. Great leader. Can you think of where she might have hidden them?
Ivo asked from his watch post a little further back.
I would say the abyss, but Camo and Lasgol would have already looked there.
From what Nahia told us, your friends have looked everywhere with no luck.
Given the situation, with the dragon's invasion, they surely left no stone unturned in order to find those weapons,
Ivo commented.
Yes, they look everywhere. Leader of Rangers not have them. Sigrid or Dolbara?
Lily shook her head. No, Rangers have them, including the leaders. That's what Lasgol said. Egil thought for a while longer. Then he shook his head.
I no idea where Ingrid can hide them. Sorry. Perhaps only she knows. Egil said ruefully.
That puts us in a tight spot, because she's a prisoner in a city-state off the eastern coast of Tremia.
Yes, be important problem.
Well, I'll tell Nahia we don't have any news.
Someone's coming, Evo warned them suddenly. Lily closed the peephole, and in the blink of an eye she was scrubbing in front of the cell. It was a Trignamus. They pretended to be working and let him pass by. The Trignamus turned to them.
This corridor is more than clean. Go on to the next one.
Lily and Evo looked at one another. They did as they were told, and went on to the next sector. For that night, talking to Egil was over. Chapter 18. One level below, Daphne was pulling her cart loaded with charcoal down the endless corridor. She was tired. She'd been walking along the labyrinth that was the second underground level for hours. She crossed by 2 Trignamus who carried their tridents on their shoulders. She still didn't know how they used them, since the curmudgeons practically didn't talk to her. They passed her by, and since Daphne knew they wouldn't greet her if she did not do it first, she did.
Good evening,
she said in a dry tone.
May it be so,
The one with the darkest hair and an annoyed face replied. Daphne smiled inwardly. She did not understand why the Trignamus were always angry or in such a bad mood. They seemed to her a strange race. She seized any chance she had to make them talk. She did so because she knew it bothered them, and this amused her. It was the only entertainment she had during the nightly working hours that felt eternal. She saw a brazier that had gone out and went to fill and rekindle it. She always made sure she walked along the center with her cart, close to the braziers. She didn't go near the cells because she didn't trust that the protection barrier would work. She assumed it did because there were no loose creatures wandering the corridors, but she preferred not to check. The few times she had taken a look from a prudent distance, she'd gotten a good scare. A creature always came out trying to kill her, so now she went down the center without straying too much. She got to the brazier and stopped pulling the cart, which was nothing but a large wheelbarrow. They loaded it with coal, and she had to go round this sector making sure all the fires were burning and pouring more coal on those running low. Since they were underground and there were no torches or oil lamps, those braziers were the only source of light in that dungeon underworld. She saw a figure move in the cell to her right. It didn't reveal itself, and she didn't try to see it. Better to keep her distance. Although they might be dangerous, she found it cruel that the prisoners only had those fires as a source of light. They were kept going day and night, yes, but they could not compare with the light of the sun. From what she knew of healing from her healer talent and her elemental light magic, nothing compared to sunlight. Its properties were beneficial for the health. Keeping the prisoners down here without seeing the light of the sun for so long was going to weaken them and make them sick. Of that she was positive. Unless nocturnal creatures dwelled there. An idea came to her mind. No doubt that was what the dragons intended with these underground dungeons. Not only did they keep them locked up safe, but they also made their enemies sick. That explained why they kept the prisoners from natural light, with barely circulating air and in a damp, lugubrious atmosphere. All factors that contributed to weakening the body and causing illnesses. Indeed, that was why they did this. She thought it most evil. Dragons were abominable beings. She got to work and filled the brazier with coal with a small spade she carried in her cart. Then she lit it. She could not do like Nahia and use her power to create fire, so she carried an oil lamp and a small ceramic container with fuel in the cart. She poured the fuel, which was nothing more than a special oil that burnt easily, and for a longer time than regular oil. She did not know how the Trignamus made it, but it was one of their creations, and they were very proud of it. They had made that clear to her more than once. The little curmudgeons were as proud of their work and everything that had to do with it as they were grumpy, perhaps the former more than the latter. She soaked the coal well and then started the fire with her oil lamp.
"Thank you,"
a voice said behind her. Daphne started, putting her hand to her chest and almost knocking down the oil lamp. She recovered and turning around, she looked toward the origin of the voice. She was alone in that section of the corridor, so it had to come from one of the cells.
You thanked me?
She asked, not going near the cell. She could only see half inside, and not very well. The far end was all shadows.
"Yes, I did,"
a voice said, and a figure came out of the darkness and approached the bars. Daphne stiffened. She remembered that as long as she didn't go near the bars, she had nothing to fear. If the cell's magic worked, of course. If not, she would be in deep trouble. Just in case, she stood in a defensive stance and called on her inner dragon. She gathered elemental light energy and prepared to use it. "You don't need your magic. I'm not going to harm you." Daphne narrowed her eyes to better see the figure that was speaking, and froze when she saw it. It was a humanoid-like creature, a little taller than her and thin. Its features looked feminine, like those of a young woman, yet there was something extremely odd about her. She was covered in plants and their leaves. Not only covered, it was as if the plants were a part of her. They came out of her feet, ankles, elbows, and wrists, even her head. She had no hair, but long green leaves fell down to her shoulders. Her skin was unlike regular skin. It looked as if her legs, arms, torso, and face were enveloped in plant leaves of different intense shades of green. Daphne had the impression they were all jungle plants.
"Who are you? And what are you?"
Daphne was staring at the creature with wide eyes. "I am Oichain of the Selvaris," she told her and bowed slightly.
"You're half human, half plant,"
Daphne stammered, unable to believe what she was seeing. The young Selvaris smiled. "To you I am a mixture between a human and plants, yes. But I am much more than that, in ways too complicated for you to understand. For now, we'll leave it at that. Your mind would not understand the complexity of my physiognomy, least of all that of my whole being." Daphne managed to snap out of her astonishment after a moment.
"I'm quite smart,"
she replied. "Then you will understand me when I tell you that for me, you are a mixture between a human and a hummingbird."
"I'm a lot more than— Oh, now I get what you mean."
Oichain smiled. "You and I are complex beings. Let me tell you that I'm very sorry you can't fly. Those wings of yours are beautiful."
"Thank you. You are really amazing. Like something out of a jungle."
"That's because I come from one. My species, I mean." She indicated behind her, and a dozen others like her revealed themselves. There were men and women of different ages, all grown-ups.
"Wow, I didn't know there were so many inside one cell."
Oichain nodded. "You've never come close to look. You always pass by along the center without coming close. We see you."
"I never saw you. If I don't get close, it's out of precaution."
"Understandable. It is better to be too wary than to end up dead for not being wary enough."
"Exactly."
"You have nothing to fear from us," Oichain assured her and indicated her people with a wave of her arm and hand. Daphne noticed that the leaves of her wrist and elbow moved as if they had a life of their own.
"I hope that's true,"
Daphne replied, not trusting her entirely. If there was something life had taught her, it was that there was plenty of evil in the world, and although it mostly came from the dragons and their servants, she was distrustful. "It is, and you will see. Then you will believe me." Daphne watched her and had to admit that she didn't look dangerous, her or her people. They looked like plant beings. They weren't frightening, at least in appearance.
"How do you speak the Craido language?"
Oichain smiled. "I learned it on my world before I was captured. Some of us studied the dragons, our enemies. If you want to defeat your enemy, it's better to know all you can about them. Lack of knowledge kills you."
"What world are you from?"
"A very distant one. A green world, where plants cover the whole surface. A world of jungles and tropical forests. It's called Biziochian, but the dragons call it Jumeglia. They have conquered it, destroying a quarter of the great continent, the most populated areas."
"That's horrible. I'm so sorry those monsters have done that to you and your people,"
Daphne said, and it came straight from her heart. Oichain looked at her surprised. "You're not like the other dragon servants." Daphne wrinkled her nose.
"I'm a slave to the dragons, just like you."
"But you're not a prisoner like me."
"I am, but in a different way. They have me at the academy, learning to fight for them or die, and death follows after every step I take."
Oichain nodded. "And you don't see it as an honor? There are those who work here and serve the dragons. and those who are in the academy who see it as a real honor.
Daphne shook her head.
Not in my case. I see it as a terrible punishment. One I don't wish for myself or anyone else. We're slaves, inferior beings without any value to the dragons. They enslave us, make us fight for them, and kill us.
The Sylvaris was thoughtful, watching Daphne with a glow of curiosity in her light green eyes. Perhaps you and I have more in common than I thought.
Very likely.
If you could put an extra load of coal in that brazier, I would appreciate it. We have a couple of sick people, and they need it.
Oisin made a sign to 2 members of the group who nodded. They were 2 elders, and they came to the bars, seeking the light of the braziers. They looked unwell. The plants of their bodies were wilting, and those that were not had a dull, lifeless, gray-greenish sheen. It was clear they were sick. When she realized this, Daphne observed Oisin and the others more closely. She took a couple of steps toward the bars to see them better. She squinted and noticed that the others also had parts of their body where their colors were turning gray and the plants were wilting. Even Oisin. The young Sylvaris's leafy hair was dried and wilted at the ends, and a couple of plants on her elbows were a grayish hue. They were all sick.
Of course.
Daphne turned and poured a double load of coal not only in that brazier, but in all of those that lit up the cell. Then she went back to Oisin. The others watched her with interest. The 2 elders, helped by a couple of the younger ones, were basking in the firelight.
We appreciate it from the bottom of our hearts. Our people depend on light. Without light, we can't exist.
Daphne was not surprised by this. This race was half plant, and plants couldn't survive without light. She realized that the ruthless dragons were going to let them die there. They would slowly wilt away, drying up until they died. It was horrible.
Why do they have you here if they've already conquered your world?
It seemed odd to Daphne. Oisin sighed and looked at her people.
They have conquered our world, but our people refuse to give up. They're still in the fight. We are hostages. We belong to the great houses of our nation. They have us here to keep our families from fighting against them.
That's despicable. They're abominable.
Daphne shook her head, angered.
They are, but our people will never give in. They will fight for freedom to the last drop of sap.
Then they are brave.
That they are. All my people are.
Daphne wondered how they would fight the dragons. They didn't look very strong. Perhaps they had magic. She decided to ask.
Do you have powerful magic to fight the dragons?
We have magic, but it's not powerful enough to defeat that of the dragons. Their magical defenses prevent us from using our magic against them.
Daphne nodded. She understood what Oisin meant.
What kind of magic do you have?
Daphne wanted to know.
Nature magic. Based on plants, mainly. We have great healers.
That's what I guessed. But if you can't do anything against the magical defenses of the dragons, and I'm assuming you can't pierce their scales either, then how do you fight them?
This had her wondering. She couldn't imagine how they could fight.
We can't get through their scales.
Oisin shook her head.
But we don't need to.
You don't? But then what? I don't understand. How do you fight them?
Oisin nodded and then smiled.
We have great knowledge of the world of plants, and that gives us an advantage we have learned to exploit. Poisons.
Daphne was shocked. She had not been expecting that.
You have poisons that affect the dragons?
Oisin nodded.
We have several. They're not strong enough to kill them yet, but we keep experimenting. And the day will come when we succeed. For now, we have managed to make them sick with a very powerful mix of different poisonous plants from our world.
Sick to the point that they can't fight?
Daphne wanted to know. This was fascinating. She thought about Nahia. She was going to be very interested. They might be able to use it or develop it in their fight against the dragons.
Sick to the point that they can't fly and can barely walk,
Oisin explained.
That's wonderful!
Daphne nearly applauded. Oisin lowered her gaze, and her face showed sadness.
The problem is that they manage to recover. They return and continue committing atrocities. We can't poison them for long. Their defenses are almost as strong as their own bodies. They're too strong in every aspect.
Even so, what you're telling me is a great advancement. One we haven't achieved in this world. Don't stop searching. If you develop a poison that manages to knock them out, it would be something awesome. We could use it. It could be used in Dramea and in other worlds.
My people continue resisting and are still searching for the poison that will finish off the dragons. One day we'll find it, I am sure. Oihane nodded with hope in her eyes.
You've made me immensely happy. We, the enslaved peoples of Craido, didn't know this was even possible.
Oihane nodded. It is possible to poison them. Dragons aren't immune to poison. It affects them.
I'll spread the word among my people. They must know this.
Indeed, but it requires the creation of a very special poison, with plants I don't even know grow in this world or not. Oihane pointed upward with a finger. Daphne noticed that her nails were also green, but crystalline.
I see. We might not have them here.
Another important thing is how to poison them, which isn't easy either. The dragons are as clever as they are wicked. We have to use all kinds of stratagems in order to succeed.
I can imagine that.
Daphne was thoughtful about how they would go about doing it. Weapons like daggers, swords, and spears could not be used to inflict wounds and poison the blood since they did not penetrate their scales. She thought of the head and mouth. That was the only way she could think of when they opened their mouth. Only, as a rule, they only opened their mouths to use their elemental breath or tear a head off someone with a bite. They would definitely not be easy to poison. Thank you again for tending our braziers, Oihane said gratefully.
You don't need to thank me. I can't bear to see what they're doing to you. It makes me furious, and I'll try to help you in any way I can. My people hate the dragons for taking away our freedom, and what they do to us.
Daphne fluttered her wings and snorted in frustration.
It's despicable, hateful, and having you here without light and getting sick is too.
It's our fated disgrace for not being able to defeat the dragons. Unfortunately, the strong races subject the weak. Daphne wrinkled her nose and frowned, enraged. Blasted dragons. She wanted to go against them, do something to fight them. She had an idea. One that was no great feat, but it might help the Silvaris.
Your magic can't get past the bars, but do you know if ours can?
She asked Oihane. Yes, yours can, as long as it's dragon magic.
Mine is dragon magic.
Then you can get past the barrier.
Great, I have something for you.
Daphne looked right and left to see if anyone was near or coming. She saw no one. The corridor was deserted. She closed her eyes and gathered elemental energy from her inner dragon. She stretched out her right hand, palm up, and concentrated on creating a ball of elemental light energy. She did it without problems. The ball lit up the whole cell and part of the corridor. Light! How wonderful! Oihane cried. Daphne stretched out her left hand. She took elemental light energy and transformed it into healing energy like she had learned to do with her healer talent. With the healing energy, she created another ball and loaded it as full as she was able. She opened her eyes and looked at both balls. One created light, and the other emitted a healing energy.
I'll try to pass them on to you,
she told Oihane. Go ahead. The Silvaris motioned for her to hand them to her. Daphne did not want to touch the barrier with her hands, not only because it might cause her some harm, but because it might alert the Turgnamus that something was up. She decided to use her mind. She concentrated on the ball of light and sent it as if she were launching it at an enemy, only very slowly and making sure it passed between two bars. It took her a while, but the ball of light went through. The barrier let it in, recognizing the dragon magic. Daphne heaved a sigh of relief.
Take it,
she told Oihane. The Silvaris held the ball in her hands. She closed her eyes and let it bathe her completely. At once her color improved a little. She opened her eyes and smiled. You have no idea how good this feels, she told Daphne, and handed the ball of light to the two elders, who took it amid smiles. Daphne nodded and did the same with the ball of healing. Oihane took it in her hands, and her face showed great joy. It's healing magic. This radiates it. I can feel how it penetrates my body.
Healing is my talent. I can't cure you, it's not among the things I've been taught, but it can create non-specific healing energy. It must do some good, even if it's small. Or at least, I hope so.
I am sure it will help us.
I hope so. The ball of light will last a couple of days. The healing one, I'm not sure about. You'll have to tell me.
Of course. We'll let you know how long it lasts and its beneficial effects,
Oyhain assured her as she handed the ball to her people.
I'd better get on with my work. I don't want them to notice this,
Daphne said, looking once again in both directions.
If anyone comes, you'd better hide those spheres.
Don't worry. We'll hide them at the bottom of our cell. Covering them with blankets and our own bodies will be enough to hide their light.
Perfect. I'm happy to have made your acquaintance.
We are even happier,
Oyhain told her with an honest smile.
There aren't many good people left in the world.
I'm grumpier than I am good, but I'll accept the compliment. And there are good people left. They're just scared. They don't want to die. And in the world of dragons, dying is very easy.
Oyhain nodded. You're very right.
I'll be back tomorrow. I'll make 2 more balls if they've been good for you. If you need more, just let me know. Although it's a little risky. You can see them from the corridor.
I think 2 will be enough. We'll know tomorrow. 1,000 thanks for what you've done.
You're welcome. Today, I help you. Tomorrow, you help me.
Daphne smiled at them. Oyhain nodded.
You can count on that.
Chapter 19. On the 3rd underground level, Nahia was doing the food delivery with Burgor atop the first cart of the convoy. It was the same route every night. They traveled in silence. She was disappointed. The weeks went by, and she had not persuaded Utrecht to change her route no matter how much she had insisted, and despite the reasons she had given him. She had spent all her ideas to argue for Route 1.
You didn't like Utrecht's umpteenth refusal, huh?
Burgor said with a Turgnamus smile, which always looked evil on their peculiar faces. In Burgor's case, Nahia had already realized that indeed he always had a hint of evil or resentment. You grow more perceptive.
Don't think so. I'm always the same.
Nahia shook her head. Irony and sarcasm were not the Turgnamus' forte. They were an odd race. Even the Exarber picked up on double meaning, but the Turgnamus barely. Thinking about it, the Exarber were slow of movement but quick of mind. The Turgnamus were small, ugly, with those long noses and ears, and not very mentally astute. How's your leg? Is it already healed?
It's almost better.
Burgor massaged it a little. Great, then we'll take turns picking up the extra pieces that fall off the cart during delivery.
I said almost, not completely. You'll keep picking them up.
But, Burgor urged the beasts and looked ahead, ignoring her. Very typical of him when he did not want to talk about something. Now that Nahia knew what kind of creatures were in the caves, there wasn't much danger most of the route. Granted, she didn't know them all, because some did not come out when they delivered the food. She didn't mind. She preferred it that way. Less risk. But there was an area that made them both very nervous, the section with the griffins, and they were approaching it.
Watch out now.
I will. The griffins, have they ever killed anyone that you know of? The idea crossed her mind, and she asked as it did.
All the prisoners have killed at some point, and so have these. They're powerful creatures. They will kill not for food or the pleasure of killing, but to demonstrate their power and dominion.
Oh, I see. They mark their territory.
Yes, and they do it with blood. That's why working down here is so dangerous. That's why they punish some of you by sending you to this level.
Yeah, so we don't return to the surface.
Exactly. You keep testing your luck and you'll see. Sooner or later, it will desert you, and I'll have to take whatever remains of you above.
Thanks. You're a dear.
Of course I am.
Burgor looked at her bad-humoredly. Nahia smiled. There was no way he had picked up on her sarcasm. They came to the cave of the griffin hawk cheetah. The creature saw them and flew out of the cave like lightning, passing low over them. Can't it escape? I mean, from its cave? Burgor shook his head.
It has a silver necklace around its neck. If it flies away from its cave, it receives a discharge of energy that hurts its head. Dragon magic. Advanced.
Wow. Very interesting.
Don't they teach you mental dragon magic at the academy?
Well, yes, we're just starting with it.
Well, that's the kind. Very powerful magic. It attacks the mind and brings down the griffins.
I see. Don't they have magical defenses like the dragons?
They do. That's why they're forced to wear the necklace. It neutralizes them.
Ah, I see.
Come, human, let's play. It will be fun.
She received the message from the griffin hawk cheetah, which flew by in front of them. Nahia huffed. Not fun at all. Highly dangerous, she thought. The creature was set on playing with her. If an extra piece of meat dropped off the cart and Nahia had to retrieve it, the creature played a game to see who was faster. It or Nahia. Of course, it was the creature, so Nahia had to find ways to trick it if she lost, and losing meant it would eat her instead of the piece of meat. It wants to play, she told Burgor, who did not receive the creature's mental messages. The Turgnamus shook his head.
These things only happen to you.
Nahia sighed deeply. He wasn't wrong about that. Let's unload, carefully. Burgor nodded. They got to work, Nahia with one eye on the creature's fast, low flying. They unloaded carefully. One extra piece fell off. Nahia looked at Burgor. We could leave it. Burgor shook his head.
Each creature has its established food and is given what it's due. The job is done well always. There are no shortcuts or excuses.
Nahia had already guessed the Turgnamus would say something like that. He would not let her do a sloppy job, and he would not go for the extra piece either on account of his limp.
Come, human, one extra piece. You have to retrieve it. Let's play.
Nahia took a deep breath. The closest piece was not far. She could do it. The problem was that the blasted griffin flew tremendously fast. She watched its flight.
Ready? I am.
Nahia saw it was now circling over the fallen pieces about 15 paces above. She could only do one thing. Trick it. She thought about it and decided. She made as if to go for the piece and took one step off the silver path. The griffin hawk cheetah came down for her at top speed. Nahia was already expecting this, so she lunged back to the path. The creature almost got to her, and when it saw Nahia stepping back, it swerved right at great speed. It could not go for Nahia because the repulsor would reject it. With a leap, Nahia got to her feet and sprinted toward the piece, grabbed it, and pulled it toward the silver path. The creature swerved swiftly and attacked again. Nahia calculated the distance. This time, she might have time. The creature wouldn't catch her, or so she hoped. She pulled hard on the piece while the huge flying creature flew toward her. She stepped on the silver path. The griffin hawk cheetah brushed past her without reaching the path.
Well played, human. I like you.
Nahia, who was breathing hard from the effort, raised her gaze toward the creature. Thank you, she said brokenly.
Let's keep going. There's no time for games.
Burgor was already sitting in the first cart. Oh, you. Nahia had to bite her tongue and ran to climb on the cart. They arrived at the cave of the griffin eagle tiger, and Nahia got off to unload. This delivery was safer. For some reason, the griffin eagle tiger did not threaten her or give her the feeling it wanted to harm her. Not like the griffin owl bear or griffin hawk cheetah, who had very bad ideas.
How are you today, human?
It greeted her, coming out of its cave to receive them. Nahia watched it. It was imposing, enormous, strong and feline, apart from its powerful eagle traits. A lethal combination. I could be better. Your comrades want to eat me.
The owl and the hawk.
Yeah, them. Couldn't you tell them I have very little flesh, and also that I don't taste nice?
I could tell them indeed, but I doubt they would heed me. I have no influence over them. They are a different species.
Nahia stared at it. She was halfway between the cave and the carts. Aren't you all from the same species? Aren't you all griffins?
We are, yes, but each subspecies has its own hierarchy. Because they are not from mine, they have no reason to obey me.
Oh, I see. Nahia started unloading. Burgor was glaring at her. He wanted to get out of there as soon as possible.
But you can always appeal to the king.
The griffin lion?
Yes, he is a high griffon, and because of that, all the griffon subspecies must obey him. But besides, he is not just any high griffon, he is a king. All of us here owe him obeisance.
That's fascinating. Yeah, I might try. The thing is, he doesn't seem to want any contact whatsoever. Whenever we pass by, he screams and threatens us.
He's marking his territory. He doesn't want you to get close.
Yeah, I figured, so I don't think he'll want to speak to me.
Try, you might be surprised.
I might, because if I don't, one of these will end up eating me.
That is quite likely, yes.
Thank you anyway.
You are welcome. I like talking to you. There is very little distraction down here, as you well know.
Yeah, easier to say none.
The Tergnamus don't provide much as far as conversation or sympathy go, to tell the truth.
I perfectly understand you. Nahia looked at Burgor, who was fuming. He was so angry. I'm going to get back to my job.
Very well, human. Good luck and see you tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm going to need it. With a leap, Nahia climbed onto the cart, ignoring Burgor's glare of hatred. He had forbidden her from speaking to the griffin tiger. She ignored this ban because the creature, apart from being fascinating, was kind. They arrived at the cave of the Griffin Lion King. Burgor threw a look at Nahia, which she understood without needing words. Quick, there's danger. They got off the cart and began the unloading maneuver. As they were turning over the whole load in the cart, the gigantic creature came out of the cave. Nahia was awed by its magnificent and regal presence and the power it radiated. The white royal eagle head swerved the way the raptor's did. It opened its lethal golden beak and shook its huge wings on the sides of its powerful lion body. It gave a cry, a mix between a shrill bird shriek and a deep lion roar. It was a blood-curdling sound. Nahia was sure it was saying, "This is my domain, leave." But after the conversation with the griffin tiger, she decided to try her luck. She still had many nights down here, and she didn't like her odds of getting out of here alive. They were too slim. "Good evening, Your Majesty," Nahia greeted him as she bowed deep. Burgor made a face of absolute shock. Nahia remained doubled at the end of the bow as a show of respect. She was hoping it would please the magnificent creature, although she had no idea whether it would work. Perhaps it would be better to kneel with her forehead touching the floor as the dragons demanded.
What do you want, human? Why do you greet me respectfully?
She received the Griffin King's message. She once again thought that although the mental message was similar to that of the dragons, it was also different. She had no doubt that if her eyes were closed, she would be able to tell the difference. "I'm Nahia, Your Majesty," she replied, still doubled down with her head low and without looking at it.
Why do you address me?
"I need the help of the King of the Griffins, Your Majesty."
I would assume it is because your life is in danger in this area of the dungeons. In the Griffin's domain.
"That's right. The delivery route is dangerous in this area."
My griffins make it difficult for you.
"Yes, they want to eat me."
And why should I bother helping a human who brings me food in a prison, and who is my enemy on top of it?
"Forgive my boldness, Your Majesty," Nahia apologized. As she spoke, she saw out of the corner of her eye how Burgor straightened the cart, already unloaded, and was heading unobtrusively to the first one of the convoy. She already guessed what the Tergnamus was going to do shortly. She wanted to say something else to the powerful king, but the response had been so cutting she didn't know what argument to use. "I'm sorry to have bothered you," was all she could say.
I can sense your power, more than your average human. In fact, a lot more. That interests me. The slave races of Craido have power inherited from the dragons, but it's not usually much. You are an exception.
The eagle eyes were fixed on Nahia, who remained doubled down with her head low. Nahia saw a chance and decided to take it. "I'm a Flameborn."
I do not know the concept, but I want to know more about you. It might be interesting. The days are long in this prison, and the nights even more so, although without the sun it is hard to tell the difference. You may rise.
Nahia straightened up, although she didn't look directly at the great creature. She didn't want to risk angering it. She guessed it might have the same airs of grandeur as the dragons and their bad habits. "I'm a human slave who has, I think, greater power than normal.
The dragons call those who are born like me flameborn. The great griffin shook its eagle head in a movement that Nahia interpreted as of assent.
I guess the flame means you have the elemental power of fire.
Yes, that is correct. Although the dragons say it happens very seldom, I'm not the only one at the academy. Another comrade, also human, is a Stormson.
Of the air element, interesting. Yes, it seldom happens, and I understand it to be true, because we griffins have not seen anyone like you either. This is, therefore, a special situation.
Nahia did not know whether it was or not, but the griffin was right in that it was not very common, least of all that it was her and Logan, two humans who were also friends. It might be. I don't know.
Very strange coincidences are seldom such. The fact that two humans with great power exist at the same time, when it is rare to have even one, is significant. There is something behind it.
Something? How? What could it be? Nahia asked in a worried tone. This might be bad for her and Logan. The great Griffin King shook his wings hard. Burgor, who could not stand it any longer, urged the draft beasts on and started to leave. Nahia thought about running to the carts, but then dismissed it. She was talking to a Griffin King. Perhaps it would help her stay alive down here. That was the important thing.
Something like a transcendental destiny.
I don't know whether I understand.
The Tergnamus is leaving. Are you not going with him?
Nahia looked at the convoy, which was already moving. It would soon reach the bend and vanish after it. Then the route was nothing more than a long tour that led back to the beginning of the route where the carts were. Yeah, well, I'll follow shortly.
Those who are like that Tergnamus live a common life, not significant at all. Then there are beings, singular ones like you, like me, who do live transcendental lives. Their actions have transcendence, not only on their own lives, but on the lives of those around them. It might even be life-changing.
I'd like it to be that way. The purpose, I mean, and to reach it.
I hope that, if that purpose is honorable and good, you may reach it.
May I ask, why are you a prisoner? Nahia could see the thick chain tied to the right foreleg of the creature and the silver necklace on its neck.
The dragons defeated me in battle, and I was captured. They brought me here and keep me prisoner, along with several of my loyal ones who were captured with me.
In what world was this? Nahia wanted to know, since they were not from Craido.
My world is called Griforos. It is very far from here. Our oldest and most hated enemies are the dragons.
Have the dragons conquered Griforos? The creature rose high and showed its golden beak.
They've tried many times, but have not been able to. They attack us every now and then, trying to invade us, but we reject them. We have been fighting against the dragons for thousands of years. We are irreconcilable enemies. We hate each other to the death. So it has always been, and so it will always be.
Several thousand years? That means a long war. Then you fight against the dragons and are capable of defeating them?
Of course. There is nothing a dragon fears more than a griffin flying at great speed to attack it.
Nahia thought the king was slightly exaggerating, but said nothing. Perhaps the griffins were more powerful than she thought. Can you kill them?
We can, and we do. Otherwise, we would already be a conquered people.
I wish we could too, Nahia said, and looked out of the corner of her eye to see whether the cart was out of sight. It was. Burgor would be on the final section of the route. He would not hear what she was going to say.
Do you wish to fight against the dragons? Kill them?
With all my being, Nahia said. She said it without thinking, giving voice to her feelings. The Griffin King moved its head, and its eagle eyes widened.
You are a complete surprise. A slave of the dragons, who dares pronounce herself against them.
I want freedom for my people, for all the peoples of Craido. More than that, I want freedom for all the worlds conquered by the dragons, she said, full of passion.
That is wanting a great deal, but it does you credit. You are different from the others, not only because of your power, but because of your spirit. I like that.
I say what I feel. The dragons are also our enemies. We serve them because we have no way of fighting against them. But we're searching for one, and when we find it, we'll rise against the dragons.
An honorable goal, but a tragic one, I fear. The races of Craido do not have the power to fight the dragons.
We have the spirit, courage, and daring. We will find a way.
The Griffin King made some noises that sounded to Nahia like laughter.
I definitely like you, Flameborn. What is your name?
My name's Nahia.
Mine is Aranleho Izuri.
It's an honor, Your Majesty.
I grant you free access to this area. The Griffins will not bother you again.
Thank you very much. That's a big relief.
Now, go with the Turgnamus before they believe I have killed you and eaten you.
Yes, of course.
Nahia turned and started walking, following the silver path. One sentence from her conversation kept circling through her mind over and over as she left Aranleho Izuri. There is nothing a dragon fears more than a griffin flying at great speed to attack it. Chapter 20. The class of magic had become the most hated by all. The punishments for not being up to the dragon Burubira Gogoa's standards were terrible. They did not only suffer headaches at the end of the class, but they lasted several days. Daphne blamed it on the cumulative effect of weeks of punishment. Unfortunately, she didn't know how to alleviate it. Healing the mind was beyond her skills.
If I don't make it today, my head's going to explode. That would be horrendous. It's so big. Be careful with my horns in case they pierce you,
said Evo on their way to magic class. He was clearly joking, but there was a touch of despair in his voice, too.
Cheer up. If Aiden and I have survived, you will too,
Taika said encouragingly.
It's been a dishonor that we were only able to do it during the last class. We deserve all the punishment we've received,
Aiden said.
You really have to be a granite head to say something like that,
Daphne chided him. No one deserves to be punished, Nahia corrected him. It's cruel and unnecessary.
Our dragon lords know what's best to help us learn. It's taken me weeks, despite the punishments. Imagine how much longer it would have taken me without them,
Aiden said, defending the dragon's brutal way of teaching with sheer conviction.
Exactly the same. Weeks, Lily told him.
Aiden shook his head.
It would have taken me months. Our lords know how to make us improve faster.
It took me 2 weeks, and it would have taken me the same amount of time without the punishments and suffering. It's totally unnecessary,
Daphne argued.
That's what you think. We'll have to see.
Aiden would not be convinced. It took me 3 weeks, and I did not like any of the migraines I had. I almost got wrinkles from frowning so hard, and that would be a tragedy. Lily touched her forehead with the tips of her fingers, very worried.
Some wrinkles, or even better, scars, are the least you can expect from good training,
Aiden said.
Can he be more of a marblehead?
Daphne raised her arms to the sky.
Regardless, today Evo's going to make it, I'm positive,
Taika told them and patted his back in encouragement.
It won't be for lack of studying and trying.
Evo shrugged. You'll do it. Today you'll be capable of seeing the aura with total clarity, Nahia said with assurance. He was the only one who still had not achieved it. The rest of the squad had done it already, with great effort and suffering. They were all able to make out the aura of the others, some more easily and clearly than others, but they all could. For Nahia, it was now easy. If she looked at any of her comrades and called on her mental aura seeing skill, she could see them at once. She didn't even have to consume much inner energy. Not only that, she was now capable of making out the mental aura of everyone in the class with one use of the skill. Daphne and Lily also could, but it took them 2 or 3 summons. Aiden and Taika could only see one for now. Evo, poor thing, could see none. He had been punished in each and every class. He said his head was now twice its usual size from how swollen it was and from so much pain. The size was actually the same. It hadn't changed, but it felt that way to him. They went into the room and prepared to receive another lesson on mental dragon magic, filled with the fear this class always brought on. The mental punishments were so devastating. They not only left their minds sore and stunned, but their whole body seemed unable to respond. They were rendered useless. Any movement they tried to make sharpened the pain that assaulted their minds. They could only lie there on the floor and suffer the torture until it passed. And in the beginning, it had lasted a long time. The thing was, no one was stronger or better at resisting the mental punishment than anyone else. Taika, Ivo, Aiden, Lily, Daphne, and Nahia suffered the same and took equally as long to recover. Race and physical strength had nothing to do with the mind, which was what the dragon punished.
Today we will begin with mental attacks. It is something I am sure you will all want to master and stand out on. Those who still have not managed to see the mental aura will train separately. We cannot allow them to slow down the rest.
Burobira Gogoa sent them, along with a feeling of urgency.
Those behind, with me, Membor indicated.
Ivo heaved a deep sigh, and with a bowed head went to the ex-arbor. With him came the capro of the hurricane squad, who had also not been able to pick up the mental aura of his comrades. Nahia felt awful for Ivo. She, Daphne, and Lily had done everything they could to help him, but it was as if his mind and magic were not capable of such a feat. From what Burobira Gogoa had said, everyone was capable, so Ivo had to do it.
Very well. Now is when we will see who among you has superior dragon magic and who has only been blessed with basic power. Those who can attack another's mind have superior power. Those who can only see it but not attack it have basic power. There is no halfway here. You either have superior power or basic power.
This revelation left Nahia confused. What would happen to those with basic power? Was it going to punish them too? She hoped not, for the good of everyone. Besides, basic her foot. If they had gotten to this third-year class, they all had moderate power. This was how she understood it, at least. She watched the dragon. Its eyes shone with excitement. Not a good sign. Too much exultation. Nothing good would come from this.
In order to attack another's mind, you first have to sense their aura. Once detected, you must focus on it. The next step is to attack it. For that, you will use the elemental energy each of you has. You will do this as if you sent a powerful elemental ball, only the impact and explosion will happen in the rival's mind, not against their physical body.
Nahia froze. She was going to have to send a ball of fire to the mind of another person. No doubt the burst would kill them. A ball of fire incinerated a person. It could kill several if the range and power were increased. How was she going to send one at someone's mind? It would definitely kill them.
By the anxious looks so typical that I am seeing, I understand that you are all thinking you will undoubtedly kill someone by doing this. Be at ease. It is not so simple. A ball of fire, for instance,
Burobira Gogoa looked at Nahia,
bursts into flame and consumes everything around it with fire. But when it is a mental attack, the ball itself does not exist. It is not anything physical that is created and thrown, it is only mental. Its destructive power is much less. Let us say that a regular ball of fire can only pain slightly greater than a migraine. A very powerful ball of fire would be close to the pain and suffering my punishments inflict. Therefore, do not be afraid of killing anyone. You will not be capable of such for now. But let me tell you that it is possible. Not for the inferior races, of course. That is a privilege of the dragons, of the most powerful beings.
Nahia sighed in relief. She didn't want to kill anyone, least of all accidentally in magic training. The end of the message disturbed her, though. They could not, but a powerful dragon could. She imagined a dragon like her leader killing her with its mind. It definitely seemed possible. That troubled her. That the powerful dragons might kill them using their minds was something they had not counted on, and it was absolutely terrifying. She cursed their bad luck under her breath. It was not enough that the dragons were so tremendously strong and had devastating claws and had elemental breath attacks that destroyed anything in their way. They could also kill with their minds, with a simple thought. She imagined the colonel of the academy killing whoever it wanted with its mind. She shivered. Worst of all, she was sure Irakis Godigites could do it. It was one of the most powerful dragons at the academy. The first one of each squad who managed to identify the mental aura take a step forward. Lily and Daphne looked at Nahia with encouragement. Nahia was not in the least encouraged. She was rather uneasy, but she could only do as she was told. She stepped forward, trying to stay calm and breathe deeply. That magic was very powerful. If she managed to master it, she would have a new power she could use in the fight against the dragons. It would help her on the long and painful path to freedom. Yes, that was what must happen. It was a new weapon that would help her. The dragons didn't realize they were arming her to fight not for them, as they were expecting, but against them. They would pay for that mistake dearly. The dragon looked at her, and Nahia immediately dismissed those thoughts of revolt from her mind. If she had feared they could read minds before, now that she knew the dragons could access them, she was even more afraid. Burubira Gogoa was teaching them to use their mind to attack the minds of others. They already knew it could be used to kill, and it had been hinted that such power could be used for other things as well. One of them might be mind reading. She pondered on it and was almost sure it was so. The dragons had the ability to know what they were thinking. Perhaps not all of them, but surely some powerful ones could do it. It would not surprise her in the least. She hoped and wished she was wrong, but she had a bad feeling about this. Nahia looked out of the corner of her eye and saw that Lorena, the Fatum of the Hurricane Squad, who was to her right, had also stepped forward. She didn't know her well, only by sight. But she understood she was very good at magic, probably better than her. The Fatum race was better aligned to magic than humans. The Fatum also looked at her out of the corner of her eye. She did not seem to be very calm. Nahia would have preferred Marcus, the human of the Hurricane Squad, so that the competition would be equal, human against human. But she had not been that lucky. The exercise will consist of a mental duel. Each of you must attack the mind of your rival. You must do so as I have explained. Whoever manages to do so first will win the duel and the exercise. The one who loses will suffer the consequences of the attack, as it cannot be otherwise. Go ahead. There was no time to dwell on it further. Nahia looked at her rival and closed her eyes. She concentrated and summoned her mental aura seeing skill, which they had been practicing for weeks. She instantly sensed Lorena's mind. Nahia could see it without trouble. It was a round aura, a mixture of infinite hues of blue and white. It shone bright. Nahia now knew this was because her mind was very powerful. Burubira Gogoa had told them that the brighter the aura of a mind, the stronger it was, and the more difficult it would be to attack it. It seemed to Nahia that the Fatum's mind was very bright, which was not good for this mental duel. Focus on your rival's mind and attack it as if you were attacking the body with an elemental ball, only with your mind. The ball's level of power must be the same you would normally use. A ball of fire was something Nahia could create already without thinking after 2 years at the academy, but she had never created one in her mind. She looked at her right hand automatically, which is where she usually produced them. No, she could not create it there. She focused on her rival's mind aura and gathered energy from her inner dragon. She took the regular amount, although she didn't understand why she could not carry out the attack with a smaller dose. If the attack was successful, a regular amount would do enough harm. It would be better to use a smaller dose of magic. But that was not the teaching method of the dragons. For them, if there was no pain, there was no gain. She didn't have time for all these thoughts. She had to attack, or she was going to suffer a terrible headache. Lorena already had the ball created in her mind and was ready to launch. Nahia created hers in her mind. She could see it, spherical, burning, charged with energy. Only that, instead of on her hand, it was in the middle of her mind. It was a very weird feeling, and she was surprised. Suddenly, she felt something strange, as if a force wanted to enter her mind. She frowned and tried to understand what was happening, but it was too late. She received Lorena's mental attack in full. A tremendous storm ball burst in Nahia's mind, and she felt a very sharp pain. Her ball of fire vanished. She put her hands to her head unwillingly from the suffering. She couldn't think. She only saw the pain that enveloped everything. She was defenseless. Somehow, she knew she had to react, that if this was real combat, she would be at her enemy's mercy. But she was unable to clear her head or move a muscle. She only felt a strong ache in the middle of her forehead that did not let her see, think, or act.
Winner of the duel, the Fatum. As you see, the mental attack has not killed the human, neither has it left her incapacitated on the ground. Yet it has left her defenseless by means of the pain that affects the mind. There is no need to tell you that in this state, even an ex-arbor can defeat you and kill you. You will do well to not be caught off guard like this.
Nahia heard what the dragon was saying and wanted to recover to prove she was all right, but it was impossible. The pain was so sharp that her mind was annulled, and with it, her whole body. There was nothing she could do, not even escape her current state. She bore the pain by clenching her jaw, and after a moment the intensity of the suffering began to decrease. She waited and the pain decreased even more. Now she could think. She opened her eyes and lowered her hands, breathing deeply several times. Gradually, the pain subsided until it was gone. Nahia straightened up and huffed in relief.
Although it might seem that you cannot defend yourself from a mental attack, that is false. There is a way to do so which your own mind provides. A moment before the attack, the human felt that her mind was being attacked. For a brief instant, the mind feels the invasion of an external magical force. At that moment, you have a chance to defend yourselves. I will teach you how to do it. But first, you must learn to attack, which is more important. If you attack first and manage to penetrate the enemy's mind, you will not need to defend yourselves.
That crushing logic of the dragons did not convince Nahia at all. Attack first and kill. That way, there was no room for a response. A mentality that favored death and destruction.
Very well, try again. Let us see whether the human has learned the lesson and reacts, or is once again defeated.
Nahia held back a moan. She didn't want to confront Lorena again. This exercise was dreadful.
Attack now.
The order reached them, unappealable. Nahia had no choice. She either reacted or was going to suffer again. As fast as she could, she located the mental aura of her rival, focused on it, and created the ball of fire. She didn't think twice, and with her mind, she lunged it at the Fatum's mental aura. The ball went from mind to mind like lightning. It seemed to vanish from Nahia's mind and appear in Lorena's. An instant before it exploded, Nahia felt a resistance, as if the ball had bumped against an invisible barrier that did not let her into the mind of her adversary. She guessed it was the mind of her rival rejecting the attack. She couldn't let that happen. She didn't know what to do, but the ball of fire had to penetrate. She decided to push it with her mind. She sent more energy to help her ball cross the barrier. She couldn't manage. She kept sending more energy, determined to not fail. Her rival was tough, but so was she. On the third attempt, she succeeded. The ball of fire burst in the midst of Lorena's bright blue-white aura. An instant later, the aura lost its brightness, and the colors faded. With a dull moan, Lorena doubled down in pain. She put her hands to her head and remained bent with a look of intense pain. Nahia didn't see it because she still had her eyes shut, but she felt that her attack had been successful. She opened her eyes and saw her opponent. Nahia immediately felt sorry. Poor Lorena, she didn't deserve such suffering. Nahia wondered whether she had really defeated her, or whether the Fatum had let herself be beaten so that Nahia would not have to bear the punishment twice. Had she done that? Was she such a good person? In the merciless and brutal world of the dragons they lived in, this seemed highly unlikely. But Nahia wanted to believe so, that Lorena was a good person, compassionate, and had let her win. She would ask her as soon as she could. But for that day, Nahia decided to believe there were good people, and that they had not all been dehumanized in that soulless academy of suffering.
I see the human has reacted. Very interesting. That was a very swift and powerful attack. Well done, human. As for the Fatum, during duels you always fight to win and never trust your opponent.
Otherwise, pain arrives, and then death. They were all watching Lorena's suffering, half-bent, unable to react and recover. Nahia knew there was nothing the Fatum could do other than wait for the pain to subside. She was completely beaten, defenseless. Nahia realized then how powerful attacking the mind of a rival was. If they were left like that, it was an extraordinary weapon. It served to incapacitate enemies and kill them if necessary, something Nahia would rather not do. In that state, you could deliver a blow to the nape and head, and that was it. It was not necessary to kill them. Watch out. Now all of you get into pairs and start dueling. Pairs of different squads. I advise you to fight with everything you have. You know what happens to the loser. The class was long and very tough. The duels went pretty well for some, and quite badly for others. Nahia didn't lose again, but she allowed herself to be defeated out of sympathy. Daphne only lost twice, once against Lorena and once against Marcus. Lily 3 times. Aiden and Taika were not capable of attacking the mind of their opponents, so they lost all the fights and suffered true torture. When at last the duels ended, they were all very sore, all except the great Taruk and the Capro, who had not participated. The only good thing to come out of that day was that Evo was finally capable of seeing mental auras, and for the first time, he didn't suffer any punishment in class. He was delighted, not so much about his success, as for not having suffered. They all left the class with their heads bowed, except Evo, who was smiling. Nahia couldn't stop thinking that this skill, mental attack, was truly powerful and incredibly dangerous. Chapter 21. Nahia walked quietly into the library and went up to the 3rd floor with her shoulders hunched and a look of being overwhelmed. She didn't want to draw any attention. She was just another 3rd-year pupil having a hard time in her classes. That was what she wanted the librarian Exarber to think. She did not need spying eyes on her. She crossed the whole 3rd floor with her head down, huffing every now and then. She was very bad at pretending, but she was following Lily's directions. According to her friend, girls like them, charming and intelligent, could fool all the Turgnamus and Exarber of the academy without a problem. Nahia didn't agree with her, but she decided it was better not to argue with Lily, mostly because she would never persuade her to the contrary. It was very clear that Lily's self-esteem was always sky-high. From what she had heard Taika say, that was the case with all Scarlatum, and they believed their very own Scarlatum had even more self-esteem than was usual for her race. She raised her gaze as she reached the last tables at the far end of the floor. Her eyes saw Logan at once. She felt something move in her stomach and began to feel her inner flame stirring. She realized it was not that which surprised her. As a rule, the flame lit up when she became angry, and she was able to identify it without any trouble. When she was with Logan, something similar to her flame lit up, but this was different. It gave her a very pleasant feeling, and a special nervousness she never felt at any other time. She had the imperious need to not only see him, but to be with him. She wanted them to be together, that somehow they would put Logan on her squad and they could share the whole day and night in each other's company. These feelings, which had begun in the 1st year, had been growing with the passing of time. They were already in their 3rd year, and now the feelings were very strong. Nahia found it hard to control them. She suspected what it was, but she didn't even want to consider it. Her existence was already complicated enough without getting involved in a sentimental relationship on top of it all. No, better to dismiss the idea. Besides, it was more than likely that Logan didn't have the same feelings for her, beyond those of the friendship they shared, a great bond between them. She dismissed those thoughts and saw that Anna was beside him. She looked at Nahia and then turned her gaze back to Logan. Nahia realized then that the look Anna had given her and the one she was giving Logan were very different. She also noticed that Anna always appeared with Logan, almost never on her own. It was as if she sought him out before the 3 met. She probably sought him out more often. Did Anna want to have him for herself? These thoughts awoke a new feeling in Nahia, one she was not familiar with. She felt a discomfort that led her to think badly of Anna. She realized that this feeling was not a good one. It was one she had already spoken to Lily about, the expert on these subjects, and which she recognized as jealousy. Nahia shook her head. She didn't want anything to do with that evil feeling. She dismissed it and felt terrible for thinking badly of Anna, who had not done anything wrong and was a very good friend of hers. She walked up to them and greeted them unobtrusively while she located the position of the nearest ex-arbor. One of them was looking at her. She didn't like that. She still felt as though she were being watched, and if that was so, it could only be for the dragons. That made her nervous. She was on the point of turning and leaving the way she had come and not meeting her friends. But she calmed down and sat with them at the long table that had ample space for 4 people. Logan turned toward her. "We have those you wanted to see. They'll be here shortly." Nahia nodded. "Thank you. Good job," she replied, also in a whisper.
It wasn't hard to persuade them. They were eager to speak with you,
Anna said. "Great. Before they get here, tell me how your missions went in Tremia. We haven't had time to talk about it, and I'm very interested to know the situation of every kingdom." "Fine. We still have time before they arrive. Anna, why don't you begin?" Logan gave the floor to her. Anna nodded, and her face darkened.
It was a horrible experience. Terrible, but I'll tell you about it.
Anna sighed deeply, seeming very affected.
The goal of the Dragon King Ixt-Urd-Ar, the Blue King, is to conquer the west of Tremia. That includes, from what we were told, the kingdom of Rogdan and the Massig tribes of the steppes, as well as the savage tribes of the Usik of the Great Forests, she started to explain.
I don't know much about Tremia, but I believe it encompasses the whole upper west coast of the continent.
Yeah, that's a little below and west of Norgana where I was,
Nahia said, who had memorized the maps Egil had made for them.
We got there from a pearl that's in the west.
Anna looked at Nahia in case she knew which one it was.
I know where it is.
To the west, right in the middle of the continent, south of the pearl where the deserts begin, she explained. Anna seemed to be memorizing the location in her mind.
We went to the north and entered Rogdan, crossing what had been a beautiful walled city. Now it's destroyed. It was called Salanda.
I can imagine. Yeah, it was a border city. The armies of the Blue Dragon will have laid siege to it and taken it, Nahia guessed.
That's right. The city fell. And from the damage I witnessed when we went through it, they defended it to the death, said Anna, bowing her head. I also saw the funeral pyres.
They burn the dead, said Logan.
Yeah, it's horrible. There were several burning when we arrived. The smell. It was horrible.
A couple of tears ran down Anna's cheeks. They do it to prevent sickness, Logan told her.
I guessed as much. Even so, it's a horrendous smell, and it was a terrible experience. I'm still having nightmares.
The war is cruel and terrible. Nahia nodded, feeling sympathy for her friend.
From Salanda, we went north to the capital, Relentor. It's under siege, but they're resisting. The Rogdonians are good warriors. They call them the Blue and Silver Lancers because of their colors and their wonderful riders with spears.
Could you see them? Nahia asked her. Anna shook her head.
They're all inside the city, defending it.
Do they have magi? Logan wanted to know.
Yes, powerful. Several magi. They call magi of the 4 elements. They're resisting the attacks of the dragons.
4 elements? We have 6, Nahia commented thoughtfully. Anna shrugged.
It's what our soldiers there told me. They mentioned fire, water, earth, and air magic.
They don't have the elements of light and darkness, Nahia nodded. And they're resisting? Logan asked.
It seems their magi can use any of the 4 elements at any given time. So if a dragon with a particular element attacks, say for instance, a red fire dragon, they defend themselves with water magic. And so it goes with every other, except the 2 they don't have.
Well, that's very interesting, Nahia commented.
It is?
It did not seem so to Anna. Magi of the 4 elements. Very curious. We only master 1 element each. Between the 3 of us, we're short on 1 type of magic to face one of those magi. I see what you mean. Logan understood. Being able to switch elements according to their needs gives them a fantastic advantage, especially if they're powerful magi.
And it seems like they are, because the dragons of the Blue King can't seem to be able to kill them.
I wonder what they'll do if they're attacked with light or darkness magic. Against light, you can use any of the other elements except darkness, which they don't seem to have, said Logan.
True, but against darkness?
Nahia wanted to know. I'd use air to dispel it, with strong winds and lightning. said Logan. Good thinking, that might work. You have a good head. Nahia smiled at him, looking into his eyes. Logan smiled lightly. Thanks. So do you, he replied, looking back at her. Their eyes were suddenly locked. For an instant they stared into one another's, unable to look away. Nahia realized that all those feelings were emerging again.
The siege was a horrendous experience,
Anna continued, ending the moment Nahia and Logan were sharing. Did you participate? Nahia asked, returning to the conversation.
Yeah, we had to attack one of the gates of the city. It was horrible. Lots of people died, both from our army and theirs. More from ours, from what I was able to see.
Then your mission was similar to mine, Nahia told her. Mine also involved participating in the siege and taking one of the gates, Logan commented. It appears we all had the same mission. It makes sense. The dragons are quite stubborn when it comes to these things. They gave all the squadrons the same missions, only in different places around Tremia. Yeah, each squadron supported one of the Dragon Kings, Logan reasoned.
All I know is it was a terrible experience. We had to fight for our lives and kill Rugdonians. I feel awful for what I was forced to do. I didn't want to kill them, but it was their life or mine.
Anna covered her eyes with her hands and wept. Don't beat yourself up. You did what you had to. It's a war. Kill or die. There's no choice, Logan told her, putting a hand on her back to comfort her. It's not your fault, Anna. It's the dragons' fault. They sent you there to fight and kill for them. Don't blame yourself, blame the dragons, Nahia said. Anna tried to calm down and seemed to manage after a moment.
Thank you, I know. It's what I keep telling myself, but it's hard to swallow.
What do you know of the Masig and the Usik? Nahia asked her. Anna wiped away her tears and went on.
The soldiers told me the Masig are a race of humans with red skin that roam the great steppes on horseback. A part of the army of the Blue Dragon King with a group of dragons was sent to defeat them.
Did they succeed? Logan was interested. Anna shook her head.
From what it appears, the steppes are immense, and the Masig are spread out in numerous nomadic tribes. They don't have a capital. They just move constantly throughout the steppes. They don't even have an army, as such, but they have fierce warriors. The soldiers consider them savage tribes who ride horses. They fight with bows and arrows. They haven't managed to defeat them because when they see a dragon, they scatter. They don't go into battle. Since there's no city to lay siege to, there's nothing to conquer.
Well, they seem smart, these Masig, and the fact that they're nomadic tribes helps them avoid an invasion, Nahia commented in wonder. It's a good tactic indeed. If you don't have to defend a city, and were unable to defeat the dragons, I'd do the same thing. Run away from any direct confrontation, said Logan.
I was also told that when the dragons aren't with the army, the Masig do attack, swift raids, and then they disperse again into the great steppes.
That's a very good strategy, Logan nodded. So then they haven't been defeated yet? Nahia wanted to be sure.
No, because the dragons can't catch them.
And the Usik?
Those are even worse.
Anna made a horrified face. What do you mean? Nahia didn't understand.
If the Masig are savage and tough, the Usik are even worse. They live in an endless forest. It must be gigantic. From what I was told, it said they live in the tops of the trees. The regiments that went into the unfathomable forests of the Usik never returned.
They haven't come back? None of them? Nahia's eyes opened wide.
That's what I was told. The dragons can't protect the soldiers inside the forest because it's so thick and dense. They can't see what goes on inside. The Usik are savages, with green skin, primitive and ugly. They don't allow anyone into their forests, killing anyone who enters.
And the dragons haven't found a way to defeat them? Logan asked.
They hide in the trees or among the thicket. They can't see them because of their green skin. They camouflage very well. The dragons raised parts of the forest, but the common consensus is that they haven't reached many natives. The forests are so immense and the weather so humid that burning them doesn't seem to work either. The fires go out.
Or the Usik put them out, said Logan.
Yeah, maybe. The campaign against the Usik is going very badly. A lot of soldiers belonging to the Blue Dragon King have died, and they've achieved nothing. That's good news. Not the deaths of our soldiers, that's awful, but that the dragons can't crush those savages.
It's the habitat they live in. It protects them,
Logan reasoned. Anna nodded. Yeah, and that's all I know. Great, Anna. The more information we have of what's going on in Tremia, the better, Nahia told her.
It seems the dragons are having difficulties in the west. That is indeed good news,
Logan stated. And what about you, Logan? How did your mission go? Nahia said, looking into his eyes with a sort of shyness in case her feelings returned. Logan returned her gaze, and once again there was that instant when their gazes locked. It happened almost magnetically, as if their eyes sought each other's at a subconscious level, and once they met, did not want to move away. I hope it was better than my experience, Anna said wishfully. Logan looked at Anna, and the magic of the moment with Nahia vanished.
In my case, I had to support the White Dragon King, Ayaz Zurtur. The goal was to conquer the middle of the continent. It's a wide area that includes the Kingdom of Zangria, a little to the north, the Kingdom of Arenal, more to the south, and the Central Sea, all in the upper half of the continent.
That's just below Norgana, a little more to the east, Nahia told them, closing her eyes to go over the memorized maps in her head. Logan nodded.
We came out of a pearl in the east and had to travel a long way, heading southeast to reach the Kingdom of Arenal. Then they made us march along an even longer road to reach the Kingdom of Zangria. Most of the mission was spent traveling from the capital of one kingdom to the capital of the other. Both are under siege by the armies of the White Dragon King. The king has his armies divided in two groups, one attacking Zangria, and the other Arenal. Our squadron's lot was to attack the capital of Zangria.
What are the Zangrians like? Will they hold out? Nahia asked, interested.
The Zangrians are an interesting race. They're humans, but short and heavy-set. Ugly, with lots of hair, and good warriors. They're not tall, but they're wide and strong.
Then they'll hold? Anna asked.
I'm afraid not. Their magi aren't very powerful, or many in number.
Then they won't. Without magi, they won't be able to hold back the dragon's attack, Nahia said in a grim tone.
That's what I fear. We participated in the siege on the capital. We took one of the 3 main gates that access the city. The Zangrians defended themselves like lions, but against the dragons there was little they could do.
Then Zangria will fall, Nahia guessed. Logan nodded.
Very soon, unfortunately.
The dragons will kill thousands, Anna said ruefully. Nahia and Logan said nothing, but they both knew it was true. What can you say about the Kingdom of Arenal? Nahia asked him. Logan made a gesture of annoyance.
I think something similar is happening there. Their magi aren't able to defend themselves from the dragons. I believe it will also fall.
At the same time as Zangria?
I think it might hold a little longer from what I could see there, although we didn't take part in the siege, so I can't be sure. We were told that the Kingdom of Arenal has a powerful army that uses advanced military tactics, but I know nothing of their magi. They might be able to withstand.
Maybe not. Anna bowed her head. She seemed relieved. And the Central Sea? Nahia asked him.
It seems to be controlled by a race of pirates. They didn't stand up to battle. They escaped from the dragons in their ships. I don't think they'll help the cause.
Well, that's bad news. I was somewhat cheered by what was happening in the west, Nahia said.
It's more than likely that both kingdoms will fall rather than stand up to the dragons,
Logan said in a sorrowful tone.
We must have that premise in mind when we make decisions.
Yeah, they will all fall in the end. Anna was losing hope. Don't say that, Anna. Tremia will manage to expel the dragons. We'll help them do it, Nahia said. It just seems so difficult.
It is, but we'll do it,
Logan assured her as he shared Nahia's feeling. There was a moment of silence. The 3 were thinking about how complicated the situation in Tremia was, and how difficult it was going to be to go against the dragons. They're here, Anna said with a nod.
Chapter 22.
Nahia and Logan looked up and saw 2 figures coming toward them. Nahia recognized them at once. They were Brendan of the Ardent Squad and Logar of the Searing Squad. She was glad they had decided to come.
Unobtrusively, she rose from Anna and Logan's table and went to sit down at the end table. She waited for the guests to reach her. Brendan and Logar stayed in character and did not greet Anna and Logan as they passed them by. "Sit down," Nahia told her 2 squadron comrades with a wave of her hand. The 2 nodded and sat in front of her. Her back was to the wall. Anna, beside Logan, turned unobtrusively. "Give us the signal when you're ready," she said to Nahia in a low voice. "Fine." Nahia opened the tome on the table and acted like she was studying. Logan and Anna looked at the Exarber. "Welcome." Nahia greeted her 2 squadron comrades and looked over their heads to see whether their group raised suspicion. There were some other third years at different tables in groups of 2, 3, and some alone, all studying. Among them were her squad comrades, Lily, Daphne, and Evo at one table, and Taika alone at another. Aiden, of course, had not wanted to have anything to do with all this, and was practicing alone in one of the halls of magical training. The Exarber librarians were now busy with their tomes and helping the pupils. Everything looked normal. "We're pleased to be here," Brendan told her. "We've heard some rumors, and we wanted to speak with you," Logar admitted. "Rumors? What do they say about me?" Nahia raised an eyebrow and stared at Logar. The Felidae lion looked over his shoulder, making sure no Exarbers could hear him before he said, "Many things are rumored, all dangerous, that you speak against the dragons, that you want to free the slave races, that you want to start a new insurrection." Nahia took a deep breath. "They're saying all that about me?" "That and more," Logar assured her. "No one dares to even imagine going against the dragons, least of all being bold enough to express it. The fact that you have, and risked your life on more than one occasion, draws attention. A lot of it," Brendan told her. "Is that why you're here? To find out whether it's true or not?" They both exchanged looks, and then looked at Nahia. "We're not here for rumors or gossip. We respect you, for the way you've always treated us and our squads," Brendan told her. "And also because your squad and your friends, here beside you, greatly respect you," Logar said. "We want to know whether the message that's being spread is true," Brendan told her. "If you really believe it with all your heart," Logar added. Nahia nodded. "I understand your position. You risk a lot simply by talking to me about the message. So, and because I respect you, I'll be straightforward and absolutely honest. The message is real. I give you my word, and I'm asking you to join the cause." Brendan and Logar looked at one another, and then their eyes turned to Nahia. "We're listening," Logar said. Nahia raised her right hand, and Brendan and Logar waited. "Now," she signaled Anna and Logan. They both rose and went straight to where the 2 nearest Exarber were. They started asking questions to distract them and allow Nahia to have some time to persuade her 2 guests. "Listen to me carefully, because what I'm going to tell you is of great importance and absolutely true." "Go ahead," Brendan said. Logar motioned for her to continue. Nahia explained the message to them, what the dream was, and how they could achieve it with weapons of golden magic capable of killing dragons. She explained who killed the dragons they had seen dead in Organa, and how. She told them everything in the hopes that by being honest she would persuade them. Once she finished, she was silent for a moment, letting them digest all the information she had given them. After a long moment of reflection, they spoke. "Your dream is one many of us have and share," Logar said. "It's not my dream. It's our dream. Everyone's dream. The same way that this isn't my cause, it's our cause. Because we won't be able to reach freedom if we don't all fight for it," Nahia said. Logar nodded. "Wise words. If the golden magic exists, and those weapons are capable of doing what you say they can do, then there's hope," Brendan said. "I promise you it's true." "We believe you. We know you're an honest person," Logar said. Brendan nodded. "I believe you, and your words fill my heart with hope. Thank you." "Thank you both for trusting me." They both nodded. "You can count on me. I want to fight for freedom. For us, not for the dragons. If there is a chance, if there is hope, I want to fight," Logar said, convinced. "Thank you for joining us.
I swear there's a chance. We can kill them. That's our chance and our hope, Nahia said with conviction. Logar nodded.
I'm with you. Count on me too,
Brendan told her.
Living like this isn't really living. If I have to die, I'll die fighting, not as a slave defeated by my own fears. I don't want to miss the chance to rise because of fear.
That's how I feel too, Nahia said. Thank you for joining the cause.
What do you need us to do?
Logar asked. I need you to speak to your squads and tell them what I've told you today. Only to those you trust. Leave out the Draconids. They're a risk, and anyone who is too subjected to the dragons or convinced there's no other destiny than being slaves until death.
Understood,
Logar said.
Only our squads? Asked Brendan.
First your squads, then pass the message to the squads of the second and first years. Each squad can deal with their own in the 3 years.
It's a good strategy.
Brendan nodded.
But we need to persuade each third-year squad so that the message goes down.
Nahia nodded. We won't be able to persuade all of them, I'm sure of that. But this is the plan we have now. It's not perfect, but it's a start. Once we do that, we can see which squads still need to be persuaded. Then we'll think of a new strategy.
If they find out, the dragons will make us tell them who leads us before they kill us,
Logar warned her. I know. I'll die, but the message and the cause will not. They will continue, because there will be others to take the baton from the fallen. If we die, I'm sure others will take our place. So we have to make sure the message reaches them and sinks into their hearts.
We'll make sure it does,
Logar told her.
I hope you survive, Nahia,
Brendan told her. Better to hope that the cause succeeds. Whether we survive or not is secondary. The only important thing is achieving freedom for all. Nahia emphasized the message.
I already had great respect for you, Flameborn, but now I have even more,
Logar said.
I feel the same way.
Brendan joined him. Go and be very careful. We need the message to reach as many people as possible.
We'll do that,
Brendan promised. They both rose and left. Nahia was left thinking. She had found a lot of time to meditate about freedom and the sacrifice it required. She had known she was going to die here at the academy since the day of the ceremony at her village. Dying here for freedom didn't seem so bad to her. It was a price she was willing to pay for everyone else's freedom. Anna and Logan had already stopped their distracting maneuvers to avoid suspicion. They turned toward her at her table. How did it go? Anna asked her with great interest. Wonderful. They believed me. They saw the dead dragon. They couldn't explain how it had happened, but now they know, and they're both joining the cause for freedom, Nahia told them, motivated and happy.
Good news.
Logan nodded, and for once his serious face lit up with a small smile. Wonderful. Anna clenched her fists hard and smiled. They're going to tell their squads everything I've told them, those they trust. I've already told them not to risk it with the Draconids or with anyone else they don't fully trust, to not tell them for now. We need the message to spread, but we must do it cautiously.
That's the way,
Logan said, nodding. You do the same, then see about the second and third year squads whether you can give them the message too.
All right, it's time to act,
Logan said determinedly. I hope everything goes well, said Anna, fear nagging at her throat. Take it easy and everything will be all right. If you don't see it clearly, don't trust anyone, Nahia advised her.
Don't take any risks until you're completely sure,
Logan told her with the same concern. Anna nodded repeatedly. I don't understand why you're not afraid. I'm overwhelmed. Nahia smiled. Who says we're not afraid? I am. I'm terrified. I bet Logan is too. Their friend nodded.
I am. Only fools do not fear death.
Or stupid people, Nahia added. Anna looked at them both with moist eyes. I hope we escape death. Logan and Nahia looked at one another. They both knew their chances were small, almost non-existent. But even so, they would go on. We'll make it, Nahia promised. Chapter 23. A few days later, Nahia was in talent class. Zero Urden On, the powerful blue dragoness, had chosen her again to demonstrate how they ought to cast a spell. She was in the middle of the class while the rest of her comrades watched her.
There were many days when Nahia regretted being a Flameborn. It drew too much attention, which she hated. "Stretch out your hands, human," the dragoness ordered, and the order came along with a feeling of quiet, as if trying to soothe her. This surprised her. It wasn't what she was used to. The mental messages always came as relentless and urgent commands. Was the dragoness being kind? She doubted it. She would have to see what followed. She did as she was told, and Sorgenbor, the assistant exarber of sorcery, moved back quite swiftly for someone of his race. That didn't make Nahia very confident. She had no idea what the new exercise intended, but the fact that the exarber moved away was not a good sign. "Now, I want you to look at your hands for a long moment, until you memorize their appearance. Then close your eyes and concentrate on that memory. See them in your mind, and once you do, nod." This was very weird. The dragoness had asked her to nod. But their all-powerful leaders never sought communication. They only sent orders. It took her a moment to overcome her surprise. She stared at her hands, turning them. Then she concentrated and visualized them in her mind. She nodded once she could see them. "I want you to use your elemental fire power in a direct manner. The fire must come out of your hands as if they were burning and projecting the flames. You must not do it like when you use elemental claws. It must be like an explosion of fire coming out of your hands. An instantaneous one. That is the most important aspect. Go ahead. Concentrate and try it. Remember, envision fire coming out of your hands." Nahia took a deep breath and concentrated on successfully doing what the dragoness teacher had asked of her. She thought of an explosion emerging from her extended hands. She gathered elemental energy from her inner dragon, and instead of creating a sphere, or a claw, or maw, she threw it out. She opened her eyes and saw how energy flew from her hands. But it was not fire. She had released elemental energy in its pure state. "That was not bad, but you must turn your elemental energy into fire as you throw it. Try again." The failure made Nahia hesitate. She realized she had done it wrong and didn't want to err again. She repeated the exercise, and this time, when she sent the energy to launch from her hands, she first turned it into fire. She opened her eyes and saw intense flames coming out of both of her hands. They only reached a couple of handspans and created a fan of fire around her hands, but it was most impressive. "Very well. Now move your hands and direct the flames. You must send energy to feed the flames, or else they will die out." Nahia moved her hands right and left, and then up and down. She continued sending energy so the spell would not die out. She was very surprised. This skill was powerful. The flames, though short, were intense, as powerful as dragon breath. They would incinerate anyone trying to approach her. Besides, she noticed it was much easier to conjure and maintain it. "Very well. You have learned the fire hands skill. I want the rest of you to learn to develop your elemental hands: ice, storm, light, and earth. This is the sorcery spell most used once it's mastered. The reason? How simple it is to conjure, and how efficient it is. But for this, you must learn to conjure it instantaneously. You must think and instruct your hands to expel the elemental attack at the same time. Start practicing." The five stood at a prudent distance, like Sorgenbor had done, so that no accidents happened, and they started practicing. It took them the whole class, but by the end of it, they had all succeeded. They performed even better than Nahia had expected. She could not summon her fire hands instantaneously, yet. There was a second of delay between her mental command and the fire emerging from her hands. But for the first day, she thought it a tremendous achievement. Besides, she was the only one to do it so fast. It took the rest, practically the whole class, to make the spell work at all. But no matter how much she tried to make the spell happen faster, she couldn't. She had the impression that succeeding in making it instantaneous was going to be harder than she had imagined. For her, it was good enough. It was still fast, but she knew Zero Urden On would not accept anything less than instantaneous. She watched her comrades to see what their elemental hands were like. They all had the same reach and shape, but they surprised her quite a bit. The ice hands were like her fiery ones, only they froze everything in front of them. No doubt they would cancel her fire hands if they had to fight one another. The earth hands were the most interesting. Rocks and stones with stinging, lacerating edges and shapes shot forward, destroying themselves when they reached the range limit. The light hands gave off a light so bright, they blinded whoever was in front of them. They would be perfect against any kind of darkness spell, or when fighting in the shadows. But the really impressive ones, and which raised some envy, were the air hands. White-blue bolts loaded with energy zigzagged out of the fingers and discharged on anything they met. The effect was amazing, the 10 bolts of lightning discharging over and over again, giving out blue sparks. If they hit a person, the discharges of energy would kill them in the blink of an eye. At the end of the class, they each left happy with the new skill they had developed. Nahia could not wait to tell her squad. That evening, at the dining hall while they were eating, Nahia told her comrades about it in full detail. "The air hands sound incredible," Aiden commented, looking at his own stretched-out hands. "Careful with those little paws. I'm right in front of you," Lily told him. "Magic might shoot out and burn my face with a lightning bolt." "I'm not a sorcerer. I don't have that skill," Aiden told her. "And a burn on your face would give you character." "It would disfigure me, which is completely different." Lily felt her soft, firm, red cheeks, as if making sure they were perfect. "What a disgrace! If I had a mark, it would be my ruin." Aiden shook his head and made a face of disbelief. "The fact that it's instantaneous is amazing," Taika commented. "I didn't think that was possible. There's always some time between invoking a skill and it occurring."
Yeah, and the more difficult or the harder the skill is to create, the longer it takes,
Daphne said. "The instantaneous factor, I believe, is only for those with the sorcery talent." Nahia stared at the talent mark on the back of her right hand. "I'd love to have instantaneous air hands," Aiden said. "But you're not a sorcerer. So there you go. Suck it up," Lily said with a comical face. "The Dragon Lords have granted me the barbarian talent, and I couldn't be happier."
Oh, sure, because how could your lords possibly make a mistake? And heaven forbid you go against their judgment, Daphne retorted.
"Tell me, how are you doing in your talent classes?" Nahia asked, wanting to know all about her comrades and their talents. "I'm doing great," Aiden said at once.
How strange that you're so good at everything,
Daphne commented with irony. "I'm not lying. I'm very good at it. We've learned the skill Unstoppable Frenzy. It's spectacular. It allows us to attack with greater aggressiveness, strength, and speed. We use our magical energy to summon the skill. We're more aggressive, stronger, and faster than a fighter, warrior, or defender. It makes us into impressive fighters. We get to be unstoppable." "Out of curiosity, this skill only affects attacking, right? Not defense?" Evo asked him. "Yes, of course it's an attack skill. It makes us formidable attackers." "Yeah, I find it a little unbalanced. All offense and no defense," the Taruk told him. "It doesn't seem right." "Use it with caution," Taika warned him. "Being exposed while attacking too aggressively is dangerous." "It's one of the most important skills a barbarian has. I must use it," Aiden told them, ignoring their warnings. "Yeah, as if you weren't crazy enough to begin with. They had to go and give you a skill to make you even more insane," Lily said with sarcasm. "I'm not crazy."
You do become somewhat of a loon every now and then, Daphne told him. With this new skill, you'll be even worse.
"Say what you want. It's an honor to be a barbarian, and I'll use Unstoppable Frenzy as often as I can." "This lunatic will kill us all one day. You'll see," Lily told the others. "How are you doing, Evo?" Nahia asked him. "I can't complain," he said. "I'm still having trouble with the magical part, but the knowledge I'm acquiring is amazing. I like the druid talent very much, more than I initially thought. The study of nature I find fascinating. Lately, I've been spending more time in the library studying nature tomes than practicing magic." "Shouldn't you be doing both?" Nahia asked him. "Yes, I should, you're right, just to be more balanced." He smiled. "But sometimes I get so lost in the tomes of natural knowledge that it's as if I were captured." "Really? Letting yourself be captured by a book? You're the oddest Taruk I've ever met," Aiden told him. "I'm Evo," the great Taruk shrugged. "What skill are you learning?" Taika asked him.
Now that we know how to cure poison, we're learning to poison others. I still don't fully understand it, but I'll be able to shoot poison similar to the way Nahia uses her fire hands.
Oh, that's very interesting. Nahia liked the sound of that.
Well, carry the antidote to the poison always, just in case, Daphne recommended.
Don't worry, you know I like balance. If I'm going to poison, I'll also know how to counter that poison.
That's because, apart from being beastly, you're great, Lily told him, laughing.
Evo let out a deep guffaw, which was joined by his comrades. Even Aiden smiled, something rare from him. How about you, Taika? Are you doing well? Nahia asked. I think I'm doing well. I have an advantage over the rest of my comrades because of the combination of my race and elemental magic. Being a Felidae with elemental darkness magic is a favorable combination for the shadow talent.
I'd say it's the best combination, Daphne said.
Taika nodded.
It's possible, yes. What skill are you developing?
Aiden asked with interest.
Great Silent Leap. We already mastered creating darkness, which in my case is quite powerful, and stealthy movement. That way you can't see us or hear us. Now we're learning to take a big leap to fall on our enemies from the darkness.
I like that. A surprise attack. Aiden nodded.
Yup, when we finish the leap, we knock down the opponent, leaving them at our mercy,
Taika explained. A very good skill, Nahia approved.
Once I master it, I'll let you know.
I don't think it will take you very long. You're quite the physical specimen, Daphne told him.
Taika smiled lightly. Thanks, I doubt I'm all that.
Don't be modest, you know you are,
Lily told him, and blew him a kiss. Taika smiled and went a little red in the face.
And you, Lily, how are you doing?
Evo asked her.
Well, I'm the best in my class by far,
Lily said confidently, and spread her hands and made a face that it could be no other way.
Come off it,
Aiden replied.
I'm the most charming one in every way, physical and magical,
Lily assured him with a coquettish smile.
Of course you are. There's no one more charming and ravishing than you in the whole academy, Daphne told her.
Thank you, partner. You, as pretty as you are, could also be charming and compete with me for Queen of the Charmers.
Not with my surly character,
Daphne replied, wrinkling her nose.
Yeah, I won't disagree with you on that. That character of yours, charming, what you call charming, is really not.
And very proud of it,
Daphne said, happy to be cantankerous and quarrelsome.
What are you learning now?
Taika asked, interested.
We're working on an impressive enchantment skill called hallucination. Once you manage to affect another person's mind with it, you make them see things. And not just anything, no. You can get them to see their most horrendous nightmare. It's really impressive. People almost literally die of fear. I still haven't mastered it, but when I do, I'm going to make this rockhead suffer through his worst nightmares in front of everyone and in full daylight. You'll see, it will be very funny.
Daphne laughed out loud.
I don't see the fun in that,
Aiden complained.
Don't you dare use your spells on me,
he warned her.
I'd only use it to know what your worst nightmare is. What you're afraid of,
Lily told him.
I have an interest in learning.
I fear nothing. I am a draconid born to fight. I don't fear anything, and don't you dare even look at me with the spell.
Now I'm really curious,
Daphne said.
Leave me alone, or I'll be forced to use my unstoppable frenzy skill.
Lily and Daphne smiled. They didn't say anything else. They didn't want Aiden to get upset in case he had one of his seizures.
You're left, Daphne. What can you tell us? How's it going?
Evo asked her.
Daphne huffed. I'm doing good and bad, as usual.
It can't be that bad, Lily said.
Oh yeah, it's worse,
Daphne replied.
The talent classes require that I be at the library studying physiognomy of the fighting slave races, as the dragons call us. It's necessary so that my healing magic is more effective. Otherwise, it's too generic and doesn't do much good. As you know, with the punishment we all have to bear every night, plus weapons classes, I'm dead on my feet. My head can barely cope with studying. So, on that hand, bad.
Yeah, we're all a bit like that, Nahia told her.
We're more because these three don't suffer in weapons class like we do, Daphne pointed out.
Maybe not, but we suffer more in magic class, Eva replied, nodding with his big horned head.
On the side of healing, it's getting better. I'm happy because I can now heal different kinds of wounds and injuries. The healing skill is easier every time. If I manage to study a bit more, I'll be even better. But I'm happy. I'd never have imagined that I could heal a wound or an illness with magic. It's unbelievable. I can even create a ball of healing, which radiates healing magic. It's not very powerful yet, but it does heal everything that's not very specific or serious.
We certainly appreciate it very much, Taika told her. I'm sure we'll need your care.
Especially the crazy barbarian Granite Head, Lily said with a comical face.
I doubt it. I won't be needing it much. Aiden crossed his arms over his chest.
So, I'm happy with my progress, but the way will be long and arduous, Daphne said,
and smiled, and her face showed the exhaustion she was feeling. I'm glad to see you happy, and even smiling, which is rare for you, Nahia told her, and also smiled at her friend.
Don't get used to it. It's an exception,
Daphne said and frowned, wrinkling her nose. The group smiled at the Fatum's grimace.
We have to get to our punishment. It's time,
Aiden announced, getting up. Oh, dear, Lily protested. Yeah, we'd better go, Nahia said. They left the dining hall and headed to the dungeons. As soon as they stepped outside, they all felt the mounting exhaustion wearing them down. Unfortunately, they had no choice but to endure and complete their punishment. Chapter 24. Daphne pulled the cart along the middle of the corridor by the braziers on the second underground level of the dungeons. She was already used to pulling the load, although it was heavy and burdensome, but since she was always so tired, she took it with resignation and without really thinking about it. She arrived at one of the braziers running low and got to work. She looked toward the long barred cell in front of her. Inside was a race of aggressive creatures. From what Oyhane of the Silvaris had told her, they were the Grower. She finished loading the brazier and walked over to see them. At first, she hadn't dared to get close. She was not in favor of approaching the cells, out of mere precaution. But since nothing had happened during all the time she had been down here, and the season was about to end, and with it her punishment, she risked it. The truth was, she was intrigued by the beings and creatures the dragons had locked up down here. A powerful Grower came up to the bars when it saw her. They were humanoid creatures, with a physique similar to that of a great ape, but they looked more dangerous. They had large fangs that protruded from their mouths, and the nails of their large feet and hands were claw-like. Grower, it growled, banging its powerful chest with its fists to show how strong it was. It wore primitive leather breeches with a belt made of leather, too. On its torso, it wore a shirt lined with feathers, and on its head a crown also of feathers. It had to be some tribal chief. Others behind it were similarly clad, and wore necklaces instead of the crown.
I see why they call you what they do. You don't need to get all cocky every time I come by. I have no intention of fighting you. You're a beastly gorilla with brutal, murderous tendencies.
The Grower paid attention to what she was saying, so Daphne guessed that although they looked like savage creatures without reason, they really were not. They might be primitive, but they were intelligent. Their clothing indicated this. Besides, if they were mere animals, the dragons would not bother putting them in prison. They would just kill them. Those creatures came from one of the conquered worlds, and they were sentient, organized beings. The chief studied her from head to toe, and said something that sounded like unintelligible, halting growls.
Sorry, but I don't understand you,
Daphne replied with a shrug, opening her arms for emphasis. She was surprised that the chief would address her. As a rule, it growled at the top of its voice and threatened her, jumping and thumping its chest so she would leave. The chief pointed at her and then motioned for her to come closer.
You want me to get close? I don't know if that's such a good idea.
Daphne wrinkled her nose and tilted her head to one side. The chief insisted again. Daphne could see all its powerful muscles, which intimidated her. She knew the barrier of energy between the bars would not let the Grower do anything to her. But even so, that creature was primitive and wild, awe-inspiring, and she even felt a little fear.
Fine, I'll get closer.
Daphne almost touched the bars. The chief Grower stared at her carefully, The rest of the small tribe also had all their attention on her as they crouched, staring at her.
What is it you—
She could not finish the sentence. The chief leaped for her with its huge, powerful arms in front of him. It hit the barrier of energy between the bars and fell backward with a hard thump, shoved back from the strength it had used to leap forward and the rejection from the barrier of energy.
I'm thick-headed, but it seems to me that you're even more so.
The chief got up sore and began to growl. It shook its arms and screamed at the top of its voice. Its growl screams were joined by the others. They all started screaming, shaking their arms and showing their fangs aggressively. Daphne had no doubt that if they managed to grab her, they would rip her apart.
What a bad attitude you all have. Really, I'm leaving,
she said, and went back to her cart to continue her route. She stopped in front of the brazier, looked at the grower, and with her spade, mimicked putting out the fire. The shouts multiplied, enraged.
You deserve to have no light. But you're in luck. I don't want any problems with the Turgnamus. I'll leave it on. Savages. Worse than savages,
she called to them as she traveled down the corridor. She went on with her task while she got over the fright the grower had given her, replenishing the low braziers and loading those that were already out. Although there were intractable creatures like the harpias and the grower down here, she stopped to watch those who most surprised her while she did her route every night. It made her job more entertaining and her exhaustion more bearable, which had multiplied enormously. It was the accumulation of days without proper rest. Among the locked-up creatures were different types, and some caught her attention greatly. One of those was the Centaurus, a race of creatures that were half human and half equine. She stopped in front of their cell and greeted their leader, Gizozaldi, or, at least, that was the name she thought she had understood. They had introduced one another and exchanged greetings and words in their respective languages for several weeks now.
Good evening,
Daphne raised her hand in greeting. The Centaurus came to the bars and greeted her with a wave of his hand, too. He said something in his language, but Daphne didn't understand beyond it being some kind of greeting. Daphne couldn't believe such creatures existed. The lower part of the body was that of a horse, and the upper part was that of a man, only it had horns like Evo's, but somewhat shorter. They were an intelligent species, and she had tried to verbally communicate with them, although unsuccessfully so far.
Do you need a ball of healing?
Daphne asked him and mimicked with one of her hands. It was frustrating not to be able to communicate, although they had made progress. Not like with Egil, unfortunately. But of course, Egil was a prodigy when it came to understanding and learning things. The Centaurus had explained and shown her that he had several wounded among his people in the cell. They must have arrived shortly before. She had no idea where they had come from, but she had decided to help them as she had done with the Silvaris. The Centaurus nodded and bent over, bowing his head in a show of respect and surely gratitude. Since he was so tall, almost twice her size, even when he bent down to greet her, he still seemed very tall.
Very well. I'll prepare one for you right away.
Gizozaldi said something in his language, which Daphne guessed meant thank you. She proceeded to create the ball of healing. What she did now was charge them with as much healing energy as she could without them destabilizing and exploding. She had to tread very carefully, because if she charged them too much, she might injure someone instead of healing them. An explosion of energy, even a healing one, was still explosive energy that would harm whoever it caught. The Centaurus, who were with Gizozaldi, came over to see how she created the ball. They always did. It seemed to interest them a lot. Daphne wondered whether they had some kind of magic, but guessed they probably did. Even the grower must have some, or the dragons would not be interested in them. Indeed, the more she thought, the surer she was that she was right in her assumption. The races the dragons had locked up here must all have some type of magic. She finished creating her healing ball, and using her mind, she passed it through the bars. Gizozaldi took it in his hands, and then handed it to his people to use on the wounded.
I'll get back to my route. I don't want to delay.
Daphne took her leave. The Centaurus said goodbye to her with strange sounds, a mix of a pleasant language and neighing. The next stop she made lately was with the two races of creatures Daphne called the Levitators. They were disconcerting. She had no doubt they both came from the same world because they had many similarities, even though they were different races. She left the cart in front of the cell of the creatures she had named the Dark Levitators. She had no idea what they called themselves. Oyhane did not know them. They were not from her world, and she had not seen them other than when they were brought down, and then for only a brief moment. She stood in front of the cell and watched them. They were most singular. They all formed a line and levitated about 4 handspans off the ground upside down. This had her mystified. They levitated upside down. It was crazy. Their bodies were humanoid, but they didn't move, they simply levitated. They were tall and slim and had no hair, their heads more oval-shaped than hers. Their eyes were also oval, perpendicular to the oval of the head. It was very funny. Their skin was anthracite black, as were their eyes, although those were somewhat lighter. They had no irises. All of this gave them a ghostly appearance. Their long arms ended in hands with 7 fingers. The long legs also ended in feet with 7 long toes. They wore dark robes with elegant anthracite embroidery. And, if all of this was strange, there was something even stranger. Their wings. Daphne always looked at them with extreme curiosity, because they were something she'd never seen before. Instead of having bird wings, or even wings like hers, they had wings shaped like 7 pointed stars. And that was not the only weird thing about them. The wings whirred. It had to be a very light vibration, and this must be how they levitated. It was very strange. They were all strange. She walked up to the bars. She didn't fear being attacked since they always remained immobile, levitating upside down with their eyes open. They seemed to be lost in the great beyond. She guessed they were either meditating like Evo liked to do, or asleep, or perhaps in some kind of trance that helped them cope with their incarceration. Somehow, they seemed to her like large bats, which hung upside down but also levitated upside down. It was weird, very weird. She watched them for a long moment, as she always did.
"Hello there. How are you today?"
she asked them. There was no reaction. She was sure they would not react, even to fire. They didn't even seem to breathe, although they did have a nose, long and sunken.
"You are most fascinating,"
she said as a goodbye, and left. She knew they were not going to react to her presence. She went on with her route, and a little further on the opposite side of the corridor, she stopped to see the other race of creatures that had piqued her interest. She walked up to the bars. The beings inside were the absolute reverse of the dark levitators. She thought of them as twins, because they were practically the same when it came to their anatomy. Same oval head and eyes, same slim body, same hands and feet with 7 digits each. Contrary to the dark levitators, these had a pale skin, practically albino, which shone with a light so intense and clear it hurt to look at them. They wore robes, also white, with embroidery done in a darker white to stand out. They were all white, even their eyes without irises. They also levitated, but they did not do it upside down, instead floating right side up. Hence, for her, they were the reverse of their cousins. She stepped up to the bars with her eyes half closed because it hurt to look at them, even though she was used to the intense and powerful light of her own elemental light magic. The wings were also identical and whirred. It was barely noticeable because the light they gave off. The whole cell was lit up brightly. There were 10 of them. She could not tell whether they were young or old, but she had the feeling they were not very old. Their face and hands were smooth without any wrinkles or marks. They were also in a trance, or some similar state, probably to survive this place. Perhaps to regenerate wounds? She had no idea. She would have to ask Evo, who knew the most about meditation and keeping the body and mind in balance.
"Well, I'll go on. I just wanted to greet you,"
she told them, but none reacted. She left the luminous levitators and went on with her work. She had always thought the races of Craido were unique, but now, after meeting those 2, they didn't seem as peculiar. They were disconcerting creatures locked up down here. She felt bad for them. They had been taken out of their worlds and dragged to these dungeons of darkness and suffering. Prisoners until the dragons freed them, if they ever did, which she highly doubted. She had always thought the races of Craido had been very unlucky with the dragons. Now she knew that the same thing happened to races from other worlds. She kept working, lost in her own thoughts, and arrived at the Sylvaris' cell. When she realized, she stopped.
"Hello, Oyhane. How are you?"
The young Silvaris, who always waited for her with a smile, waved at her. "We are much better thanks to your kindness and magic. You are a blessing of light and healing in the midst of this world of shadow and suffering," she said in a grateful tone.
It's nothing. I enjoy being able to help you. The healer talent at first seemed like a total waste to me, that it was a mistake. But little by little, I find I enjoy it more and more.
"A waste? Why would you say that?"
Daphne sighed.
I'm better at hitting than healing,
She said, making a fist. Oyhain smiled.
"Oh, I see. Well, now you can do both. That's good."
Yes, true. At least something good has come from suffering through the academy and the dragons.
"That's a positive attitude."
Daphne looked at them and heaved a deep sigh.
I don't know how you endure down here,
She said sadly.
I couldn't. Not in these conditions.
"Of course you could. You must survive. You can't lose hope, but have faith that one day things will change, and keep fighting for that day to come. We will."
You're very brave, and you're absolutely right. We must fight and get out of here. Of course we must. Blasted dragons,
She cried enraged.
"That's the spirit."
I have plenty of spirit. Sorry to have lost it briefly. You'll never see me like that again. We must get over our own fears and fight against those soulless monsters.
"You can count on us for that."
Rest assured that if there's anything I can do for you, I will,
Daphne promised, furious not just because of the situation the Silvaris were in, but for having lost faith because of the struggles they all faced.
Oyhain nodded. "I know, but don't take risks. The dragons will kill you. They don't lock Craido people up here. They kill them."
Even so, I'll find a way to help you.
"You have a brave heart, Daphne."
Rather grumpy and quarrelsome, but thank you for the compliment.
"How much longer is your punishment?"
Oyhain asked Daphne with interest in her rather sad eyes.
There's not that much left. The season is about to finish. Once it does, the punishment will end.
Oyhain nodded.
"I will miss your nightly visits. All of us will,"
she said, and indicated the rest of the group with a wave of her hand. They all smiled at Daphne.
I'll also miss these visits.
"You will? Now you'll be able to sleep at last, something you sorely need. You have such dark circles under your eyes that not even your own light makes them vanish."
Daphne laughed out loud.
That's true. The other day, I looked at myself in the mirror and saw a nightmarish monster.
Oyhain laughed.
"Not that bad."
Yes, it is. But it's all right. I'll recover. I've become used to eating once a day, sometimes not even that, and barely sleeping. I didn't believe I'd make it, but here I am. Looking like a monster, but I'm all right. My friend Lily, who is on the level above us, is taking it a lot worse. Her physical deterioration has her desperate. I really don't care whether I'm pretty or ugly, or that exhaustion makes me a little more irascible. I already am. Lily doesn't, though. She lives for her beauty and charming personality.
"I'd like to meet her."
Who knows, maybe you will one day, when you're free.
"I think it will be easier to see her down here like you, but I agree with you that it would be better to meet in freedom."
May it be so,
Daphne said wistfully.
Before I leave, I'll give you a ball of light and another of healing fully loaded.
"Thank you so much. You are wonderful."
I'm cheeky and have little patience, but I think my heart's in the right place after all,
Daphne admitted, almost as a confession, and then proceeded to create the two spheres. A while later, Daphne was going back, all her chores done. As she went along the last stretch, pulling the now empty cart, she was thinking about her conversation with Oyhain. She wanted to find a way to help them. Not only them, but all the creatures and beings who were locked up in there. She could see no way of freeing them, just like she didn't know how to free the races of Craido. But Oyhain was right. They could not lose hope. They had to keep fighting with that goal in mind. She thought about Nahia and her inner flame, which burned for freedom. She seemed never to get exhausted despite the problems they faced and the difficulty of what they intended. A difficulty that was practically an impossibility. Even so, Daphne left the dungeons that night, with the conviction that they had to fight for the freedom of everyone, to the end. Chapter 25. Their nights of punishment were passing by, and Nahia no longer had any trouble with the griffins. They let her work in peace, even the griffin hawk cheetah. But she was always alert to potential danger. She saw that the griffin owlbear and the others looked at her as if she were a delicious piece of meat they wanted to eat. That night, when she went down to the 3rd underground level to work, she was met with a surprise. Utrecht was waiting for her.
Tonight, there's going to be a change of route, he told her.
Really? What route? She asked, interested.
Route 1 for Bergor and you.
Oh, good. Nahia hid a smile. At last, she would be able to speak with Garanzilar Denbo, something she'd been wanting to do for a long time.
And just so you know, I'm not doing this because you've been boring me with your requests for a change of route, but for logistical reasons. The job always comes first and foremost.
Yes, of course, Nahia replied, very serious.
Now get to work. I'll let you know when there's a new change of route.
I'm not staying on Route 1?
Didn't I just tell you that it will be according to the requirements of the job?
He snapped angrily. Yes, of course, sorry.
Now get to work. Come on.
Utrecht waved her off so she would leave. A while later, she and Bergor were on Route 1, sitting on the first cart of the delivery convoy.
Happy?
Bergor asked her in an acidic tone. As far as can be expected, yes, I'm happy. Bergor snorted.
Let's hope you don't stop to chat on this route, because we have a lot to do.
If I stop to chat, it's so they don't eat me alive.
In my opinion, it's because you can't keep quiet.
You Turgnamus don't get eaten as much as we humans do, so I have to take precautions.
That's because we don't stop to chat with the prisoners.
It's because you're lucky enough to taste bad.
We don't taste bad.
That's what I've been told. Nahia shrugged. The Turgnamus did not say another word until they reached the dragon's sector. He was so offended.
You know what happens here. If you leave the path or get into any kind of trouble, I don't intend to help you. I'll leave you to your fate, Bergor warned her.
Yeah, you've done it before, Nahia replied, and she could not help it sounding angry.
I won't risk my life for you, blabbermouth.
Yeah, you don't need to swear it. I know that already.
Good. Start working and fast.
The first dragons didn't pose much trouble. She and Bergor worked quickly, unloading the food as fast as possible. They made sure not to leave the silver path so the repulsor belt and hat would work. It was the only way they were protected from the dragon's physical and magical attacks, but only on the silver path. They stopped at the next cave and started unloading quickly. They maneuvered and tilted a full cart. Bergor was nervous. It was obvious from how fast he went and the sweat that moistened his forehead. The Turgnamus did not usually sweat, which was significant. Neither did they hurry. They liked to do all their jobs with precision, taking all the time necessary.
Human flesh, fresh.
The mental message reached Nahia. It was a powerful message accompanied by a feeling of amusement. Nahia knew at once who had sent it. A colossal red dragon came out of the cave. Spreading its wings, it took a powerful leap and landed in front of them, maintaining the safety distance. The jump caught Bergor off guard, and he received a tremendous scare. He fell on his backside on the floor. The dragon opened its mouth and showed its fearful maw. It seemed to be going to eat them, or use its fiery breath. Nahia looked at it surprised. What was it going to do? Was it going to kill them? She had no time to wonder. The dragon delivered a roar that left Bergor lying on his back unconscious. Nahia noticed and went over to the Turgnamus. He had fainted from the dreadful fright. What have you done to him, Lihin Gorion?
Nothing irreversible. I only frightened the Turgnamus a little. Did you know that if you scare these creatures enough, they faint? Can you believe it? It's most amusing.
Well, no, I didn't know, but yes, now that I've seen it, I believe it. You shouldn't do that. You might kill them.
I don't think so. I do not know why you worry so much for one of them. They are pretty annoying creatures, and they taste awful.
You still want to eat me? Nahia asked, more at ease, seeing that nothing bad had happened to Bergor.
Of course I still want to eat you. Human flesh is exquisite.
I'm glad to see you too. How are you?
I am as well as I can be, locked up in these dungeons underground, condemned to die here.
Well then.
You are fiery. I like you, human.
Then you won't eat me.
Did I not just say I like you?
Lihin Gorion said, passing its tongue along its sharp teeth. Nahia sighed. Are we going to quarrel again?
No, Flameborn. Garanzilar Denbo wants to speak to you. He is waiting. I only came out to greet you.
It's always a pleasure to see you, Lihin Gorion.
Same here, Flameborn.
Don't eat Burgor. You'll get me into trouble, she told the dragon as she headed to the great silver dragon's cave.
Don't worry. The last time I ate a Turgnamus, I had heartburn for a month.
Nahia shook her head and walked fast to the cave. She had to be back before Burgor woke up, before he knew she had left. She reached the entrance of the cave, and Garanzilar Denbo came out to meet her.
My heart rejoices to see you again, Nahia.
It sent her with one of its powerful messages. Nahia was also deeply glad to see the powerful silver primeval dragon again. She ought to feel fear before such a colossal presence, but for whatever reason, this was not the case. She watched it for a moment, as if she wanted to make sure her memory of it was correct. Its massive body, over 210 feet long, had impressed her the first time she had seen it, and did so again. The enormous head of a horned male and that 1,000-year-old gaze of the silver eyes imposed respect and fear. The dragon's entire powerful body and intense silver color gave off silver flashes Nahia knew were due to the powerful magic it possessed. It was a being of great power, and the magic it radiated made Nahia's skin crawl. Simply being in its presence, one had the impression of being before a demigod. But despite being in front of the most powerful dragon she had ever met, she did not feel any danger. She trusted it. Not for its appearance, both majestic and awesome, or for its undeniable power, but for something else she could not quite explain. She trusted the great silver dragon implicitly. My soul rejoices to see you too, Garanzilar Denbo.
I have been waiting for you.
It's been very difficult to get to you. I'm sorry, I tried, but things didn't go very well above.
No need to apologize. I know that meetings like this are very difficult to arrange.
I don't know if I'll be assigned this route tomorrow. Maybe not.
I understand. Then we should focus on what is important, in case we cannot meet again.
Yes, that's best.
Come inside my abode. It will be quieter, although it may not seem so. Even down here there are eyes and ears we must protect ourselves from.
All right. Nahia went into the cave, but before she did, she looked back toward the route, trying to see those ears and eyes. She didn't see any spies.
How are you doing at the academy? Tell me. I am very interested,
Garanzilar Denbo said, decreasing the power of its messages when it saw Nahia frown as she received them. Are you interested because our destinies are linked?
Our destinies are entwined, not exactly linked. They might be later on, but for now they only entwine.
They join and separate, and join and separate? Is that it? They cross?
You will understand better as the events that mark your destiny take place.
And those that mark yours?
That is correct. See, you are already beginning to understand. The decisions and actions we both make will have consequences on our own destinies. As both destinies are entwined, they will also influence each other.
That's why you're so interested in how I'm doing at the academy, because it will affect your destiny.
That is correct. It might be small or great, but it will affect me. I have the feeling it will be great, although for now it is only a feeling.
Nahia nodded. More or less, she understood, and also realized why the great silver dragon was worried about her. Well, I couldn't say how I'm doing at the academy. I'm suffering in magic class, but in sorcery I'm doing pretty well. In weapons, I'm doing terrible. Worse than that, really. Garanzilar Denbo moved its head up and down, nodding.
It is only natural. You have great magical power, but your body is not that of a warrior.
Yeah, sometimes I'd like to be a dragon, to have both magical and physical power.
You might one day.
Nahia looked at Zaranzi Lardinbo with utter confusion. Become a dragon? That's impossible.
Who told you it is?
Well, no one. But it's impossible for a human to transform into a dragon. Not even in my dreams does it seem possible.
And what if I told you there is one way to do so?
A way for someone like me to become a dragon? Nahia shook her head. The idea overwhelmed her. But Garanzi Lardinbo's message carried a feeling of veracity. It was not lying. What it was saying was true.
There is, indeed. But I do not think this is the time to talk about it. It would take time, which is something we do not have.
Fine, let's focus on what's important. Only one more question about it.
Go ahead, Nahia. Ask.
The opposite can also happen, right? I mean, dragons can transform into humans?
They can indeed. Into humans and other creatures and beings. But not all dragons. Only the most powerful. Primeval dragons like me that are thousands of years old.
Oh. Wow. You flabbergast me.
There are many things regarding dragon magic and its power that you do not know. You will learn more with time.
Yeah, I don't know a lot about that. I realize that more and more every passing day. Can you become a human? Garanzi Lardinbo raised its head, and Nahia thought she could see a smile on its face, although being a fearsome dragon, she could not really tell.
I can, indeed. I am one of those who do have the power to do so among my people.
That's amazing! Why don't you? We could plan an escape with you in human form. Nahia was very excited.
Take it easy, little Flameborn. It is not that simple. For a dragon to take on the form of another being, it requires a complex magical process. It also needs to consume a great source of external power, since the inner power of a dragon is not enough to complete the transformation. And even if I had that external source of power, this collar around my neck would not allow me to perform such an act.
Oh, wow. For a moment I got all excited about the possibilities.
It is understandable. Besides, I cannot abandon my faithful to their fate.
You mean the faction of the New Tomorrow, right? The one formed by dissident dragons of the 5 clans that seek to change the path?
Yes, them. I am their leader. They are my responsibility. Together we have fought to stop the bloodshed and the obsession for absolute power and dominion that have ruled our race for thousands of years. I cannot leave them to their death here.
But there must be others that escaped, aren't there? Perhaps if you could get to them—
There are, and they are awaiting my return above, on the surface. But I will not return without my faithful.
I see. This loyalty to your people does you credit. Nahia understood the great silver dragon, and she found it a being with lofty principles.
Do not worry about that now. What is important at this time is that you follow your destiny.
You put a lot of weight on this supposed destiny of mine. What if it's not so important? What if it's nothing but a regular destiny? Or worse, what if I die in the academy?
That could happen, yes. But I believe you will find a way to survive. I believe it because we are linked and entwined in the threads of a destiny of great importance, one that might change not only this world, but others as well.
That's a lot of destiny. Nahia made a grimace. It was too much for her.
It is, what little I have been able to see, but I believe in its great impact on this and other worlds.
I'm not so sure, but what I can promise is that I will try to survive, and I will fight to achieve the freedom of the slave races of Craido, and that of other worlds. I'll fight to free them from the dragons.
That goal, that destiny you pursue, is perfectly aligned with what I have been able to glimpse.
Let's hope I live to accomplish it, Nahia said, without too much hope that it might be so.
If you do not mind, I would like to have a vision. It will help me interpret the movements and the threads of destiny according to your latest decisions and actions.
Yes, of course. No problem, Nahia offered. Garanzilar Denbo concentrated, and Nahia felt a powerful magic radiate from its body. This magical radiation reached her, bathing her entirely. The powerful dragon began to flash bright silver at intervals. It happened like the slow heartbeat of a huge heart. Nahia was calm because she had already had an experience like this with the great primeval dragon and knew nothing would happen to her. The rhythm of the flashes increased, just like the power they came with. Nahia closed her eyes to protect them from the powerful light. Even with her eyes shut, she could feel the brightness increasing in power and frequency. She was about to move away just in case.
Stay. I need you beside me to be able to glimpse beyond,
Garanzilar Dinbo said, and it felt like a plea. Nahia stopped and stayed beside the great dragon while the flashes came faster every time. Finally, a last flash, huge, lit up the whole cavern. She felt a charge of powerful magic filling everything. "What did you see?" Nahia said, opening her eyes, barely containing herself.
I have examined the threads of destiny in the middle of a vision, using all my power. It is the only way I can see something.
It sent her, and Nahia felt Garanzilar Dinbo's utter exhaustion. Nahia nodded. "Do you have good or bad news?"
Our entwined destinies are consolidating. Also the third one we identified the last time we did this.
That of Lasgul and Camus?
Indeed. I have seen the human again. Blonde, with the young, higher draconian. Your destinies are joining, but are not all linked yet. You must join them.
I thought I had. We're already allies. I met them in Tremia, and we're now collaborating in the fight against the dragons.
There might be something else missing for the destinies to entwine.
Do you know what it might be?
I'm afraid I could not see it. I do not know what it might be.
I'll try to find them again and see what it is.
Do that. It is very important. They are the key to your destiny, and you for theirs.
All right.
One more thing. I have glimpsed, very far and very faint, a fourth thread, an additional destiny entwining with ours.
Wow, that's new. Could you see who it is?
Unfortunately, no. It still has not begun to entwine. But it is... I felt that it also comes from Tremia. And not only one person, it is more than one.
Do you know how many?
It is not clear yet, but I saw 5 points of light.
Nahia huffed. That's not very much information to locate them.
I am sorry. It is all I was able to glimpse.
Don't worry. I'm sure I'll cross paths with them. I'll be alert. 5 points of light. I'll remember.
Very well. Remember the scale. It has power that will help you with your destiny, with your choices. It will guide you.
Nahia touched the silver scale at her nape under her hair. I'll keep that in mind.
Very well. Now go. Be very careful. The threads of destiny show great danger.
I can imagine. Thank you, Garanzilar Dinbo. Until we meet again. Nahia said goodbye and left. She reached Lihan Gorion. Have you been good?
The Turgnamus is alive. Take him, and good luck.
Thank you. I'm going to need it. Nahia put Burgor in the cart. She climbed up and urged the beasts on. She headed back, thinking about everything she had talked about with Garanzilar Dinbo and the repercussions it would have. Chapter 26. It was the last night of punishment, and Nahia was feeling a bit strange. On the one hand, she wanted to be free of that torture and be able to sleep and rest properly. She was worn out. And not only her, all her comrades were the same. The Igneous Squad, the Ardent Squad, and the Searing Squad. Exhaustion was affecting everyone. Some bore it better than others, but in general, they were all equally exhausted. "Ready for work?" she told Utrecht as a greeting when she saw him in the prep room of the Turgnamus.
That's the spirit. I see Burgor inspires you.
Nahia looked at Utrecht and then at Burgor, who was getting ready beside a closet. He inspires me in a way that's hard to explain, Nahia replied with sarcasm.
The Turgnamos have that innate ability. We inspire others with our work and hard effort.
Nahia could not help grinning. The inability to pick up on irony seemed generalized among the Turgnamos. Oh, indeed.
Today, you have a change of route,
Utrecht informed them suddenly. Change? Why? Nahia didn't like that, least of all this being the last night.
Functional needs, Utrecht replied, using one of his favorite answers.
What route?
Burgor asked.
Route 4. Main trick is sick and can't cover it.
Burgor frowned.
All right, I'll deal with it.
Very well, off you go.
Utrecht sent them on their way. They started their shift, and Burgor led the carts to the left along a cave they had not visited before. Nahia began to worry. She was safe on Route 1 because of Garan Zilar Denbo's protection, not on Route 4. She began to have bad feelings about what awaited them. What's Route 4 like?
Like any other route, it's work.
Yeah, I guessed as much, but what kind of prisoners are there on Route 4?
Lesser prisoners.
Oh, lesser. Then they're less dangerous, right? Burgor shrugged.
All the prisoners are dangerous,
he said, and urged the beasts to go faster. Then why are they lesser?
They aren't as important to the dragons. And stop asking 1,000 questions. You're giving me a headache.
I'm asking because you never give me any warning.
That's not my job.
Yeah, Nahia cut him short. She knew all the answers of the cantankerous Turgnamus. The way along the new route was not so different from the others they had done. The caves they went by were similar. What she did find odd was that no one came out to fetch the food when they unloaded it. There are prisoners in these caves, aren't there? Burgor glared at her with a look of disbelief.
Of course there are prisoners. Otherwise, why unload food?
That's what I was wondering.
Less questions and more work.
They arrived in an area that surprised Nahia. There were fires at the entrances of the caves. It was the first time she had seen this. She thought perhaps it was because of the temperature of the place. But no, the temperature was normal, neither warm nor cool. The atmosphere was damp and grim, and there was very little light, only some torches along the silver path. Are those fires allowed? She asked Burgor.
They are.
What creature? Nahia was about to ask. It didn't seem to fit that there were creatures that built fires, but she stopped when she saw the first one. It was a human.
Unload,
Burgor said. Nahia climbed onto the second cart from the back of the line and grabbed a piece. It didn't make sense to tilt the cart for a single piece. The human, a middle-aged man, came up to the piece and slowly picked it up, slinging it on his back. Without a word, he headed back to the cave. Who is it? Nahia asked Burgor blankly.
a human prisoner.
When you don't want to collaborate, you nail it, Nahia said.
Who cares? He's a prisoner. Keep working.
I've already unloaded.
Who told you it's a single piece?
There's only one human, she started to say before realizing there were 10 more around the fire.
Some people are too smart for their own good,
Burgor said grumpily.
Unload 4 more.
Nahia did as Burgor ordered. Who are they? She asked again. Burgor ignored her. Seeing that the stubborn Turgnamus was not going to tell her anything, she didn't ask again. They went on with the route. Things got even stranger at the next stop. The prisoner was a Fatum, also middle-aged. With him were 6 Fatum, male and female. Nahia could not explain why the dragons would have humans and Fatum down here. They continued on the route, and at the next cave they stopped. Around the low-burning fire, another 6 prisoners waited, this time Scarlatum. They unloaded 3 pieces, and Nahia stared at them. She could not hold back her question. Who are you? The Scarlatum prisoners looked at her for a moment. They didn't answer. They fetched the pieces and took them inside the cave.
No chatting. We have to finish our deliveries,
Burgor said in an angry tone. Nahia waited a moment longer to see whether any of the Scarlatum would speak to her. They took one of the pieces and started roasting it over the fire. That was most strange. At the next stop, something similar happened. This time, they were the Felidae who, like the Scarlatum, fetched the piece without replying to any of Nahia's questions. There were 12 of them,
tigers, panthers, and lions. Can you talk to me? What happened to you? Nahia insisted. She wanted to know what was going on here and why they were locked up.
They won't answer. Move on,
Bergor said. Nahia huffed in frustration and continued with their deliveries. At the next cave, beside the fire, a dozen Taruk Capra were waiting. They unloaded the pieces. Without waiting a moment, they started roasting 2 of them. This is most strange, muttered Nahia, who could not understand why the dragons would keep these prisoners locked up. They belonged to the slave races. The dragons didn't bother sending them to the dungeons. They killed them, like they did with them at the academy. They got to the last cave with fires before leaving that sector of the caverns. Waiting for the delivery were several people. Draconids. If having prisoners from the other slave races down here made no sense, having draconids in prison made even less.
5 pieces,
Bergor told her. Nahia sighed and helped the Turgnamus with the unloading maneuver. 6 pieces fell off.
Retrieve the extra piece,
Bergor told her, pointing his finger at it. Nahia sighed. She didn't think the Draconid would attack her, but in this underground world, anything might happen. One of the Draconids stepped forward. He signaled to Nahia to come for the piece. Nahia did not know whether to trust it. Her senses told her not to. She watched the Draconid for a moment. Although it was difficult to know his age because of their race, she thought he was older. She thought of asking him who he was, but thinking back to her lack of success with the others, and since he was a Draconid, she dismissed the idea. She had no choice, so she stepped forward to retrieve the piece carefully, looking at the Draconid in case he tried anything. She reached one of the pieces and grabbed it to drag it. She was about to step back when she heard a question. "Who are you? You look familiar." Nahia looked up toward the voice. It was the Draconid. She couldn't help looking surprised. "I'm Nahia." "Nahia. Pretty name. Nahia who?" the Draconid asked in a deep, calm voice. "Nahia Aske?" The Draconid was thoughtful. Then he smiled. "I thought you were familiar." Nahia was very surprised by this. "Do you know me?" The Draconid shook his head. "No, I don't know you. I haven't had the pleasure. Not until today." "Then who are you? What are you doing here? How come you're all here?" "Those are too many questions. I see you have an inquisitive mind. That is good," the Draconid said and smiled again. "I don't understand what's going on here." "What's going on here is no longer important. All of us are doomed to die here. It's only a matter of time." "I'm sorry." "You have nothing to regret. It's not your fault. Those of us who are down here accept our fate. We did so a long time ago."
Don't speak to him, let's go.
Bergor scolded Nahia in a temper. "Just a moment, I'm coming."
No moments, get on the cart.
Bergor ordered her. "But I need to know." "Do as the Turgnamus says. You shouldn't speak to me. It's for your own good." "But who are you? Why am I familiar?" The Draconid smiled. "I'm a shadow of the past that will soon fade away. Don't take an interest in me. Go on your way. Live a long life. Try to make it happy and prosperous." Nahia didn't know what to do. The Draconid didn't answer her questions, and Bergor seemed more annoyed than usual.
Get on the cart now,
he shouted at her. Nahia looked at the Draconid one last time in case he said anything else, but he said goodbye with a nod and turned back to the fire. Nahia had to resign herself and pulled the extra piece toward the cart. Then she loaded it, ran and climbed onto the cart beside Bergor, who urged the beasts to get away from there. For a while they didn't speak and continued their route. At last, Nahia decided to ask, "Why are you so insistent that I not speak to the Draconid?"
I've told you that you talk too much. We're here to work. Stop talking to the prisoners, or it'll cost us both our lives. I don't care if you die, that's your choice. But I don't want to die because of you, he told her, and glared at her with hatred. Nahia was silent for a moment, thinking. Something didn't quite fit. "Other times you've left me where I was without caring what happened to me. Why not here?" Bergor snorted, annoyed. Do not speak to the prisoners. That's it.
She didn't like the answer, but Nahia knew that Burgor was not going to tell her anything. When he shut up and refused to talk, there was nothing to do. They continued on their route, and the final stretch had no incidents. Nahia had finished her shift with a strange feeling inside her. She didn't know what it was, but she felt that she was missing something important. She had to resign herself, though, and went up to the surface to go to sleep. In no time, they would return to their training, and she was already beginning to feel the accumulated exertion. It was like having a huge slab that pressed on her back and head as she went back up. She also realized that every time she found it harder to get back up to the surface. The endless stairs were an additional punishment at the end of every shift. She came out of the dungeons and breathed in the night air. At least she was alive. She would fight to stay alive and try to help the prisoners she had just seen. Perhaps they no longer had hope, but Nahia did, both for her and all of the slave peoples of Craido. One day they would reach freedom. One day she would free those poor unhappy wretches at the bottoms of the dungeons. Chapter 27. Several weeks had gone by since the end of the punishment, and even though it was over and she could now enjoy her well-earned additional rest, Nahia did not seem to be able to fully recover. She wasn't the only one. Lily and Daphne also seemed to struggle. The accumulated exhaustion did not seem to want to leave them entirely. The consequences remained. The sustained effort they had to make at weapons training, plus the supplement of physical exercise at the gym so they didn't lag behind, did not aid their full recovery. That evening, they were all in the bedroom, getting ready to go to sleep, giving their bodies a chance to rest before the next day of tough training. Sitting on her bed, Nahia was lost in her own thoughts. "Everything all right?" Lily asked her. "Yeah, I'm just tired and a little worried." "Exhausted is the normal mood in this place," Lily joked, poking her tongue out as if she could not bear even her soul.
What's bothering you?
Daphne asked Nahia as she lay on her own bed and watched her.
"What could possibly bother her here? Not dying tomorrow?"
said Lily, raising her arms in an obvious gesture. Nahia looked at the Scarlatum and nodded. "Yeah, that too. But I was thinking about what happened in Tremia. Dremea. We survived the mission, but I'm worried about the ones fighting there."
On our side or the other?
Daphne asked, raising an eyebrow. "The other," Nahia admitted, lowering her voice and looking at the screen that separated them from the boys.
You're worried about Lasgol, Camus, and the Narganians you met? The ones we helped to free their friend Gerd from the war camp?
Daphne asked in a tone of interest. Lily poked her head out of one end of the screen to see whether the boys were paying attention to their conversation, especially Aiden. "Can we talk?" Nahia asked in a low voice. "Yes, don't worry. Granite Head's sleeping." Lily nodded. "I can't get them out of my head. Them and Egil. We have to find a way to help them."
"From what we saw at the Battle of the Capital, they're pretty well off with those Norganian rangers," Lily commented.
And Lasgol was able to kill a dragon with his golden bow. I don't know how he did it. I can't even imagine it, but he did. We all saw the corpse of the great winged monster.
Nahia nodded. "But they won't be able to hold out for long. The casualties they're suffering are high. The capital will be taken and their forces will fall. The dragons don't allow defeats. The Red Dragon King is the most savage and deceitful of all of them. He'll go himself to destroy the city rather than suffer a defeat."
"The casualties in our army are even greater,"
Lily reminded her, looking sad.
"And they're innocent people, sent to die on the battlefield because they are slaves to the dragons."
Because of the Dragon Lord's excessive greed and desire for conquest,
Daphne added.
"Yeah, and we are among them. Let's not forget that," Lily said.
"I think we need to help each other," said Nahia. "I'm sure that if we collaborate with Egil, Lasgol, Camus, and their friends, we'll not only help them, but also our people."
I don't see it as clearly. If we help those rangers, we'll only be letting more of our own get killed.
Daphne scratched her temple and was thoughtful. Nahia thought it through as well. The situation was complicated, since they were on the side of the bloodthirsty invaders, the side of evil, and this was unquestionable. The Narganians, all of Tremia, were defending themselves from the dragon invasion. Unfortunately, part of the invading army were the slaves the dragons sacrificed in their war without any consideration. Poor souls who were not to blame for what was going on and who did not deserve to die. But neither did the Norganians, or the other inhabitants of Tremia. We're on the wrong side. We fight on the side of evil. We and the other slave races that form the dragon army, Nahia said, summing up her thoughts and those of her two friends. That's true. No one's arguing against that, Lily told her. But do you want us and the soldiers of our army to die instead of our rivals?
Of course she doesn't want that, Daphne intervened. The question is how to stop innocents from dying on both sides.
Nahia nodded repeatedly. That's what we need to try and accomplish, that no innocents die, whichever side they're on. That sounds impossible, because they're going to fight to the death one way or another, Lily said.
It won't be easy, I know, but we can try to help both sides, the innocents on both sides, said Daphne.
That's what we have to do, you're right. What I don't know is how. Nahia let out a loud, long sigh of frustration.
What we're hoping to do is very complicated. There's no easy way of doing it, said Daphne.
And it'll be very dangerous, Lily added. Danger is our middle name. A small smile appeared on Daphne's face. That'll be yours. Mine is irresistible, Lily joked, tossing her long hair to one side with a sensual shake.
Mine is grumpy,
joked Daphne. Nahia smiled. Her friends were trying to defuse the situation, and she was grateful for it from the bottom of her heart. She had too many worries she didn't know how to solve in her head. Being able to talk with them, even if they couldn't find a solution, was good for her. Keeping them inside was bad for her emotional health. She could feel as much. So, you fully trust Egil's friends, Lily said after a moment. You're determined to help them, so it must be because you trust them. Or are you taking a risk?
That's a good question.
Daphne joined her as she sat on the bed with her legs crossed and shifted her wings to adjust them.
In Norgana, at the war camp, we risked our lives to help them. Yes, I know it was because we were looking for the golden weapons capable of killing dragons, and they have them. But even so, we risked our lives. We'd better be able to trust them. I trust Egil. There's no malice in him. He won't betray us despite everything he's going through. He should be enraged, furious, frustrated, and wanting to kill everyone, but he isn't. That's surprising and shows strong character. He has the noble soul of a good person. The others, I don't know them. I can't tell. What do you say, Nahia?
Nahia sighed deeply and pondered her answer. It was a good question, an important one. Yes, I trust them. Don't ask me why, but I trust them completely. We've agreed on an alliance to help each other.
So you trust them?
Daphne said. Yeah, at least those I've met so far. And those are Egil himself, Lasgol, the Higher Draconian, Camu, and what's the name of the other two rangers who are with him? Lily asked. Moloch and Luca. Yes, I trust them. They gave me the impression of being trustworthy.
What do you know about the two new ones?
Daphne asked her.
They weren't on Egil's list. They aren't any the snow panthers he told us about.
Nahia closed her eyes, remembering what she had talked about with Lasgol and his two comrades. They're not snow panthers. They're from a similar group. I don't remember the name they mentioned. So it seems the Rangers, instead of having squadrons, have groups with different names, said Lily. I'm not sure about it all, but I do know that these two groups exist and are comrades of Egil, Nahia said.
What else do you know about them?
Daphne leaned over, interested. Moloch is a sniper. Apparently, he's very good at releasing from great distances with a large bow. From what I understood, he can shoot double the range of a dragon. Wow, that is impressive, Lily cried.
Shh, you're going to wake up the rockhead,
Daphne said, putting her finger to her lips. Okay, I'll lower my voice, but I still find it awesome. That means this Moloch can attack a dragon from outside its reach. That's wonderful. Lily was imagining in her mind what that might be like.
Remember that a dragon can close distances very fast,
Daphne replied, so she would not get too excited. Yeah, and then destroy you, I know.
Luca is a manhunter, which, from what I gathered, is a ranger who specializes in pursuing and capturing criminals, outlaws, and the like. What are outlaws? Lily asked. That's what I asked, Nahia nodded. They're people who do evil. Rob, kill, things like that.
To other humans?
Daphne was surprised, and her face showed it. Nahia nodded. Their society is very different than ours. If one of us commits a crime, steals or kills, which almost never happens, since we live under the yoke of the dragons and have enough problems without creating more, the Draconid soldiers deal with our punishment. Which, by the law of the dragons, is death, said Lily. That's right. In their world, they have rangers and soldiers who pursue those who do evil deeds to their neighbors. They don't have dragons that dominate and subjugate everyone. Nahia waved her hands in frustration.
They don't for now,
Daphne rectified. We must help them so that such a thing never happens, so Tremia doesn't become Craido, Nahia said, convinced. Yeah, we have to stop it, although it seems too dangerous and unlikely in my opinion, Lily said, bowing her head. Let's not lose our hope so quickly. Nothing is truly impossible, Nahia said in a hopeful tone.
And Lasgol? What kind of ranger is he?
Daphne asked. Lasgol is something special. For starters, he's like us. He has magic, which the other rangers don't have, Nahia explained. Magic he's trying to recover, just like his memory.
The immortal dragon robbed him of both,
Daphne said, who knew the story. Yeah, said Lily. I remember you telling us, Nahia. Apart from having magic, he's like 5 different types of rangers. He's a prodigy. Look at this Lasgol, Lily smiled. Besides, Lasgol and Camus seem to be part of my destiny, a very important part from what Garanzilar Denbo glimpsed in his visions.
I'm not sure I trust this dragon,
Daphne said doubtfully. I definitely don't trust it. After all, it's a dragon, Lily said, shaking her head. Garanzilar Denbo is a dragon, but not like the others. That's why it's being held a prisoner in the depth of the dungeons. The dragons have sent it there as a punishment until its death, Nahia told them, for wanting to change the path of the dragons. It's supposed to be the leader of the dissenters, the faction of the new tomorrow.
But we have no record of its existence. Where are the dragons that form it? Why haven't they tried to rescue their leader? It doesn't sound too credible to me.
Daphne was doubtful, and the more she reasoned through it, the more doubts she had. Her face said it all. Dragons are dragons. They're evil beings without souls. I also find it hard to believe that any of them would want to be civilized, knowing what they're like, said Lily, who did not have doubts and was absolutely sure they could not trust dragons. I know, but I believe Garanzilar Denbo. I want to think that this destiny that links us is the one that will lead us to freedom. I don't know how or when, but I want to think that if we join Lasgol and his people and Garanzilar Denbo and its followers, we'll be able to make this dream come true.
It seems to me like too much wishing and too much trusting,
Daphne warned her. Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing, Lily said. Hasn't it occurred to you that all of this might be a stratagem this dragon is using to buy its own freedom? Garanzilar Denbo? No, I don't believe so. Think about it. It tells you of a joint destiny, one of freedom, a dragon, and a prisoner. I think it's using you, said Lily.
She's not wrong, you know. It gains your trust, tricks you, you help, and then it betrays you. It's a dragon after all, Daphne warned her. Nahia sighed deeply. I know you want to protect me, and I'm really grateful. I also understand that you don't trust a dragon you haven't even met. But I've been with this dragon, and there's something that inspires me to trust that it's telling the truth. I don't think this is a trick. You wouldn't be the first or last to be deceived, said Lily. I know. Take it as a warning, Daphne told her. Don't be too confident. There's nothing bad about being a little suspicious, least of all when you're gambling with your life.
You're right. I need to be careful and not trust blindly. It's a dragon, after all. Exactly, Lily nodded hard. In any case, whether Garanzilar Denbo is an ally or will ultimately betray me, we must find a way to free Egil.
And Oyhain and her people,
Daphne added. Rescuing Egil and the other creatures from the dungeons is madness, Lily warned them. Madness? We must somehow achieve, Nahia said.
We need to think carefully, said Daphne. But we must do something. We can't let them die in the dungeons. None of them will ever get out alive. Even if it's madness, we have to do something, knowing the situation they're in.
That's true. Otherwise, we'll lose our own humanity. Nahia shook her head. It's madness that will mean our death. The dragons will discover us and eat us alive, Lily said with perfect certainty. I'm not saying you're not right, Lily, but letting them die down there in that world of darkness without hope? Nahia was shaking her head.
I feel the same way. Those creatures don't deserve an end like that, Daphne said.
No one does, said Lily. But we can't rescue them. We'd need an army for it. Besides, one that can kill dragons, because otherwise we'd still fail. Nahia and Daphne looked at one another.
You might not be wrong.
Of course I'm not, Lily said, sure of it. There are armies fighting the dragons right now, and some like Lasgol can kill them, said Nahia.
And they'll want to save Egil,
added Daphne. You're both crazy, Lily told them. This is monumental madness. Well, we don't have to be hasty. Let's keep the idea in our minds. We may find a way. It doesn't have to be right away. It can be in the near future, Nahia said.
That's right. We'll think of a way calmly, but let's not dismiss the idea. We have to manage to get those people out of the dungeons, said Daphne.
Like I said, you're both crazy. Lily made a face of disbelief. Chapter 28. Autumn was becoming more evident at the academy. The summer temperatures had vanished, and now it was cool all day. A breeze that pushed gray clouds threatened to bring more than cold winds. The trees and gardens were painted ochre, and the spirits of the igneous squad were the same color. That morning, they were at the arena. They had weapons training. They'd been practicing offensive and defensive moves for weeks. Urus was making them repeat to the breaking point, without any mercy. They were all capable of doing the movements without mistakes and decent skill. But Nahia, Daphne, and Lily couldn't finish the classes. They were improving and getting closer to the end, but they never finished. Exhaustion overwhelmed them in the end.
Today, we'll begin exercising in pairs,
Urus announced as soon as they lined up in front of him. This was new, and Nahia cheered. If they didn't have to do 1,000 repetitions, they might be able to finish the class. Practicing in pairs was less tough. They all knew this, and she saw the same sign of relief on Daphne and Lily's faces.
You'll do the whole class in pairs. One will attack, and the other defend. Then you'll switch. You'll do all the movements.
Nahia liked this a lot more. Without a doubt, she would get less tired practicing with a partner. She had to hold back a small smile of joy.
At the end of the class, you'll fight me so I can check your improvement.
They did not like this at all. She thought she had heard him wrong. How were they going to fight a duel with a weapons master who was also a beastly Taruk? It couldn't be. She must have heard wrong. She looked at Taika, and judging by his look of concern, she realized she had indeed heard right.
Get into pairs,
he ordered them. Nahia paired with Daphne, Lily with Evo, and Taika with Aiden.
One in a defensive position and the other in an offensive one. Start with the first attack and defense movement. Now.
They began the movements, and Urus counted the repetitions out loud so they would not lose a beat. They all strove to do the moves well, since they already had them memorized, and they did them almost without thinking. Once they finished the first round of exercises, Urus ordered them to change partners, and so they did throughout the class until the dreaded moment arrived. Urus ended the exercises for the day. Just as Nahia had calculated, she, Daphne, and Lily had been able to finish thanks to the exercise and partner switches. The three were exhausted and could barely stand, but they had managed to finish the class, an important milestone for them.
Very well. Now you'll fight me, so I can see how much you have progressed in class,
Urus told them. Nahia swallowed. She could barely stand. She was in no shape to fight against anyone, least of all a Taruk weapons master. It was crazy. She would not withstand even the first blow.
As she thought about it, she realized that if this happened, Udus would not let her pass his class. This demoralized her. She was making great efforts in class and out of it at the gym, and the little reward she received seemed unfair. She sighed. Life was unfair. Of this, there was no doubt. She would have to overcome it somehow. At that moment, she didn't know how she would do it, but she had to find a way.
The strongest ones first. I'll start with you, Taruk, he told Ivo, and signaled him to step up. Everyone else form a circle around us. Watch and learn. Don't intervene in any way. Don't even speak. Concentration is imperative in a duel.
Ivo snorted through his large nostrils and stepped forward until he was standing in front of the weapons master.
It's free combat, but you can only use your sword and shield in the way we have practiced, Udus told him.
Ivo nodded.
Understood. Stand in position, Udus said,
and they both took a defensive stance. Udus greeted him with a nod, and Ivo did the same.
The combat begins.
Ivo did not attack. He stayed in the defensive stance, awaiting the attack of the master, which was not long in coming. With a fast movement on the arena, as if he were sliding on ice with both feet, he came at Ivo and delivered a combined attack of steps 1 and 2. Ivo was surprised, first by the speed of the attack and then by its power. He blocked the first move with his sword instinctively, and then he felt a smack on his back that went from his arm to his shoulder. The second blow he blocked with his shield, and when Udo's sword hit him, it struck him so hard Ivo nearly lost his protection. They all watched the fight stunned, and they were not the only ones watching their weapons master fighting one of his pupils. The other 2 squads were also doing the same exercise. Nahia watched the combat, and now it was Ivo who was attacking at an order from Urus. His movements looked clumsy and slow compared to the master's, but he hit hard. They could hear the blow of metal on metal. The swords were dull, without edge, to avoid accidental deaths, even the master's, which Nahia was grateful for. But even a blow with the flat of the sword hurt a lot. It could break bones, just like the shield, since they were both solid steel. Ivo tried his best. He hit and defended himself from Urus's terrible blows, trying to equal the master's power. He could not. Urus's blows were much stronger. In the end, the master disarmed Ivo with a feint of his sword. Ivo's dropped on the arena. Urus followed up the attack with a strong blow to the ribs that made Ivo double down to one side. Urus finished him off with a slash to the stomach that sounded hollow and painful. Nahia's eyes opened wide, unable to believe the master could deliver such blows at Ivo.
You have been defeated. Your movements are slow and clumsy. Your technique is poor. You must improve. You may go.
Ivo left, holding his ribs, and bent over with pain. His face showed acute suffering. The blows had been hard.
Your turn, Draconid,
Udus told Aiden and pointed the sword at him. Aiden straightened up and went to face the master with the confidence that always guided him. Aiden was not afraid. His eyes shone with pride, for being there and for facing his instructor. Nahia had to admit he had courage, seeing what Udos had done to Ivo. Common sense, however, was a different story. Aiden did not have much of that. The combat began, and soon they saw it was going down the same path. Aiden was slightly faster and more agile than Ivo, but he hit with less power. Udos attacked and defended himself with greater speed and power than the Draconid. Aiden tried everything. At least everything he knew and had learned so far, but he could not put pressure on Udus, who ended up defeating him with a slash to the stomach and a thrust to the heart. Both blows were executed with tremendous strength that left Aiden breathless and bent over with pain. Udos spoke.
You have been defeated. Your movements are also slow, although not clumsy. Your technique is regular. You must improve. You may go.
Taika was next. Here things changed. The Felidae tiger was much more agile and a lot swifter than Ivo or Aiden. More so than everyone in their squad, really. And although he hit with less strength than his previous comrades, he was far more accurate. They fought for a while, and the instructor had a hard time defeating him. It was not as simple as it had been with Ivo and Aiden. He had to work harder. He finally managed to hit Taika in his right leg, which left him limping, and finished him off with a reverse shield blow, which left him lying on the ground.
You have been defeated. Your movements are fast and your blows accurate. Your technique is acceptable. Your power should be greater. You must improve. You may go.
And then the fateful moment came for the girls. Nahia did not start shaking because she didn't even have the strength to do so.
Let the human step forward,
Udus said. Nahia tried to maintain her composure and walk with her back straight, although inside she was nervous and scared. The blow she was about to receive would be painful, and there was no escaping them. Well, there was, defeating Udus, but that was nothing more than a fantasy given the circumstances. She stood in front of the instructor and breathed in deeply, seeking to calm her nerves. She was not going to win, and she was not going to get off free from the beating, but she would try to do her best, because she had to pass this class if she wanted to stay alive. The combat began, and Nahia stood in a defensive stance. Instead of waiting for the instructor's first attack, which would surely wreak havoc on her arms, she decided to attack first. She had nothing to lose, since she was going to be defeated anyway. She moved forward and delivered a direct thrust at the face of the enormous Taruk. Udus did not seem surprised by the sudden attack. He covered his face with his shield, and her sword hit the metal and was thrown upward. Nahia knew she had a moment to follow with a second attack before the instructor's counterattack, so she delivered a cut to his right thigh, as he had done with Taika. In fact, it was a very similar attack combination to the one the instructor had used on Taika. Unfortunately, the result was not the same. Udus saw it coming, and with a swift downward movement of his shield, he blocked the attack again. Nahia had already expected to fail, but she had tried, so she was pleased. And then, pain came. Udus's counter-attack was brutal. A tremendous blow on Nahia's shield rendered her left arm useless, and made her shield fall to the arena. He followed with a thrust to the stomach, which Nahia tried to deflect with her sword but could not. When both swords clashed, her arm cramped, and she had to drop her weapon, which fell on the ground. Udus's sword stroke hit her in the stomach hard, and she doubled down in pain. An intense pain that hurt so much she dropped down to her knees.
You have been defeated. Your movements are pretty fast, and your blows quite accurate, but not enough. Your technique is acceptable. Your strength and endurance are unacceptable. You have to improve a lot. You may go.
A moment later, and not before, because she was unable to, Nahia straightened up, her body and pride both sore. She had fallen like a weak combatant. That hurt more than the blows she had received. She went back to her place in the circle. She wasn't sure whether she would be able to stand much longer. She didn't have the strength for even that. She felt like a pitiful warrior then. Beaten by exhaustion, she had to sit down on the arena floor. After Nahia's disastrous duel, it was Daphne's turn, and she stepped forward with a grim look. She already knew what awaited her, and she was muttering something under her breath. Surely, nothing nice. The combat began, and Daphne also launched an attack with the little strength she had left. Her enraged face was a clear sign that she was not going to leave anything in reserve. She delivered a cut to Udus's neck, which he blocked with his sword, and she followed with a stroke to his chest. The weapons master blocked it with his shield, and there Daphne's strength ended. Her face was livid, and her arms could not hold her shield and sword, so she let them drop at her sides. Udus looked at her blankly, as if it was a ruse. Daphne had attacked with all the strength she had left, all of it. Now she could barely hold herself up. The weapons master had no mercy. With a swift slide forward, he hit her first on the sword and then the shield. Both blows were delivered with tremendous force. Daphne's arms could not bear the punishment, and her sword and shield fell to the arena floor. A moment later, Udus swept Daphne off her feet with a blow of his sword on her calves. Daphne's legs swung upward, and the rest of her body went backward as she fell on her back. As she lay on the ground, exhausted and sore, Udus put the tip of his sword to her throat.
Attacking the way you did is not intelligent. If you are defeated in combat because the rival is better than you, so be it. All or nothing assaults are for losers. You must always maintain a cool head, even if there is only a small chance of victory. Let me assure you, there always is one in a fight, no matter how uneven it might look at the beginning. You must maintain faith in the technique you've learned, in your ability to use your weapons. Being exhausted is no excuse for launching one single desperate attack.
Fine,
Daphne mumbled from the ground with a look of pain.
You have been defeated. Your attack was not fast or accurate enough. Your technique is not acceptable. Your strength and endurance are unacceptable. You must improve a lot. You may go.
Daphne had trouble getting up from the ground. She didn't seem able to do so. They all watched her, not knowing whether to help her or not. Ivo made as if to go and help her, but Urus immediately stopped him, pointing his sword at him.
The pupil must get up by herself. No one can help her, he sentenced.
Ivo seemed to disagree, but said nothing. He knew he couldn't go against an instructor's order. The punishment was the same as opposing a dragon. Death without excuse. At last, Daphne managed to get up, pick up her sword and shield, and return to the circle. Now it was Lily's turn. She was the last, and she went to stand in front of the instructor. Seeing what had happened to Daphne, Lily decided to use a defensive strategy and not waste the last of her strength in a desperate attack. She was going to lose anyway, and she didn't want to get chastised like Daphne on top of it. The combat began, and Lily waited in a defensive stance for the instructor's attack. She had her shield in front of her and her sword at mid-height, ready to defend herself. She was expecting a combination of strong blows with the sword and prepared to bear with it. She was wrong. Urus did something no one was expecting. He made a great leap and fell upon Lily, striking her shield with his own. The combined attack, the power of the leap, Urus's weight, and the hard blow of the shield threw Lily backward as if a bull had charged her. She ended up on the ground, several paces backward on her back, unable to continue. Urus watched her, defeated on the ground, and shook his head.
Don't expect to be able to fend off every attack with a mere defensive stance. As you have just seen, the rival might surprise you with an attack of force. It might be one like I just performed, or it might be a similar one, hitting with the sword. It might even be an attack without a leap. Or a run, which is also very effective. Expect the unexpected. Not always the same movements you have studied and practiced. In most of the cases, they will serve you, but not always. If someone charges at you, whether at a run or leaping, what you must do is simple. Move away with a swift sideways slide. Then you turn and face the enemy. You will have them if you are fast enough, because they will be exposed.
Urus executed the movements so they could all see. When he finished explaining, he turned to Lily, who was still lying on her back on the arena without the energy to get up.
You have been defeated. Your defense was not fast enough. Your technique is not acceptable. Your strength and endurance are unacceptable. You must improve a lot. You may go.
Lily rolled on the arena floor, and with great difficulty she managed to crawl on all fours to her place in the circle.
We will repeat this exercise at the end of every class. For your own good, I hope you improve. What I have witnessed today is not at the level of what is expected of you. I know you see it as suffering, but one day it will save your lives on the battlefield. Do not doubt it.
Nahia had no doubt that what Urus was saying was true. The problem was how to overcome his class. It was too much for them. At that moment, she could not imagine herself fighting against the instructor and surviving the duel. It seemed impossible to her to hold up even for 2 seconds of combat against him. And that meant she would not pass weapons class. Chapter 29. The first days of autumn training went by. They were all making great efforts at the 3 disciplines: weapons, magic, and talent. The midterm test was getting closer, and no one wanted to be left out for not being up to the standard required by the instructors. Aiden, Ivo, and Taika were working hard in the magic classes, and afterward studying and practicing in the library. Nahia, Daphne, and Lily were giving their all in weapons class and then at the gym, trying to strengthen their bodies. Luckily, they were all doing fairly well in their talent classes, something they found hard to believe. Just like the leaves fell from the trees, every member of the Ignia squad fell before the formidable Urus in the middle of the arena in the compulsory duel at the end of the class. If anything marked the weapons class, that was sweat, pain, sand, and more pain.
Class finished,
Urus said once the last duel had ended. Daphne, who had been the last one, dragged herself to her place in the circle.
Courage, Taika whispered to her. The progress I see is satisfactory. You are not all as good as you should be, said Urus, looking at Nahia, Daphne, and Lily. But it's acceptable progress.
That surprised them, because he'd given them a royal beating. They had tried, but it was like hitting a rock wall.
You may go. Class dismissed,
he finished, and left with a serene demeanor. Nahia looked at Daphne and Lily with astonishment. It was the first time in 2 seasons that Urus had said anything positive. "Did I hear him right?" Lily whispered as they turned to leave.
He can't have said something good about us.
Daphne shook her head with a look of feigned incredulity. You heard properly. Our formidable weapons master told us we are progressing satisfactorily.
Aiden puffed himself up and lifted his chin as he faced the exit passage out of the south side of the round building.
We must have done something well.
Ivo shrugged. By the look on his face, he was pleased with what they had achieved.
The duels went well,
Taika said in an optimistic tone. Daphne looked at him with wide eyes.
What do you mean, well? Speak for yourself, because it wasn't like that for us.
Taika held up the most. At least 10 attacks from the instructor. A true feat, said Ivo. Rather than holding up, let's say I managed to avoid his blows.
Taika smiled. You have inviolable agility, Nahia admitted. The squad left the arena. They were worn out and exhausted from the blows they had received, but each of them felt a little more cheerful after the weapons master's comment.
I held up better than ever, so I'm very proud,
Aiden announced, lifting his chin.
Yeah, you did really well today,
Daphne admitted.
You managed to endure 8 offensive and defensive moves. A real achievement.
That's what I think. I did my best, without losing my head, I must say,
Aiden admitted. Well, if you lose your head with Urus, there's not much of a problem. He'll leave you unconscious with a blow of his shield to your face, so don't worry, Lily said, laughing.
Most likely, yes.
Aiden nodded.
I'm improving. My defenses held up pretty well, but I'm still struggling to attack,
Ivo commented.
Well, with your strength, wherever you hit him should be enough,
Daphne told him.
Yeah, that's what I try to do, but the master won't let me.
You just keep striking that hard and everything will be all right, Lily smiled at him. They crossed the square of the path, and Nahia inwardly felt like she was doing awful, but that at least she was trying with all her heart. I'd be happy getting to the end of the class with enough strength for 3 attacks. That's all I ask for, said Nahia with a long sigh of exhaustion.
That makes 2 of us,
Daphne said. Her eyes were so sunken in, it looked like exhaustion wanted to swallow them into her skull. I was able to launch 4 today. I can't feel my arms or legs, and I think I'm going to faint at any moment, but I did it, Lily said, stumbling. Aiden, who was beside her, grabbed her by the waist so she would stay upright. Well, so gallant for a granite head, she said with a wink. But her head fell backward, and she tripped. Aiden kept her on her feet and helped her walk.
We're almost to the barracks. Don't worry. We'll get there,
he said, although they were still quite a way off. I'll hold up. Don't worry, Lily replied. Aiden held her better so she would not fall to the ground and lifted her by the waist. Wow, I feel like I'm flying. I'm like a Fatum from the old days, Lily said, her mind drifting.
The poor thing overexerted herself today,
Ivo said.
The thing is, we either overexert ourselves in every class, or we're done,
said Daphne, whose natural ill temper kept her going. But she was on the verge of falling over, just like Lily.
It's true, but we are making significant progress,
Taika said.
You think so?
Aiden asked, looking at the tiger to see what he meant.
I don't see it as clearly either.
Ivo joined in as they went around the castle and faced the bailey.
Today, Uros praised us, and none of us are failing catastrophically in class.
Well, we are. A little, Nahia retorted.
Don't think that way. You're finishing the class, which is a real feat, particularly seeing the way you started the year. In 2 seasons, you have improved a lot. The fact that you can't take on Urus doesn't mean you're failing the training,
Taika reasoned.
You think that we'll pass?
Daphne asked him, doubt in her tone.
I do. You're holding up until the duels and doing better every time,
the Felidae said.
I'm not that optimistic. About you 3, I mean,
Aiden said. Granite head, Lily said as her eyes were closing.
You're an inviolable comrade,
Daphne said, full of sarcasm and with a disgusted look on her face.
I say what I think, and you know I'm right. I always tell the truth.
You do? And what about magic class, Rockhead?
Daphne rebuked him.
You're not doing well there.
Aiden heaved a deep sigh, still carrying Lily in a firm grip.
True. I'm not doing well at all. I might not even pass,
he admitted with a dull voice, dropping his chin onto his chest. Daphne and Nahia looked at one another in shock. Such an admission was not usual for the Draconid. Are you feeling well, Aiden? Nahia asked him.
Yeah,
Of course. It's just that I'm not as optimistic as Taika, especially when it comes to magic," he said as they headed to the barracks. "If you think about it, we're not doing that bad in magic either," Taika argued.
What do you mean? Evo, you and Aiden are doing terribly,
Daphne rebuked him, the argument keeping her on her feet. Evo had come to her side in case she fainted. It would not be the first time, and it would not be the last.
"That's not entirely correct. Evo and I aren't capable of performing mental attacks, that's true, but we aren't all expected to. We're expected to pick up the mental auras, and we've achieved that."
Oh, well, if you look at it that way, I guess so. Nahia cheered up. She felt some optimism for her comrades.
"And Aiden, who's only capable of attacking with his mind half the time, has improved a lot since the beginning, when he only managed 1 out of 10 attempts."
That's true, Nahia admitted.
Do you believe we'll pass the 2 classes, really?
Daphne asked him.
"I'm maintaining my optimism. Maybe not, because you never know with dragons and their impossible expectations. But I believe we'll be allowed to pass to the second part of the year," Taika said. "I think you're more than optimistic," said Evo, who was not at all convinced. "We'll have to see and be surprised," Taika told them with a smile as they reached the barracks. Lily had been asleep for a while, and Daphne fainted at the door. Evo held her and carried her to the dorm on his shoulder. Nahia went into their room, thinking that Taika was somewhat right. They had done their best and improved a lot, at least when it came to the expectations they had for themselves, considering the difficulties they faced. But the dragons might tell them they did not measure up. In fact, that is what Nahia thought would happen. Although she tried, she couldn't be as optimistic as Taika. The only hope she had left was that the Felidae was smart and astute, and if he said so, he must be right, at least in part. There was nothing for it but to wait and see. She looked out the window before getting in bed and realized that autumn was already letting winter in, and this meant that in no time the mid-year test would take place. Just thinking about it gave her a shiver that ran down her back. She decided to sleep because she couldn't even think she was so tired. She dropped down on her face in her cot and fell asleep before her body even finished falling. The last week of autumn training became crucial and required one last effort from everyone in each of the 3 disciplines. In magic training, things went slightly better in the mental duels. They had all suffered, but they had all improved. Aiden and Taika quite impressively. Even Evo could now see the auras of all his comrades, although he couldn't attack them. Nahia would never admit it, because it was a cruel and ruthless method, but Buro Biragogoa had gotten results from making them suffer. Just thinking about it gave her a headache. The good news was that they had its approval to take part in the mid-year test. The sighs and snorts of relief the 3 squad boys had let out had been loud and noisy, especially Evo's. And then the final day of autumn came. They had weapons training. It was one last practice session, very much in line with the latest ones. They all crashed against the impenetrable wall that was Uros and ended up sore, lying on the arena floor. But something positive came from their sweat and pain. "That wasn't bad. Better than the last classes. That's enough for now. You have my permission to take part in the mid-year test. Go and rest." The weapons master dismissed them. Nahia, Daphne, and Lily jumped up and down with joy and shouted so loud that the noise bounced off the round walls of the arena. "I knew we would make it," Taika told them. "You are a very intelligent tiger," Evo said, laughing. "I'm glad we did it," said Aiden.
"If you're glad, little Marblehead, imagine us," Lily said.
Look, I'm smiling from ear to ear,
Daphne said, beaming.
"That is a major achievement," Aiden said.
"We did it," Nahia cried, and the 3 girls dropped down on the floor. They stayed there, sitting on the arena. Taika, Evo, and Aiden looked at them, and a moment later sat down beside them. They were all so tired they just stayed there for a long while. They had managed to overcome the weapons class, and the best way to celebrate was resting. Right there. And there they remained until dinner time. Hunger was stronger than exhaustion, and they all went to eat something. They didn't talk much, although there was a joyous glow in their eyes for having managed to reach the mid-year test. They went to sleep early and fell, laid out on their beds. Before they could count to 3, they were all fast asleep.
The next morning, a tremendous roar woke them all up. Aiden hadn't even finished getting ready, which meant it was very early. "What's going on?" Nahia muttered with one eye closed, and the other just a quarter open. "I don't know, but something's up," Aiden replied as he looked out the window. A second dragon roar made it clear that something was indeed up. "We'd better get going, and fast," Taika suggested.
"I can't even raise my head," Daphne complained.
"Well, I can't even move my perfect hips to turn over." Lily was trying to turn over in her bed, unsuccessfully. Nahia sat up in her bed, and that one small movement made her whole body ache like a nightmare. She felt as if Urus had beaten her 10 times, one after the other. Ivo had stood up and was stretching his arms. "This is no way to start the day. We ought to begin quietly, without urgency or shouting. This isn't good for our souls."
"You're not wrong, but I don't think that's what the dragons want,"
Daphne said as she massaged her head. Several more roars, one of which was Arrakis Gorigaitz's, made it very clear they needed to report immediately. "Our leader is calling," Aiden cried as he opened the door to leave. They went down to line up with uncertainty in their hearts. Nahia wondered what awaited them now.